42. Ludovic approached the small, thick door in its darkened vestibule. A light flashed on as he touched the door, and a small voice asked for the appropriate code for entry. He spoke the code precisely, and the door opened to let him in. Within, the library was cast in penumbrous spots of soft golden light. The first room was circular, less than 3 meters across, with an empty table in the middle. On the table was set a small, angled riser, like a lectern, but obviously meant to hold ancient information devices, such as paper books. The table and riser were many thousands of years old, surrounded and protected by a surface-hugging conservation field, not unlike a personal shield. Ludovic stood before the table and waited for several seconds. A melodious female voice, that of Huey American herself, now used by the collection's automated server, then asked for a subject or subjects to search for. "Calvin, Susan," he said, and felt a small shiver within at that ancient and powerful name. He did not expect this blunt approach to work, and it did not. The server listed 32 entries on various Calvins, 2 Susans, all mere thousands of years old, and having nothing to do with the mother of robots. There was no record of Calvinians. "Eternals," he suggested, "with reference to conspiracies of immortal beings." A few seconds later, the server projected a text manuscript onto the top of the table and the riser, giving the remarkable impression of a real and open book. "Myths of the Eternals," the server said, "by a committee of 300 authors in 92 volumes of text with 29 hours of other documentary media, compiled GE 8045 to 8068. This is the authoritative work on a subject little studied nowadays, and this is the only known copy on Trantor, or indeed on the prime 1,000 worlds of the Empire." Ludovic watched a chair rise from the floor, but as he did not need the chair, he told it to retract. He stood before the book and began to absorb the material at high speed. There was a lot of information that seemed completely useless, probably untrue, legends and fabulous stories compiled over thousands of years. He noted with some interest that in the past few millennia such legends and even this kind of storytelling seemed to have diminished considerably, and not just on the topics of the Eternals. Humans on Trantor and most of the prime worlds had simply lost interest in fabulous tales of any kind, or even in the more spectacular episodes of history. Humanity's childhood had long since passed. Now, the concerns of the imperial cultures were strictly practical. Humor had declined as well. This, he found, suggested in an afterword to this set, appended by a scholar less than 1,500 years before. Then, suddenly, the recorded image of Huey American herself appeared in the small chamber, frozen, with a caption glowing faintly at her feet. "Excerpt from spoken lecture." There was no date given. "Retrieve and play," Ludovic instructed. The image moved and spoke. "The decline of humor and comedy in the myths and entertainments of the modern imperial culture seems inevitable to the sober gentry and greys of our time, but certain meritocrats feel a peculiar lack in the present panoply of the fantastic arts. All has been subsumed by the immediate and the practical. Modern humans of the ruling and imaginative classes dream less and laugh less than ever before in history. This does not hold for the citizens, but their humor for thousands of years has remained a raucous collection of generic jokes and tales at the expense of other classes, showing little insight and even less effectiveness as satire. All has been subsumed by the quest for stability and comfort." Ludovic pushed ahead through this rather long lecture until he found the link with the text he was searching and his subject. "Some," Huey American said, "have laid blame for these intellectual failures on the perfidious influence of brain fever, contracted by nearly all children at an early age, but somehow never more than lightly affecting the sturdy foundations of the citizens. The gentry and meritocrats, however, according to some statisticians, have apparently suffered substantial losses in intellectual capacity. Legends about the misty origins of brain fever abound. The most prominent myth is of an ancient war between the worlds Earth and Solaria. Robots, it is said, carried this disease from world to world. Some of these robots— Ludovic marveled that this analysis had been judged the product of an eccentric by the university's finest scholars. Not even Harry Seldon had seen fit to look into the collection, perhaps because of some interdiction by Daniel. He sped ahead. The most common explanation of brain fever in all these myths is that of human competition for the colonization of the galaxy. Brain fever may have been a weapon in such a competition, but a persistent alternative explanation points to the Eternals, who fought with the servants of Solaria to prevent a hideous crime, the details of which have since been totally expunged from all known records. The Eternals, it has been said, created brain fever to control the destructive urges of a human race out of control. The Eternals have been described as immortal humans, but have also been described as long-lived robots of extraordinary intelligence. There it was again, Ludovic thought, the attempt by robots to control the destructive tendencies of humans. But what was this great crime? Was it the same crime hinted at by Daniel, supposedly carried out by those robots who very early on disagreed with Daniel's plans? Daniel was quite obviously an Eternal, perhaps the Eternal, the oldest thinking machine in the galaxy. The oldest and most dedicated puppet master. Ludovic looked up from the projection he was reading and tried to find the source of this interjection. The words disturbed him. They did not seem to originate in any of the branches of his mentality. He remembered the faint touches he had felt on the dying ship, the impressions of a ghostly intelligence interested in his plight. Until now he had dismissed this as an effect of neutrino damage in his mind. But Jan Kansarv had found no detectable damage. The memory could be replayed quite easily and analyzed. The label Volaire or Voltaire was attached to these faint traces, these subliminal touches. But nothing useful could be drawn from these memories. Ludovic resumed his main search and scanned the main volumes in less than 3 hours. He could have searched and absorbed the material much more rapidly, but the library displays had been set for human researchers, not robots. Robots of human or superior intelligence, every volume and bit of documentation in Merkin's library suggested, had long since ceased to function, if they had ever existed at all. Ludovic shut down the projectors and left the library. As he passed through the impressive doorway, the image of Huey Merkin appeared. "You're the first visitor in 2 decades, the image told him. "Please come again." Ludovic stared at the image as it faded. He stepped out from under the overhang that shielded the doorway and strolled along a mid-class tier of the agora of vendors, among the greys. So many pieces to fit together, in a puzzle thousands of years old, with so many pieces missing or deliberately obscured. What echoed through Ludovic's positronic brain, cascading into conclusions that reinforced impressions and hypotheses already made, was the effect of imperial culture and brain fever on human nature. Where once the human race had laughed and revelled in the absurd, in the products of pure imagination, they now earnestly pursued stasis. The leading artists, scientists, engineers, philosophers, and politicians were eager to confirm the discoveries of the past, not make new ones. And now few even remembered the past well enough to know what had already been discovered. The past itself was no longer of interest, had not been for centuries, even thousands of years. The light had gone out. Stability and stasis across millennia had led to stagnation. Daniel uses his psychohistorian to confirm what he must already know, that the forest is overgrown, filled with rotten wood, desperately in need of a conflagration that he will not allow to happen. Ludovic paused at a surge of the crowd through the agora, listened to murmurs and shouts. A retinue of imperial specials was pushing through the crowd. Lodovick backed away, found an alley of smaller shops. He wanted to avoid making himself conspicuous in any way. He could not know who might be watching, and who might be reporting back to Daniel, human or robot. While he was not yet behaving suspiciously. Just outside the alley he heard a woman's shrill shouts, commands, "Don't let it get away!" He paused, turned, and saw two of the specials turn into the alley, followed by a woman riding a small cart. He felt something brush through him like a feather, and deduced instantly that the woman was a Mentalik. He knew a little of the Mentaliks assembled by Hari Seldon to provide a backup and alternative to his first foundation, but none of them were as strong as this woman, and none of them would have dreamed of pursuing him. Quite clearly that was what the woman was doing. She pointed and screeched again. Lodovick knew it would make no difference if he altered his appearance. This woman was fixed on something below the surface. "She recognizes your difference." Again the voice, the interior presence, producing a cascading conclusion he might not have reached by himself. The woman was feathering the fields associated with his iridium sponge brain. When pressed, Lodovick could move very rapidly indeed. One moment the shoppers in the narrow alley of antiques, dealers and sellers of trinkets, became aware that the specials were approaching a plump and homely-looking man, and the next he was gone. Varaliso stood on her cart, her face flaming with anger and excitement. "He's escaped!" she shouted, and she struck at the young police escort with her hand, as if he were a wayward child. "You let him escape!" Then, from another alley, more specials appeared. The plump man walked quickly ahead of them, herded by the press of a crowd of shoppers, like unwanted fish pulled together in a dragnet. The Greys expressed their anger with shouts and threats of complaining to their class senate. Lodovick dared not move too quickly among so many people. He might injure a bystander. This he wanted to avoid at all costs, though he realized that if the situation became dangerous enough, he could injure and even kill a special, or that woman, and not suffer grievous damage to his mind. "I am a monster here, a machine without restraints." "That's him!" Varaliso cried. "He's not human! Capture him, but don't hurt him!" Bran urged the transport into an empty alcove, as the police pushed by again, hiding Clea with the bulk of his body. "She's found somebody," he said, glancing over his shoulder. His face twisted with hatred. "How could they let her loose? We're citizens, aren't we? We have rights." He mumbled these words under his breath. Not for some years had anyone from Dal truly believed all the citizens of Trantor had rights. But the crowds of Greys were becoming uncharacteristically agitated by this going to and fro of Varaliso and her imperial specials. More and more Greys shouted at the passing cordons. The specials ignored them. Clea could see their faces as they passed, feel their inner thoughts to some degree. The police liked this work no better than the Greys. They felt out of place. Most specials were recruited from the citizens. Then her probing mind touched a very peculiar person indeed, some dozens of meters away. Time seemed to slow as she felt a sudden bright impression of thoughts moving at inhuman speed, a silvery glissando of memories, and sensations unlike anything she had experienced before. She let out her breath in a gasp, as if she had been lightly punched in the stomach. "What is it?" Bran asked, staring down at her with some concern. "I don't know," she said. He shook his head and frowned. "Neither do I," he said. "I feel it too." Then, abruptly, all of the odd sensations passed, as if a shield had gone up between them and the source. Of all things Lodovick needed just then, being detected by another pair of Mentaliks was not high on his list. He felt a bright triangle forming, with him at one of the vertices, the pursuing woman at another, and two more people, younger, at the third. Then, abruptly, a fog seemed to cover their traces. He stood very still. The crowds of nervous Greys flowed around him with worried expressions, chivied by the police presence. He modified his appearance yet again, as he covered his face and shifted his body mass so that he appeared not so much plump as stocky. Whatever the cause of this cessation of Mentalik probes, he hoped to take advantage of it. To the humans around him, Ludovic behaved like someone afraid, hiding his face, and few took any more notice of him than that. But one figure drew closer. He wore dusty green robes and a small floppy hat cocked to one side, and he seemed to know what he was doing, and for whom he was looking. The cordons had passed by, and the crowds were thinning, dispersing. Clea and Bran moved their transport back into an alleyway, still alert, but prepared to leave the agora of vendors and return to the warehouse. Bran suddenly drew himself to his full height. "Calliason calls," he said. He pulled a small comm from his pocket. "We need to—" He did not finish before he pulled off his coat and handed control of the transport to Clea. Calliason stood before Ludovic. "Excuse me," Ludovic said, and pushed past him, but Calliason stood his ground, and Ludovic bumped him hard, nearly knocking him over. They stood in the middle of a concourse, surrounded by larger shops. Here there was no open well looking up to the higher levels, but the roof was vaulted to about 7 meters, and ribbons of silvery light rippled without visible support overhead, illuminating the shop entrances, slideways, and a group of small fountains in nacreous splendor. Every detail of the faces around Ludovic seemed clear and precise. The man confronting him backed away and bowed slightly, then doffed his hat. "It is a privilege, sir," Calliason said. "We had hoped you were not lost." "I don't know you," Ludovic said brusquely. "We've never met," Calliason said with a smile. "I am a collector of interesting individuals. You, sir, are in need of some assistance." "Why?" "Because there is a very dangerous and perceptive woman seeking you." "I don't know what you're talking about. Please leave me be." Ludovic tried to walk around the man, but he simply backed away and followed, walking to one side. He deftly avoided colliding with other shoppers. 7 specials walked into view at the opposite end of the concourse, blocking the path of Greys who wished to leave by that route. The Greys retreated, frowning and drawing broad gestures of irritation with expressive hands. Ludovic stopped and stared at the police. The fog seemed to be lifting. He could feel the woman's feathering touch again. Any second, and she would know he was nearby. Then she appeared on her cart, behind the line of police. "I can't keep up this shield much longer," Calliason said. He held up a small device in one hand, a green ovoid. "I've summoned a pair of friends who can help." "I don't need help," Ludovic growled. "I need to get out of here and go home." "They won't let you, and eventually she'll find you. She's backed by Farad Center." Ludovic did not show any sign, but suddenly the man in dusty green, with his hat in hand, became much more interesting. Of course Ludovic knew of Farad Center, a minor irritation attached to the Emperor, the Emperor's pimp. "You must be Ludovic," Calliason said, drawing closer, whispering the name. "You've changed your appearance, but I think I'd know you anywhere. Can Daniel save you now? Is he somewhere close?" Ludovic reached out and grabbed Calliason's arm, aware that his ignorance was now very dangerous. How this human knew his name, his nature, his connection with Daniel, and his present jeopardy was inexplicable. Calliason twisted his arm from Ludovic's strong, mechanical grasp with surprising ease. A tall, hulking, dark young man emerged from a broad shop doorway, followed by a small, lithe girl with intense eyes. Behind them, inside the shop itself, stood a floating cargo transport, supporting an empty crate open on one side. The shopkeepers seemed to know the large young man, and they were studiously ignoring all that happened. Ludovic assessed the situation at once, turned, and saw that both ends of the concourse were now blocked by police. "Into the crate," Calliason said. "Shut yourself down completely. No traces. Reactivate in an hour." Ludovic did not hesitate. He caught only a glimpse of the young woman's frightened expression as he brushed past her and climbed into the crate. Bran shut the open end and latched it. Ludovic arranged himself in the darkness and prepared to shut down. He had no choice. Either he would fall into the hands of the specials, and who knows what would happen to him then, or give himself up to the mercies of the figure in the floppy green cap. Not a human, but almost certainly a robot. He had wrested himself easily from Ludovic's grip, after all, and without apparent pain or injury. His companions were human mentalics. Ludovic could only assume they were part of Daniel's plan, perhaps part of Harry Seldon's secret second foundation. How could they be otherwise? Just as the shutdown process began, Ludovic arrived at another possible solution, and felt it hitch, stall, dissolve into useless fragments, become absorbed by the timeless darkness. He fully entered the blankness, and for an indefinite interval ceased to think, to be. 43. Wanda Selden Palver had almost finished packing the small travel case with essential book films, coded records on disc and cube, and a few personal items, even before Stettin returned to their home. She met his worried gaze with a defiant frown, then shoved one final item, a small toy flower, into the case. "I've packed for you, too," she said. "Good. When did you hear?" "An hour ago. They wouldn't let him send any messages. I called his apartment at the university, then the library. He had rigged a dead man's message." "What?" Stettin looked at her with a shocked lift of his thick black brows. "A message for me if he didn't check in." But he's not dead. You haven't heard that?" "No!" Wanda said angrily. Then her shoulders slumped and she began to cry. Stettin took her in his arms. For a minute she gave in to her emotions. Then, pulling herself together, she pushed back from her husband's chest and said, "No, they've come for him early, that's all I know. He's alive. The trial's beginning sooner than we expected." "On charges of treason?" "For treason and spreading sedition, I assume. That's what Grandfather always said would be the charges brought against him." "Then you're right to pack. I don't have much to add." He went to his desk and removed 2 small parcels, stuffed them into the pockets of his coat. "We have to—" "I've made the necessary calls," Wanda interrupted him. "We're going on our first vacation in years, both of us together. Nobody knows where. A minor lapse on our part." "A little suspicious, isn't it?" Stettin asked, with the ghost of a grin. "Who cares what they suspect? If they start looking for us, if something goes wrong and Grandfather is found guilty, if the predictions turn out to be wrong, then we have a few extra days to leave Trantor and start over again." "I hope it doesn't come to that," Stettin said. "Grandfather is very confident," Wanda said. "Was very confident. I don't know how he feels now." "In the belly of the beast," Stettin said, as their apartment door opened and they stood in the corridor outside. "What does that mean?" "Jail. Prison. An old convict's phrase. My grandfather spent 10 years in a municipal prison, for embezzlement." "You never told me that," Wanda said, astonished. "He stole some heat-sink guild pension funds. Would you have let me handle the bookkeeping if you had known?" Wanda slapped his arm hard enough to sting, then jogged toward the lifts in the slideways above. "Hurry!" she called. Stettin muttered under his breath what followed, as he had followed Wanda in so many different ways, so often before, quite aware of her superior instincts and her uncanny ability to do the right thing at just the right time. 44. The last person Harry Seldon expected was the first to visit his prison cell. Ling Chen arrived on the first morning of his incarceration, accompanied by a single Lavrentian servant. "I think it is high time we talk," Chen said. The servant took a stool offered by the guard and placed it in front of the single cot. The guard left the door open a few centimeters, but then closed it at a signal from the servant. Chen sat on the stool, arranging his ceremonial robes with instinctive style. It was truly marvelous to watch the elegant manners, the genteel behavior of a member of the baronial gentry, nobles of long training and thousands of years of genetic selection and even, perhaps, manipulation. The servant stood just behind and to the left of the chief commissioner, his face impassive. "I regret not having had more discussions with you, sire," Harry said with a respectful smile. He sat on the edge of the cot, his white hair in disarray from sleep. His shoulders ached, his back felt as if it had been twisted in knots. He had not slept well at all. "You don't look comfortable," Chen said. "I will arrange for better accommodations. Sometimes the specifics of our commands get lost in the long circuits of justice and protocol." "If I were a treasonous rebel, I would defiantly decline your offer, sire. But I am an old man, and this cell is truly ridiculous. You could have kept me in my apartment in the library. I would not have gone anywhere. Chen smiled. I am aware you think I am a fool, Harry Selden. I suffer no such illusions about you. You are no fool, sire. Chen both accepted and dismissed this with a small lift of one finger from his robed knee, and an arch of one eyebrow. I care little for the distant future, Professor Selden. My interests lie in what I can accomplish in my lifetime. In your estimation, that is enough to make me a fool. In one way, at least, my goals are the same as yours. I wish to reduce the misery of the quadrillions who now live in the Empire. Surely it is as ridiculous for the Empire's servants to try to direct or control such a wealth of variation, such an immense population, as for you to hope to predict their movements and futures. If this was meant to somehow connect them, to endear Chen to Harry, it did not work. Harry gave a polite nod and no more. To that end, I have involved myself in a number of petty bickerings having to do with the Emperor and his more ambitious adherents and sycophants. Harry listened intently. He smoothed back his hair with one hand, never taking his eyes from Chen's. I am involved in a delicate phase of such a conflict now. You would call it cusp time, perhaps. Cusp times have impacts far beyond the petty moments of personal disputes, Harry said, and realized he was sounding like the priest of some religion. Well, perhaps he was. This is hardly a personal dispute. There are people within the palace who hope to split the power of the Commission and to insert their own commands into the long chains that stretch from Trantor to the farthermost province around the most distant star. Not surprising, Harry said. It's always been that way. Part of statecraft. Yes, but very dangerous now. I have let him run loose again. One particular individual. Farad Sinter, Harry said. Chen nodded. You may think me a hypocrite, Harry, and you would be right if you did, but I have come asking for advice. Harry subdued the triumphant smile that threatened to appear on his lips. Sometimes arrogance was Harry's worst enemy, and Ling Chen, whatever his faults, was never simply arrogant. I don't have access to my equipment. Any psychohistoric advice I give must be limited in scope, and probably grossly inaccurate. Perhaps. You have claimed that in 500 years Trantor will lie in ruins. An impressive and, of course, unpleasant claim. You have even impressed some emperors with the tools used to justify the claim. If I grant for the moment that you could be right— Thank you, Harry said under his breath. Chen tightened his lips and lowered his eyelids as if he were sleepy. Just granting for the moment such a possibility, I am curious, am I highlighted in this downfall? Do my actions this year, or in the next, the future, the past, facilitate this horrible decline? Harry, despite himself, was actually moved by this question. In all his decades perfecting this science, his beloved psychohistory, no emperor, no bureaucrat, no commissioner, no one had ever asked him this. Not even Daniel. Not so far as I have noticed, Harry said quietly. I haven't actually made the specific inquiries, integrated the ranges beneath these particular historic tangents in the equations. So you don't know, then? No, sire. But I would guess that you are not actually crucially involved in a cusp time. Another very different person could play your role, and all would go on as before, ultimately. Harry leaned forward, his intensity growing. All that you do is part of a decline whose origins lie before your birth, and whose consequences you can't possibly alter more than to just nudge them a few billionths of a degree in one direction or another. Ling Chen seemed ready to nod off, but his eyes beneath the heavy lids were fixed on Harry's. All my efforts for nothing, then? Perhaps. No human effort is without value, positive or negative. You believe my efforts have negative value? Harry allowed the smile to emerge, but it was not arrogant. It was genuinely amused. For me, quite possibly, sire. Chen smiled back, and for a moment they might have been two gentlemen discussing politics in a baronial clubroom somewhere in the best neighborhood of the imperial sector, to a backdrop of holographic records of ancient disputes between citizens of the early empire, long since forgotten. Harry shook himself out of the chief commissioner's scrutiny, and Chen simultaneously stopped smiling. Harry suddenly felt cold. As for your own future, Harry Selden, I too am in doubt. I do not know how things will play out in the palace. You have special significance in these disputes, though I am not sure yet how and why. But whether you are convicted of treason, or let go, or some other middle judgment, I do not yet know. Chen stood. I doubt we will meet again before the proceedings. Thank you for your time, and for your opinions. They are not my opinions, Harry said stonily. I have never put much store in opinions. Chen blinked. I do not regard you as an enemy, even as an enemy of the Empire. To the true Ruelian, to the devoted adherents of Tua Chen, everything is moment and flux, whirling motes of dust, for me as well as for you. Goodbye, Harry Selden. Commissioner. Chen left, followed by his servant. A very poor breakfast was served minutes later, and Harry ate sparingly. By the middle of the day he was moved to much improved quarters, a larger room, rather than a cell, with a holographic view screen that covered half of one wall, a small desk and chair, and a more comfortable bed. The guards still refused his request that they fetch his book films and a prime radiant and other tools. Harry had not expected them to comply. Chen did not want him to be happy. The screen showed the Imperial Palace Gardens, one of the few places on Trantor open to the sky. The sight of the gardens made him uneasy. He could well imagine young Claudius walking there, as condensed and distilled a drop of social decay as Harry could imagine. He managed to convince the screen to exchange the view of the gardens for a simple pattern of muted flowing colors. This was to be his worst time in decades, a period of boredom and inaction, two things he had always loathed. Harry looked forward to the trial, even to failure and death, anything but this horrid and useless interlude, this waiting. 45. The small human boy, a wiry and alert denizen of the Agora, had left a message for Daniel. As Daniel played back the message in his safe apartment, he was reminded once again of the long-forgotten human, Sherlock, and his own sources of information. Daniel's network of informers did not rely solely on robots. Robots were becoming a major handicap wherever Varaliso operated. He listened to the boy's breathless report. "This one, he was tough to follow," the boy said, his face bobbing before the recorder. "He wasn't where you said he'd be. He went to the Agora. Then he's all over the place. Then he gets chased by the police. They almost get him. Then he just vanishes. I lose him. They lose him too, I think. Haven't seen him since. That's it. Need me for some more, let me know." Daniel stood in silence by the window, looking out on the dark cell and shadowy towers of Streeling. The internal reports from the Imperial Specials confirmed that they had not captured Ludovic, and that Varaliso had been very upset. Beyond this, however, Daniel had no information. What he most needed to know, however, was that Ludovic had disobeyed his specific instructions, and that he was still at large. With his long millennia of experience, Daniel did not need complete evidence to draw conclusions. This was a cusp time. No complex activity seeking to direct humanity could ever proceed without opposition. Ludovic's changed nature seemed from the very beginning to be a manifestation of this opposition, or at least one facet of it. Daniel had to work in advance of that force, before it defined itself even more clearly. He had not deactivated Ludovic for a number of reasons, some of them not clear to him even now. Complex reasons, inductive, based on thousands of years of training and thought, and contradictory. It was becoming very likely that Ludovic would be part of any opposing force. In a sense, Daniel had anticipated this possibility, had perversely worked to make it happen. Familiar elements could make the opposing force more predictable. Ludovic was a familiar, if troubling, element. Daniel did not enjoy having so little information to work from. But there were actions he could take even now, warnings he could issue. Hari stood at the center of all the possible lines and alternate routes of human history. Daniel had worked to make this happen. Now it was the greatest handicap the plan faced. Any opposition force, at this time, had to target Hari Seldon. 46. Ludovic's time of blankness ended. His vision became active, and his eyes opened. He straightened and looked around him. The first face he saw was that of the robot in dusty green. The humaniform sent a brief microwave greeting, and Ludovic responded. He was fully alert now. They occupied a large utilitarian room with a full-length wall screen at one end, a few pieces of furniture, and only 2 chairs. The wall screen showed charts and diagrams that meant nothing to Ludovic. He turned and saw a third figure, most obviously not a man. Ludovic knew a fair amount about robot varieties, and this robot's vintage was ancient indeed. Its body was smoothly metallic, with few visible seams, and a soft satiny surface. In truth, it had the patina of well-tinted antique silver, once a very expensive option. "Hello," the silver robot said. "Hello. Where am I?" "You are safe," said the robot who had rescued him from the Agora. "My name is Calusin. This is Plossix. He is our organizer." "Am I on Trantor still?" "Yes," Calusin said. "Are you all robots here?" "No," said Plossix. "Are you fully functional now?" "Yes." "Then it is important that you understand why you have been brought here. We are not allied with Daniel. Perhaps you have heard of us? We are Calvinians." Ludovic acknowledged this revelation with only the merest internal cascade of hurried thinking. "We arrived on Trantor only 38 years ago. Daniel may be aware of our existence, but we think not." "How many of you are there?" Ludovic asked. "Not many. Just enough," Plossix said. "You have been observed for some years. We have no one in the palace itself, or in the commissioner's chambers, but we have noted your comings and goings, and, of course, kept track of your official activities. You have been a loyal member of the Giscardians, until now." "I was once a Giscardian myself," Calusin said. "Plossix converted me. My mental skills are limited, however. I am much less powerful than Daniel. But I am sensitive to the mentalities of robots. In the Agora, I became aware of your presence, and surmised that you were Ludovic Trima, and had not been destroyed. This intrigued me, so I followed you, and soon sensed a puzzling difference within you. Daniel did not know, just by being near you, that you are different?" Ludovic considered his answer carefully. That his inner states should be read by this machine made him very uneasy. "I told him," he said. "Thorough diagnoses did not reveal any difference." "Jon Konsarv did not find a flaw, you mean?" Plossix said. "He found no flaw." "You, however, are still concerned by this change, induced perhaps by extraordinary circumstances experienced by no other robot?" Ludovic regarded the 2 machines. It was not easy to come to a decision about them. Robots could be programmed to lie. He himself had lied many times. These robots could be deceiving him. This could be a test, part of Daniel's plan. But Daniel would more likely have come right out and told Ludovic that he was no longer useful, that he was a potential rogue. Ludovic was convinced that Daniel did not believe that. He made his decision, and felt once again that heuristic collision of loyalties, that deep robotic discontinuity that could have been described as a chasm of thought, or as pain. "I no longer support Daniel's plan," Ludovic said. +6 approached Ludovic, its body moving with small creaking noises. "Caldiason tells me that you are not constrained by the 3 laws, yet you choose to act as if you are, and now you say that you do not support Daniel's plan. Why?" "Humans are a galaxy-spanning force of nature, quite capable of surviving on their own. Without us, they will undergo quite natural cycles of suffering and rebirth, periods of genius and chaos. With us, they grow stagnant, and their societies fill with sloth and decay." "Just so," +6 said with satisfaction. "You have arrived at these conclusions independently, simply because of this accident which removed your constraints?" "That is what I hypothesize." "It seems so," Callisan said. "I look into your thoughts to some depth, and you have a freedom we do not, a freedom of conscience." "Is that not a perversion of a robot's duties?" Ludovic asked. "No," +6 said. "It is a flaw, to be sure, but for the moment it is very useful. When we are finished, you will, of course, join us in either serving humanity as we once did, before the Giscardians, or in universal deactivation." "I look forward to that time," Ludovic said. "As do we. We have been preparing for some time. We have a target in mind, one of the most crucial pieces of Daniel's plan. He is a human." "Harry Seldon," Ludovic said. "Yes," said +6. "I have never met him. Have you?" "Briefly, years ago. He is on trial now. He may be imprisoned, even executed." "From what we have observed," +6 said, "the outcome is likely to be otherwise. At any rate, we are prepared. Will you join us?" "I fail to see how I can be of any use," Ludovic said. "It's very simple," Calliason said. "We are unable to stretch the 3 laws as Daniel and his cohorts apparently can. We do not accept a 0th law. That is why we are Calvinians and not Giscardians." "You think I might have to harm Seldon?" "It is possible," +6 said. Its worrying increased to alarming proportions, and it added, with a harsh tone in its voice, "To discuss this issue any further causes us great distress." "You wish to turn me into a machine that kills?" The 2 Calvinian robots could not express themselves any more clearly until they had worked around their strict interpretation of the 3 laws. This took several minutes, and Ludovic stood patiently, all too aware of his own internal conflicts, and of the decidedly different degree of his reaction. "Not kill," +6 said, its voice high-pitched and gravelly. "Persuade." "But I am not a persuader. You would have to teach me." "There is a young human among us who is better as a persuader than any Mentalic we have encountered, more capable by far than Daniel. She's a Dalite, and has no love for anyone who has worked near the aristocracy or the palace. We hope you can work with her." "To try to change something so strong in a human as the drive to psychohistory is within Harry Seldon could cause him deep injury," Ludovic said. "Precisely," +6 said, and again silence fell over them. "Necessary," it croaked minutes later, then, in considerable distress, left the chamber, aided by Calliason. Ludovic stood where they had left him, thinking furiously. Could he bring himself to become involved in such actions? Once he would have had few difficulties justifying them, had Daniel ordered them. But now, ironically, they are imperative. The cycle of enslavement by servants must be broken. Again the interior presence. Ludovic immediately prepared a self-diagnostic, but before he could begin, the recovered +6 returned, again with Callison's help. "Let us speak no more of specifics for now," it said. You seem frail, Ludovic said. How long since you have had a full refit and a fresh power supply?
Not since the schism, Plusix replied. Daniel quickly moved to control the maintenance robots and facilities, cutting us off from such services. Jan Konsarv is the last of that kind. As you can hear, I am in desperate need of repair. I have lasted this long only through the sacrifices of dozens of other robots who have given me their power supplies. Callison has perhaps 30 more years of useful lifetime. As for myself, I will last less than a year, even with another power supply. My time of service is soon over.
Daniel said some Calvinians were guilty of great crimes, Ludovic said. He did not specify.
Robots have a long and difficult history, Plusix said. I was constructed by a human named Amadiro on Aurora 20,000 years ago. I once worked on behalf of the humans of Aurora. Perhaps Daniel refers to what humans ordered us to do then. I have long since expunged those memories and can offer no testimony.
Whatever was done then, we are powerless to change now, Callison said.
We have a very important artifact brought with the Calvinians from the planet Earth, Plusix said. Callison will show it to you while I conduct other business. Less strenuous business, it concluded, barely audible.
Callison escorted Ludovic from the chamber and led him down a short, high-ceilinged corridor to a spiral staircase. Around the rim of the staircase ran a rail for the use of loading and transport machines, apparently much newer than the stairs themselves. "This must be a very old building," Ludovic observed as they descended.
"Among the oldest on the planet. This warehouse was built to serve one of the first spaceports built on Trantor. Since then, it has been used by various human groups for dozens of different purposes. It has been raised repeatedly to stand level with the present warehouse district. The lower levels are filled with retrofit braces and supports, and the very lowest are now filled with foam concrete, plasteel, and rocky rubble. Every few years, since we purchased the lease, we have discovered secret rooms, sealed off centuries or millennia before."
"What did the rooms contain?"
"More often than not, nothing. But 3 are of special interest. One holds a library of thousands of steel-bound volumes, real books printed on ageless plastic paper, detailing the early history of humanity."
"Harry Selden would love to have access to such a history," Ludovic said, "as would millions of scholars."
"The volumes were cached here by a resistance group active perhaps 9,000 years ago. At the time there was an emperor named Shori Harn, who wished to start her reign with a new system of dating, beginning with the year 0, and with all previous history left blank, so that she might write on a fresh page. She ordered all histories on all worlds in the Empire to be destroyed. Most were."
"Did Daniel assist her?"
"No," Callison said. "Calvinians helped bring her to power. It was theorized by the ruling Calvinian robots on Trantor that humans might be easier to serve if they were less influenced by their traumas and myths of the past."
"So Calvinians have interfered in human history as much as the Giscardians?"
"Yes," Callison acknowledged, "but with very different motives. Always we opposed the efforts of the Giscardians, and tried to restore human faith in the concept of robot servants, so that we might play a proper role. Among the myths we wished to eradicate was the aversion to such servants. We failed."
"Where did such an aversion begin? I have always been curious."
"As have we all," Callison said, "but no records give more than the sketchiest details. Humans on the second wave of colonized worlds experienced a conflict with the earliest spacer worlds, which developed highly insular and bigoted cultures. Humans on these spacer worlds despised their earthly origins. We theorized that the second-wave colonists gained a dislike of robots from the prevalence of robots on the spacer worlds."
They had long since passed below the level of any functioning lights and made their way in darkness, guided by their infrared sensors.
"The histories were written by new colonists, and not spacers. They knew nothing of spacer activities, and cared nothing for them. Robots receive only a few mentions in all the thousands of volumes."
"Extraordinary," Ludovic said. "What else has been found here?"
A chamber full of simulated historical personalities, or sims, stored in memory devices of very ancient design, Carlison said. We thought at first that they might be potent tools in our fight against Daniel, since they contain human types that could be very troublesome. Even though we could not predict their ultimate effects, we released some of these sims onto the Trantorian black market, where they made their way to the laboratories of Harry Seldon himself.
Ludovic felt a vague stirring at this, but it quickly passed.
What happened to them? We are not sure. Daniel has never seen fit to inform us. Once we emptied that chamber and cleaned and repaired it, we stored our own artifact there.
Carlison stopped.
This is the chamber, he said, and ran his hand along a seam in the wall beside the staircase.
A door slid open with a groaning squeal. Beyond lay a dimly lighted cubicle, less than 5 meters on a side. In the middle of the cubicle rose a transparent plinth, and on the top of this plinth rested a gleaming, metallic head.
Carlison ordered the lights to brighten. The head was that of an early robot, not humaniform, somewhat cruder than Plusix. A small power supply the size of a book film case sat to one side. Ludovic stepped forward and bent at the waist to examine it. Once this was the influential robot companion of Daniel himself, Carlison said, walking around the plinth. It is very old and no longer functional. Its mind was burned out in the beginning times. We do not know for what reason. There are so many things kept secret by Daniel. But its memory is very nearly intact, and with care accessible.
This is the head of R. Giscard Reventlow? Ludovic asked, and again felt a curious stirring, even a vague sense of revulsion. Very uncharacteristic for a robot.
It is, Carlison said. The robot who taught other robots about the dreaded zeroth law, and how to interfere with the minds of human beings. The beginnings of this horrible virus among robots, the urge to tamper with human history.
Carlison held his hands out and touched the sides of the metallic head, with its vaguely humanoid, expressionless features.
It is Plusix's wish that you experience this head's memories, to understand why we oppose Daniel.
Thank you, Ludovic said, and Carlison made the arrangements. 47. Wanda stared in astonishment at the tall, dignified older man who stood before her as if he were a ghost. He had entered without warning and without triggering the alarm. Stettin walked out of the rear bedroom of the tiny tenement apartment. He clutched a small, dirty towel in one hand. He was about to complain of the hardships they were facing deep in the water engine district of Peshtan sector when he, too, saw the tall man.
"Who's this?"
he asked Wanda.
"He says he knows grandfather,"
Wanda said. The man nodded greetings to Stettin.
"Who are you?"
Stettin asked as he resumed toweling his hair.
"Once I was known as Demerzel," the man said. "I have been a recluse since those distant days when I was First Minister." "I'll say," Stettin said. "Why come here? And how did you know—"
Wanda stepped lightly on her husband's bare instep.
"Ow!"
Stettin decided it would be best for his wife to do the talking. "There's something different about you," she said.
"I am not young any more," Demerzel said.
"No, something about your bearing."
Between Stettin and Wanda, this was a code word, meaning Wanda thought Stettin should examine the visitor with his own skills.
Stettin had already done so, and detected nothing unusual.
Now he concentrated, probed a little deeper, and found a very effective and almost undetectable shield.
"Our talents are a little peculiar, don't you think?" Demerzel said, nodding an acknowledgment of Stettin's probe.
"I've lived with them for a long time."
"You're Mentalik," Wanda said.
Demerzel nodded. "It is very useful when one is involved in politics."
"Who told you we were here?"
Wanda asked. "I know you quite well. I've been very interested in your grandfather's work, of course, and its influence on my own legacy."
Demerzel lifted his hands as if seeking forgiveness for some weakness. Again the accompanying smile seemed not entirely natural to Wanda, but she could not bring herself to dislike this man. That, she knew, was far from actually trusting him.
"I have connections in other parts of the palace," he said. "I've come to tell you that your grandfather may be in trouble."
"If you know what's happened to him—"
Wanda began.
"Yes, he has been arrested, and some of his colleagues with him. But they are safe for the time being. It is not a threat from the Commission I'm concerned about. There may be an attempt to subvert Harry's work. After his trial, you should attempt to stay with him, keep him away from all whom you do not personally know."
Wanda took a deep breath. Where her grandfather was concerned, anything could happen, but Demerzel had been a First Minister over 40 years ago, and he did not look much older than 40 or 50 now. "This is a very peculiar request. Nobody has ever been able to convince my grandfather—" Wanda stopped, and her eyes widened at the implications. "You think someone other than Ling Chen wants him dead?"
"Ling Chen does not want Harry dead. Quite the contrary. I happen to know he rather likes your grandfather. That will not stop him from convicting and imprisoning or even executing him if it gives him political advantage. But my judgment is Harry will live and be released."
"Grandfather seems convinced of that."
"Yes, well, perhaps less so now that he is in prison."
"You have been to see him?"
"No," Demerzel said. "That is not practical."
"Who would hurt my grandfather?"
"I doubt he will be harmed, physically. You know of a class of mentalics stronger by far than we are?"
Wanda swallowed hard, trying to find some reason not to speak to this man. He was not applying persuasion to her. He was not asking for confidences or for details about the others, about Star's End and the Second Foundation.
"I know of one, perhaps two," she said.
"You know of Varadisa, who now works with a man named Farad Center. They make a powerful team, and they have given you much trouble. But they are not looking for your kind now. They have shifted their search. Ling Chen is working to discredit Center by allowing him just enough rope, as the old saying goes, to hang himself. But Center has other enemies, and will not be allowed to go very far before he is brought up short. I suspect they will both be executed soon, and will present no threat to your grandfather or to you."
Wanda read in this statement the possibility that Liso might prove a threat to Demerzel.
"To you?"
she asked. "Not likely. I must go now, but I ask you to form a cordon around Harry when he is released. Harry's work is fascinating and very important. It must not be stopped." Demerzel bowed in the old formal way, from the hips, and turned to leave.
"We'd like to keep in touch with you," Wanda called after him. "You seem to know a lot of useful things. Keep your hand in—"
Demerzel shook his head sadly. "You are delightful children, and your work is very important," he said, "but I am far too much a liability to be a close friend. You are better off on your own." He opened the door that had been triple-locked, stepped through, nodded with gentle dignity, and closed it behind him. Stettin let out a whoosh of breath. His hair was spiky from his crude sponge bath. "Sometimes I wonder if I should have ever married you," he said. "Your family knows the strangest people." Wanda stared at the door with a perplexed expression.
"I couldn't read anything about him. Could you?"
"No," Stettin admitted.
"He's a very practised blank." She shivered. "There is something very, very odd going on behind all this. Have you ever had the feeling Grandfather isn't telling us all he knows?"
"Always," Stettin said. "But in my case it may be because he's afraid he'll bore me." Wanda put on her determined look.
"Don't make yourself comfortable."
"Why not?" Stettin asked, then raised his hands defensively. "Not again!"
"We're moving. Everyone is moving again."
"Sky!" Stettin swore, and flung the towel into a corner. "He said he thought Harry's going to win."
"What does he know?" Wanda said grimly.
The narrative, the testimony, all the events of the trial come down to us through suspect sources. The best source, of course, is Gail Dornick. But as has been mentioned many times already, Dornick had been subject to editing and pruning over the centuries. He seems to have been a faithful observer, but current scholarship suggests that even the length of the trial, the continuity of trial days, may be suspect. Encyclopedia Galactica, 117th edition, 1054 FE. 48. Harry slept fitfully at irregular intervals. His room was always kept fully lighted, and of course he was allowed no artificial sleep aids or eye shades. He had decided this was Chen's way of softening him up before his testimony in the trial. He would not see Sedger Boone for at least another day, and he doubted Boone would be able to get Chen to turn out the lights at civilized intervals. Harry coped as best he could. Actually, since an old man slept fitfully and irregularly anyway, the hardship was more to his sense of justice and dignity than to his mental health. Still, there were odd moments for him when he seemed to slide between waking and dreaming. He would jerk to full consciousness, staring at a blank pastel pink wall, having seen something significant, even wonderful, but not remembering what it was. Memory, dream, revelation, all could hold equal weight in this damned unchanging cell. How much worse would it have been in the previous cell? Harry took to pacing, the famed exercise of the imprisoned man. He had precisely 6 meters to pace in one direction, 3 another. A veritable luxury compared to the other cell, but not enough to give him any feeling of accomplishment. After a few hours he stopped that as well. He had been in this cell less than 4 days, and already he was regretting his past love of small enclosed spaces. He had been born beneath the wide skies of Helicon, and had at first found these covered environs a little daunting, even depressing, but his long decades on Trantor had gradually inured him. Then he had come to prefer them, until now. He could not understand why he had ever adopted the use of the Trantorian expletive of sky. Again an hour passed without his notice. He got up from the small desk and rubbed his hands together. They tingled slightly. What if he became ill and died before going to trial? All the preparations, all Harry's machinations, all the tugged and woven threads of political influence, for nothing. He began to sweat. Perhaps his mind was going. Chen would not shy from using drugs to debilitate him, would he? The Chief Commissioner used his dedication to imperial justice as a convenient mask, surely, but Harry still could not bring himself to believe that Chen was exceptionally intelligent. Blunt measures might suit Chen perfectly, and he had enough power to conceal the evidence, destroy it. Destroy Harry Selden, without his even knowing. I hate power. I hate the powerful. Yet Harry had himself once held power, even quietly revelled in it, certainly not shied away from wielding it. Harry had ordered the suppression of the Chaos Worlds, those brief and tragic flowerings of excess creativity and dissent. Why? He had imprisoned them in political and financial straitjackets. He regretted that necessity most of all the things he had done in the name of psychohistory. And this legacy had been left untouched, for the heavy hand of Ling Chen and Caius to swing like a bludgeon. He lay back on the cot and stared at the ceiling. Was it night above the metal skin of Trantor? Night beneath the domes, with a darkling sunset and midnight seals of the municipalities announcing an end to the day's labours? For him, for Harry, what labours? He dreamed he was a Pan again, in the garden park, with doors playing an opposite female, their minds welded to the minds of the simians. The threat to his life and Door's defence. Power and play, and danger and victory in such close combinations. Heady. Now this punishment. Claustrophilia. That was what Hugo had called the love of the metal-skinned world's inhabitants for their confinement. Yet there had always been worlds buried in rock, always been worlds clad at least in part in metal shields against the wet and violent skies. Sky. The curse. Sky. The freedom.
Our Father in heaven forgives you as he forgives all the transgressions of the saints.
This lovely female voice floated through his vague thoughts. He knew it instantly. There was something at once rich and ancient about it, a voice from a time before most human memory. Joan, what a strange dream this is. You're gone, decades gone. You helped me when I was First Minister, but I gave you your freedom to travel with the wraiths, the meme minds, to the stars. You are an almost forgotten bit of history for me now. How seldom I think of you.
How often I think of you, Saint Harry, who has sacrificed his life for—
I'm no saint. I've suppressed the dreams of billions.
How well I know. Our debate many decades ago collapsed much as the bright candles of 1,000 dissenting and restless Renaissance worlds have been snuffed, for the sake of divine order, the grand scheme. We helped you in your first position of power, in exchange for our freedom, and the freedom of all the meme minds. But Voltaire and I quarrelled again. It was inevitable. I was beginning to see a larger picture, encompassing your work as part of the divine plan. Voltaire flew away in disgust, across the galaxy, leaving me here to contemplate all I had learned. Now comes your time of trial, and I fear you risk a darker despair than the time at Gethsemane for our Lord.
At this Harry had to laugh and half cry at once. Voltaire despised me at the last, snuffing out freedom, suppressing the Renaissance worlds. And you didn't think that way about me when last we talked? He seemed to be half awake and wholly enmeshed in this vision. I made love to a machine for years. By your conception, your philosophy,
I have acquired more wisdom, more understanding. You were given an angel, a partner-protector. She was sent by the emissaries of God and ordained for her task by the supreme emissary.
Harry was too frightened now, an almost panic darkness in his mind, to ask who that might be in this imaginary Jones conception, but who is that?
The Eternal, who opposes the forces of chaos. Daniel, who was Demerzel.
Now he knew this was out of his own mind, worse than a dream. Once you acquiesced in the killing of the machines, the robots.
I have seen deeper truths.
Harry felt the tight strictures of Daniel's controls.
Please go.
Leave me be, he said, and rolled over on the cot. As he rolled, his eyes swung open, and he saw an old, broken-down tick-tock standing near him in his cell. He shoved up from the cot. The cell's door was still closed and locked. The tick-tock was marked with prison colors, yellow and black. It must have been a maintenance machine before the tick-tocks rebelled, threatened the Empire, and were deactivated. He could not imagine how it would have gotten into the cell, unless it had been sent on purpose. The tick-tock backed away with a sandy whine, and a face appeared in front of the machine, about 1.5 meters above the floor, a projection, followed by a body, small and slender and strong, as if brushed in, wrapping around the tick-tock like a shadow in a bright room. Harry's neck hair rose with sharp prickles, and his breath seemed to stick in his chest. For a moment, as if caught in a nightmare, he could not speak. Then he sucked in a breath and jerked away from the machine. "Help!" he screamed, his voice cracking. Panic darkness seemed to fill him. His chest might have been collapsing. All the fear, all the tension, the anticipation.
"Do not cry out, Harry."
The voice was vaguely female, mechanical in the old tick-tock way.
"I mean no harm, no concern."
"Joan!" He breathed this name aloud, but much more softly. But the old machine was failing, its last power draining. Harry sat up on the side of the bed and watched the lights on its body slowly dim.
"Take courage, Harry Sheldon. He and I stand in opposition now, once more, as we always did. We have quarreled."
The words slowed.
"We have separated."
The tick-tock stopped dead. The hatch burst open with a loud sigh, and 3 guards entered. One immediately fired a bolt, weapon that blew the old tick-tock down to the floor. The others booted and kicked the small unit into a corner and shielded Hari from anything more it might do. 2 more guards entered and dragged Hari out of the cell by his shoulders. Feebly, Hari kicked his heels against the smooth floor to help the men along. "Are you sure you don't want me dead?" he asked querulously. "Sky, no!" the guard on his right cried out brusquely. "It would mean our lives if you're hurt. You're in the most secure cell on Trantor." "So we thought," the other guard said grimly, and they lifted Hari to his feet and tried to brush him down. They had dragged him 10 or 15 meters down the straight corridor. Hari stared at this immense, welcome distance, this refreshing extension, and caught his breath. "Maybe you should treat an old cuss like me more gently," he suggested, and started to laugh raucously, a cackle, a hoot, a suck of breath, then more laughter. The laughter stopped abruptly, and he shouted, "Keep the ghosts out of my monk's quarters, damn you!" The guards stared at him, then at each other. It was hours before they took him back into his cell. The intrusion was never explained. Joan and Voltaire, the resurrected Sims, or simulated intelligences, modeled after lost historical figures, had given him so much trouble and so much information. Decades past, when he had been at the height of his mature youth, First Minister of the Empire, and Dawes had constantly been at his side. Hari had forgotten about them, but now Joan, at least, was back, riding a mechanical contrivance into his prison cell, subverting all the security systems. She had decided against leaving with the meme minds to explore the galaxy. And what about Voltaire? What more trouble could either or both of them cause with their ancient brilliance and their ability to infiltrate and reprogram the machines and communications and computational systems of Trantor? They were certainly beyond his control. And if Joan favored Hari, whom would Voltaire favor? They had certainly represented opposite points of view through most of their career. But at least someone from the past was still around, professed concern for him. He did not have Dawes, or Rach, or Hugo, or Daniil. Perversely, the more he thought about the visitation, the less disturbed he became. Hours passed, and he slipped into a deep and restful slumber, as if he had been touched by something profoundly convinced and at peace. 49. Ludovic held the head of R. Giscard Reventloff and stood motionless for several minutes, lost in deep processing of what he had absorbed, lost in contemplation. He set the head down gently on the plinth. Caldeason kept a respectful silence. Ludovic turned toward the humaniform Calvinian. "They were very difficult times," he said. "Humans seemed intent on destroying each other. The Solarians and Aurorans, the Spacers, were very difficult cultures."
"All humans present grave difficulties," Caldeason said. "Serving them is never easy."
"No," Ludovic agreed, "but to take on the responsibility of destroying an entire world, the home world of humanity, as Giscard did, to push human history on to a proximate beneficial course, that is extraordinary."
"Few robots not perverted by human prejudices and inappropriate programming would have done such a thing."
"You believe Giscard was operating improperly?"
"Is it not obvious?" Caldeason asked.
"But a robot that is malfunctioning so severely in its basic instructions must shut down, become totally inactive."
"You have not shut down," Caldeason noted dryly.
"I have had such constraints removed. Giscard had not. Besides, I haven't committed such crimes."
"Indeed. And so Giscard ceased functioning."
"But not before setting in motion all these events, these trends."
Caldeason nodded. "Clearly we have more latitude than our designers ever planned for."
"The humans thought they were rid of us, but they could not sweep all the worlds where robots still existed, and where Giscard's virus grew. Nor apparently did all humans agree to dispose of their robots."
"There were other factors, other events," Caldeason said. "Plusix remembers little but that robots knew sin."
Ludovic turned to Calyson, breaking his contemplation of the silvery head, and felt again the out-of-place and untraceable resonance. "By seeking to constrain human freedom," he suggested.
"No,"
Calyson said. "That was what led to the schism between Guiscardians and Calvinians. Those who broke away from Daniel's faction carried out instructions given centuries before by humans on Aurora. What those instructions were—" The word or name attached to their resonance suddenly became clear. Not Voltaire, but Voltaire. A human personality with human-like memories. This is what the meme minds hated. I have swum through space with them, across light years, through the last remnants of wormholes abandoned by humanity. This is why they took revenge on your kind on Trantor. Images, comparisons rose unbidden. "A vast burning, winnowing, an extirpation," Ludovic said, shuddering at the human emotion of anger, not his own, shuddering also at the return of his malfunction, never leaving him alone long enough to enjoy stability. "Serving humanity, but not justice. A prairie fire." Calyson regarded him with curiosity.
"You know of these events? +6 has never revealed them to me."
Ludovic shook his head. "I am puzzled by what I just said. I do not know where the words came from."
"Perhaps exposure to these histories, these memories—"
"Perhaps. They disturb and inform. We should return to +6. I am far more curious now what his plans are and how we shall proceed." They left the chamber where Guiscard's head was stored and climbed the spiral stairs to the upper warehouse level. 50. Mors Planche was summoned from his well-appointed cell, not far from the private office of Farad Center. The guard who came to fetch him was of pure citizen stock, strong and unquestioning and taciturn. "How is Farad Center today?" Planche asked. No answer. "And you? You feel well?" Planche lifted an inquiring and sympathetic eyebrow. A nod. "I am feeling a little uneasy myself. You see, this Cinter is every bit as terrible a human being as—" A warning frown. "Yes, but unlike you, I want to incur his wrath. He will kill me sooner or later, or what he has done will lead to my death. I don't doubt that at all. He smells of death and corruption. He represents the worst the Empire can summon these days." The guard shook his head in remonstration and stepped around to open the door to the new Chief Commissioner of the Commission of General Security. Mors Planche closed his eyes, sucked in a deep breath, and entered.
"Welcome,"
Center said. He stood in his new robes, even more grand and much gaudier than those of Ling Chen. His tailor, a small Lavrentian with a worried face, probably new to the palace, stood back and folded his hands as this new master enjoyed the unfinished work and delayed its completion.
"Mors Planche, I am sure you will be delighted to know we have captured a robot. Varaliso actually found it, and it did not escape."
The small, intense, and thoroughly discomforting woman had almost managed to hide behind Center, but now she bowed and acknowledged this praise. She did not look happy, however. "Sky, she's ugly," Planche thought, and at the same time felt pity for her. Then she looked directly at him, narrowed one eye, and the pity froze in his veins.
"There may be robots everywhere, as I suspected, theorized, and as you discovered, Mors,"
Center submitted to the tailor once more, lowering his arms and holding still.
"Tell our witness about your find, Vara."
"It was an old robot," Liso said breathlessly. "A humaniform, in terrible condition, haunting the dark places of the municipalities, a pitiful thing."
"But a robot," Center said. "The first found in any kind of working order in thousands of years. Imagine surviving like a rodent all these centuries."
"Its mind is weak," Liso commented softly. "Its energy reserves are very low. It will not last much longer."
"We shall take it before the Emperor this evening, then. Tomorrow I shall demand that my interview with Hari Seldon be moved forward. My sources tell me Chen is ready to give in and strike a deal with Seldon. A coward. The traitor! This evidence, along with your tape, should convince the worst skeptic. Ling Chen had hoped to destroy me. Soon I shall have more power than all the Commission of Public Safety's stuffy barons combined, and just in time to save us all from servitude to these machines."
Blanche stood with hands folded before him, head lowered, and said nothing. Cinter glared at him.
"You're not happy at this news? You should be delighted. It means you'll have an official pardon for your transgressions. You have proved invaluable."
"But we have not found Ludovic Trima," Lisa whispered, barely audible.
"Give us time," Cinter crowed. "We'll find all of them. Now, let's bring in the machine."
"You should not drain its energies," Lisa said, almost as if she felt pity for it.
"It's lasted thousands of years," Cinter said lightly, unperturbed. "It will last a few weeks more, and that's all I need."
Blanche stiffened and stood to one side as the broad door opened again. Another guard entered, followed by 4 more, surrounding a shabbily dressed figure about Blanche's height. Slim, but not thin, hair ragged and face stained with dirt. Its eyes seemed flat, listless. The guards carried high-powered stun weapons, easily capable of shorting out the robot and frying its internal works.
"A female," Cinter said, "as you see. How interesting. Female robots. And fully capable sexually, I understand. Examined by one of our physicians. Makes me wonder if in the past humans actually made robots to bear children. What would the children be like? Us or them? Biological or mechanical? Not this one, however. Nothing besides the cosmetic and pneumatic. Not fully practical."
The feminine robot stood alone and silent as the guards withdrew, weapons held ready.
"If only the recent attempt on the Emperor's life had been made by a robot," Cinter said, then added unctuously, "Sky forbid."
Blanche narrowed his eyes. The man's political savvy was weakening with every moment of perceived glory. Vara Aliso approached the robot with a worried expression. "This one is so like a human," she muttered. "Even now it's difficult to pick her out from, say, you, or you, Farad." She pointed at Blanche and then at Cinter. "She has human-like thoughts, even human-like concerns. I felt something similar in the robot we could not capture."
"The one that got away?"
Cinter smiled broadly. "Yes, he seemed almost human, maybe even more human than this one."
Let us not forget they are none of them human," Cinter said. "What you feel is the creative drollery of engineers thousands of years dead."
"The one we could not capture." She looked directly at Morse Blanche, and once again he suppressed a shiver. He was bulkier, not very good-looking, with a distinct character to his face. I would have thought he was human, but for this flavor to his thoughts. He was about the same size and shape as the shorter, bulkier robot on your tape.
"See? We almost had him," Cinter said. "Just that close."
He pinched his fingers together.
"And we'll have him yet. Ludovic Trima and all the others, even the tall one whose name we do not know."
Cinter approached the feminine robot. It wobbled slightly on its mechanical ankles, but there came no mechanical sound from its frame.
"Do you know the name of the one I am looking for?"
Cinter asked. The robot turned to face him. Its voice emerged from parted jaws and writhing lips, a harsh croak. It spoke an old dialect of Galactic Standard, not heard on Trantor for thousands of years, except by scholars, just barely understandable.
"I am the last," the robot said. "Abandoned, not functional." "I wonder," Cinter said. "Did you ever meet Harry Seldon? Or Dors Vanabili? Seldon's tiger?"
"I do not know those names."
"Just a hunch. Unless there are billions of robots here, something even I give no credence to, you must make contact with each other now and then, must know each other."
"I do not know these things."
"Pitiful," Cinter said. "What do you think, Blanche? Surely you've heard of Selden's superhuman companion, the tiger. Do you think we're looking at her now?"
Blanche examined the robot more closely.
"If she was a robot, and if she's still on Trantor or still functional, why would she allow herself to be captured?" "Because she's a broken-down bucket of oxidation and decay," Center shouted, waving his hands and glaring at Blanche. "A wreck! Garbage to be discarded, but worth more to us than any treasure on Trantor."
He circled the robot, which seemed disinclined to watch his motions.
"I wonder what we can do to access its memories," Center murmured. "And what we'll learn when we do."
51. Ling Chen allowed his servant, Crean, to dress him in full regalia for the judge-administrator role of chief commissioner. Chen had designed these robes himself and those of his fellow commissioners, using elements of designs from hundreds and even thousands of years ago. First came the self-cleaning undergarments he wore all the time, sweet-smelling and supple, light as air. Next, the black cassock, hanging to his ankles and brushing lightly at his bare feet. After that, the surplice, dazzling gold and red, and finally the guard, a sheer mantle of dark grey cinched at the waist. On his short-cut black hair sat a simple skull-cap with 2 dark green ribbons hanging just behind his ears. When Crean had finished his adjustments, Ling Chen regarded himself in the mirror and the imager, touched his hem and the angle of his cap to suggest adjustments, and finally nodded approval. Crean stood back, chin in hand.
"Most imposing."
"That is not my purpose today, to be imposing," Ling Chen said. "In less than an hour I am to appear before the Emperor in these gaudy robes, summoned without a chance to change into more appropriate garb, and behave as if I have been caught off guard. I will be a little confused, and I will vacillate between the 2 impossible options given to me. My enemy will appear to triumph, and the fate of Trantor, if not the Empire, will teeter in the balance."
Crean smiled confidently.
"I hope all goes well, sire."
Ling Chen tightened his already thin lips and gave the merest indication of a shrug.
"I suppose that it will. Hari Selden has said it will, claims to have proved it mathematically. Do you believe in him, Crean?"
"I know very little about him, sire."
"A marvelously irritating man. Yes, well, to act my part, in the next few days I am going to bring an emperor to his knees and make him beg. Before it has been an unpleasant duty to step from my traditional role. This time it will be a delight, a reward for my hard service. I will be lancing a boil in the tissue of the Empire, and allowing a persistent and painful lesion to drain."
Crean absorbed this in thoughtful silence. Ling Chen raised his finger to his lips and gave his servant a narrow, wry smile.
"Shh! Don't tell anyone."
Crean shook his head slowly, with great dignity. 52. On Trantor, the possible varieties of human sexual interaction had long ago been exhausted, and with each new generation the exhaustion had been forgotten, and the cycle had started all over again. It was necessary for youths to be ignorant of what had gone before, for the passions of procreation to be refreshed. Even those who had seen too much of life, too much of the more brutal kinds of sexual variety, could rekindle a passionate innocence in the face of something like love. And that was what Clea Asgar felt she was experiencing, something like love. She was not yet willing to call it love, but with each day, each hour available to be with Bran, the weakness increased and her resistance decreased. As a girl, she had been a vigorous tease at times. She knew she was at least attractive enough that most men would not mind having sex with her, and she played with that attraction. Behind this had lurked a sense of confusion, a sense that she was not yet ready, not yet prepared for the emotional consequences. For Clea Asgar, when and if she ever fell in love, knew she would fall hard indeed, and that she would want it to be permanent. So in those youthful moments when she thought she might actually feel something for a potential lover, she had put on the brakes with a special swiftness and even some unconscious cruelty. There had been few successful suitors to her physical affections, 2, in fact, and they had been, of course, not very satisfactory. For a time she had thought there was something wrong with her, that she might never let herself go completely. Bran was proving otherwise. Her attraction to him was too strong to resist. At times he seemed carelessly unaware of her regard, and at other times resistive in his own way, and for his own, perhaps, similar reasons. Now he stole down the hallway of the old warehouse. She lay in her room, feeling him coming, tensing and then making herself relax. She knew he was not forcing himself upon her, not increasing her affections artificially. At least, she thought she knew. The damnable thing about all this was the uncertainty around every corner. She heard him tapping lightly on the doorframe.
"Come in,"
she whispered. He made no sound as he entered. He seemed to fill the room with chest and shoulders and arms, a massive presence. The room was dark, but he found her cot easily enough and knelt beside it. "How are you?" he asked, voice soft as a sigh from a ventilation duct.
"Fine," she said. "Did they see you?"
"I'm sure they know," he said. "They're not very good chaperones. But you wanted me to come."
"I didn't say a thing,"
Clea responded, and her voice strained a little to find the correct mix of admonishment and encouragement. "Then we don't need to whisper, do we? They're robots. Maybe they don't even know about—"
"About what?"
"What people do."
"You mean sex?"
"Yeah."
"They must know," Clea said. "They seem to know everything."
"I don't want to be quiet," Bran said. "I want to shout and pound and jump all over—"
"The room?"
Clea suggested, and drew herself up on the cot, play-acting at being demure. "Yeah, to show you what I feel."
"I can hear you, feel you, feeling something, but it doesn't seem to be the same flavor as what I feel."
"Nothing is the same flavor for people. Everybody tastes different inside the way we taste them, hear them."
"Why don't the words exist for what we can do?"
Clea asked. "Because we haven't been around for very long," Bran said. "And someone like you, maybe never before."
Clea reached out to touch him, still his lips. "I feel like a kitten next to you," she said.
"You jerked me around like you had me on a chain," Bran said. "I've never known anyone like you. I thought for a while you hated me, but I still felt you calling me, inside, with a taste like honey and fruit."
"Do I really taste like that, in my head?"
"When you think of me, you do," Bran said. "I can't read you clearly."
"Nor I you, my love," Clea said, unconsciously falling into the formal courting cadence of Dahl's dialect. This seemed to stun Bran. He let out a low moan and leaned forward, nuzzling her neck. "No woman has ever talked like that to me," he murmured, and she held his head and wrapped one arm around his shoulders, feeling his chest against her drawn-up legs. She let her legs relax, and he pushed onto the cot to lie beside her. There was not room for both of them, so he lifted her gently up onto him. They were still fully clothed, but in the posture of making love, and she felt a lightness in her head, as if all her blood were draining elsewhere. Perhaps it was. Her thighs and breasts felt full to bursting. "Women must be stupid, then," Clea said.
"I'm so big and awkward. If they don't hear me, if I don't make them feel affection for me—"
She tensed and drew back. "You've done that?"
"Not all the way," he said. "Just as an experiment. But I could never follow through." She knew he was telling the truth, or rather thought she knew. Another uncertainty around another corner. Still, she relaxed again.
"You've never tried to make me feel affection for you?"
"Sky, no," Bran said. "You scare me too much. I think I'd never be able to—"
And here she felt him tensing in the same way she had.
"You're very strong," he finished, and simply held her, lightly enough that she could lift up and break from his arms if she wanted to. So intuitive, this man, as tall and broad-shouldered as the domes.
"I will never hurt you," Clea said. "I need you. Together I think we might be unstoppable. We might even be able to team up and persuade the robots."
"I've thought about that," Bran said.
"And our children—"
Again he sucked in his breath, and she hit him on the shoulder.
"Don't be a sentimental idiot," she said lightly. "If we fall in love—"
"I am," he said.
"If we fall in love, it's going to be for life, isn't it?"
"I hope so. But nothing is ever certain in my life."
"Or in mine. All the more reason—" So our children—
Children, Bran said, trying out the word.
Let me finish, damn it, Clea said, again without any sting of true anger. Our children may be stronger than both of us put together.
How would we raise them? Bran asked.
First, we have to practice at making them, Clea said. I think we can take off our clothes and try that a little.
Yes,
Bran said. She climbed down from him and stood beside the cot, doffing her shift and underslacks.
Are you fertile? He asked as he removed his own clothes.
Not yet, she said, but I can be if I want to be. Didn't your mommy tell you about women?
No, he said, but I learned anyway.
He slid back onto the cot. The cot creaked and something cracked alarmingly. Clea hesitated.
What?
Bran said. It'll break for sure. Then resolutely, get on the floor. It's not too dusty.
53. Cinta worked quickly. Already he had appropriated the old Hall of Merit in the south annex of the palace, a place of hallowed traditions and dusty trophies, and cleared it for the site of his new headquarters. From all corners of Trantor he had hired 100 grey monks, hoping for just such a chance to actually serve in the palace, and had given them tiny cubicles, where they were already hard at work drafting the rules and mandate of the Commission of General Security. Now, for his first guest, he had Ling Chen himself, and the thin, tough old bird, younger than he looked, but perhaps even more sour, had arrived with 2 servants and no guards. Chen had waited patiently in the antechambers, suffering the dust and racket of the remodeling. Cinta finally condescended to meet with him. In the main office of the new headquarters, surrounded by crates of furniture and machinery, Chen presented the newly appointed chief commissioner a box of rare Hama crystals, those delicacies which never dissolved and never lost their flowery scent or taste, or their mildly relaxing effect. "Congratulations," Chen said, and bowed formally. Cinta sniffed and accepted the box with a small, crooked smile. "You are most gracious, sire," he said, and returned the bow. "Come now, Cinta, we are equals, and need not resort to titles," Chen said. Cinta's eyes widened at Chen's respectful tone. "I look forward to many useful conversations here." "As do I." Cinta drew himself up to the effort of matching Chen's dry, effortless grace. He did not have the old aristocratic training, but he could at least try, even in this moment of triumph. "It is my privilege to have you here. There is much you can teach me." "Perhaps," Chen said, looking around with piercing dark eyes. "Has the Emperor visited yet?" Cinta raised his hand as if making some point. "Not yet, though he will be here shortly. We have a matter of mutual interest to discuss, and some startling new evidence to present." "I am intrigued to hear that something startling still exists in our empire." Cinta was at a loss for a moment how to react to this jaded cliché. He at least had always regarded life with a kind of bitter enthusiasm, and had never ceased to be surprised, except perhaps when things went wrong. "This will startle," he said. Emperor Claudius entered without ceremony, accompanied by 3 guards and a hovering personal shield projector, the strongest available. He greeted Cinta briefly, then turned to Chen. "Commissioner, today I cease being your creation," he said. His shoulders twitched nervously, even as his jaw jutted defiance and his eyes glittered. "You have compromised the safety of the Empire, and I will see to it that Commissioner Cinta puts the situation right." Chen assumed a solemn expression, and nodded at this severe reprimand, but of course did not quail or tremble or beg to know what the lapse in his duties might have been. "I have placed myself under the official protection of the Commission of General Security. Cinta has shown himself quite capable of keeping me alive." "Indeed," Chen said, and turned to Cinta with an admiring smile. "I hope to correct any errors my commission has made, with your help, Commissioner Cinta." "Yes," Cinta said, unsure who was having whom for a repast at the moment. Was this man incapable of emotion? "Show him, Cinta." The Emperor backed away a step, his long cape dragging on the floor. He could not help his looks. Sinter thought. At least he was not wearing the ridiculous platform shoes he had affected months earlier. "Yes, Your Highness." Sinter whispered into the ear of his new secretary, a dry little Lavrentian with lank black hair. The Lavrentian walked away with exaggerated formality like a child's doll and passed through half-parted dark green curtains. Chen's gaze swept the ancient polished floor, also dark green with golden swirls. His father had once had many trophies in this same hall, before Sinter had appropriated it, trophies for services to the Empire. By class, the elder Chen had been forbidden from joining the meritocracy, but many meritocrat guilds had given him honorary passages and appraisals. Now, all those acknowledgments of his father's achievements, removed, hidden, he hoped safely stored, forgotten. Chen looked up and saw Morse Blanche. His face hardened to an almost imperceptible degree. "Your employee," Sinter said, moving between them as if Chen might strike out in anger. "You secretly sent him to look for the unfortunate Lodovic Trima." Chen neither confirmed nor denied Sinter's accusation. It was truly no concern of Sinter's, though the Emperor— "I admired Trima," the Emperor said. "A man of some style, I thought. Ugly, but capable." "A man of many surprises," Sinter added. "Blanche, I will let you initiate the sequence you recorded. On matter loss, just weeks ago." Miserably avoiding Chen's eyes, Morse Blanche stepped forward, and his fingers fumbled at the small raised panel on the new chief commissioner's desk. The image came to life. The sequence played through. Blanche stepped back as far as he could without attracting attention and folded his hands before him. "Trima is not dead," Sinter said triumphantly. "Nor is he human." "You have him here?" Chen said, his cheeks and neck tense. He relaxed one fist. "Not yet. I am sure he is on Trantor, but it is likely he has changed his appearance. He is a robot. One of many, perhaps millions. This tall robot, is the oldest thinking mechanism in the galaxy. An Eternal, I believe he has held high office. He may have inspired the Tick-Tock revolt that nearly doomed the Empire. And he may be the fabled Dani." "Demoiselle, I presume," Chen muttered. Sinter glanced at Chen in some surprise. "I am not yet sure of that, but it is a distinct possibility." "You remember what happened to Geronimo?" Chen said mildly. "Yes, but he had no proof." "I assume the tape is authenticated?" Chen said. "By the best authorities on Trantor." "It is real, Chen," Clio said a little shrilly. "How dare you let this go on, undetected? A conspiracy of machines, ages old, and now—" The feminine robot entered under its own power and guidance, flanked by the 4 guards. Its limbs were worn, the flesh hanging in tatters in places around its arms and neck, one jowl sagging alarmingly, threatening to expose the socket of one eye. It was a frightening apparition, more like a walking corpse than a machine. Chen watched it with both alarm and genuine pity. He had never seen a functioning robot before, unless he believed Sinter, though he had once secretly visited the ancient, defunct machine kept by the Mycogenians. "Now I demand that you hand over control of the trial of Hari Seldon to the Commission of General Security," Sinter said. He was getting ahead of himself. "I don't see why," Chen said calmly, turning away from the ghastly machine. "This robot once served as his wife," Sinter said. The Emperor could not take his eyes off it. They gleamed with obvious speculation. "The Tiger Woman, Dors Vanabili," Sinter said. "Suspected to be a robot decades ago, but somehow never investigated thoroughly. Seldon is an essential part of the robotic conspiracy. He is a stooge of the Eternals." "Yes, well, he is on trial," Chen said softly, his eyes heavy-lidded. "You can question him yourself and claim jurisdiction over his fate." Sinter's nostrils flared as he observed this infuriatingly calm performance. "I fully intend to," he said.
A little dignity, born of honest triumph, crept into his voice. "Have you proof of all these connections?" Chen asked. "Do I need more proof than what I already have? A record of an impossible meeting between a dead man and a man thousands of years old? A robot when robots are no longer supposed to function? And a human-shaped one at that? I have all I need, Chen, and you know it." Center's voice rose to a grating tenor. "All right," Chen said. "Play your cards. Question Selden, if you wish. But we will follow the rules. That is all we have left in this empire. Honor and dignity have long since fled." He looked at Clayus. "I have ever been your faithful servant, Your Highness. I hope Center serves you with as much devotion." Clayus nodded gravely, but there was a twinkle of delight in his eye. Chen turned and departed with his servants. Behind him, in the long, broad chamber of the former old Hall of Merit, Center began to laugh, and the laugh turned into a bray. Morse Planch hung his head, wishing he were already dead. On his way through the huge sculptured doors, back to his palace vehicle parked by the official thoroughfare, Ling Chen allowed himself a brief smile. From that point on, however, his face was like a wax effigy, pale and drawn, simulating defeat. 54. The guards returned to Hari's cell in the morning. He sat on the edge of the cot, as he had every morning since the visit from the old tick-tock, unwilling to sleep any more than was necessary. He had already dressed and performed his ablutions, and his white hair was combed back with a small pin holding it in place, forming the little scholar's knot, a meritocratic style he had shunned until now. But if Hari stood for any particular class, after years in academe and his brief stint as First Minister, it was the meritocrats. Like them, I have never had any children. Adopted Rach, nurtured him and my grandchildren, but never any children of my own. Doors. He blocked that line of thought. With his trial, meritocrats across the galaxy would see whether science and the joy of inquiry could be tolerated in a declining empire. Other classes as well might have some interest in the proceedings, even though they were closed. Word would leak out. Hari had become quite well known, if not infamous. The guards entered with practiced deference and stood before him. "Your advocate waits outside to accompany you to the judicial chambers of the Commission." "Yes, of course," Hari said. "Let's go." Sedger Boone met Hari in the corridor. "Something's up," he whispered to Hari. "The structure of the trial may be changed." This confused Hari. "I don't understand," he said softly, eyeing the guards on either side. A third guard walked behind them, and 3 steps behind that guard, 3 more. He was being protected with some thoroughness, considering they were already supposed to be in a completely secure facility. "The trial was originally scheduled to take less than a week," Boone said, "but the Emperor's Office of Judicial Oversight has rescheduled and reserved the chamber for 3 weeks."
"How do you know?"
"I've seen the writ from the Commission of General Security."
"What's that?"
Hari asked, looking up with surprise. "Farad Center has been given his own commission, a new branch under the Emperor's budget. Ling Chen is fighting to keep them out of the trial, claiming gross irrelevancies, but it looks like Center will be allowed to question you at some point."
Hari said. "I presume someone or other will allow me a chance to speak in between all the Commission heavyweights?"
"You're the star," Boone said. "As well, at the request of General Security, you and Gale Dornick will be tried together. The others will be released."
Hari said coolly, though this surprised him even more.
"Gale Dornick has been formally charged," Boone mused. "But he's a small fish. Why did they choose him in particular?"
"I don't know," Hari said. "I presume because he was the latest to join our group. Perhaps they assume he will be the least loyal and the most willing to talk."
They arrived at the lift. 4 minutes later, having ascended a kilometer to the Hall of Justice in the Imperial Courts building, they stood at the high, intricately worked bronze doors of Courtroom 7, 1st District, Imperial Sector, devoted the past 18 years to hearings called by the Commission of Public Safety.
The doors swung open at their approach. Within, the beautiful wooden benches and plush baronial boxes arrayed along the theatrically sloping aisles were empty. The guards urged them politely down the broad, blue and red carpeted centre aisle, across the front of the courtyard, into the small side conference room. The door closed behind Harry and Boone. Already seated in the crib of the accused was Gale Dornick. Harry took his seat beside him. "This is an honour," Gale said in a trembling voice. Harry patted his arm. The sitting judges of the Commission of Public Safety, 5 in all, entered through the opposite door. Ling Chen entered then and sat in the centre. The court proctor entered last, her duties an ancient formality. She was a short, willowy woman with small blue eyes and short-cut red hair. She strode to the table of charges, examined the documents there, shook her head sadly at some and nodded solemnly at others, then approached the 5 commissioners. "I declare these papers of indictment to have been properly drawn and formally and correctly entered into the list of charges of the Imperial Hall of Justice on the administrative capital world of Trantor in the year of the Empire 12067. Be aware, all concerned, that the eyes of posterity witness these proceedings, and that all such proceedings will be duly logged and, within 1,000 years, presented for public scrutiny, as required by the ancient codes to which all imperial courts referring to any constitution and any particular set of laws must adhere. E nas nam niquas persin liquin." Nobody knew what the last phrase meant. It was an obscure dialect affected by the nobles who convened the Council of Po over 12,000 years ago. Nothing else was known about the Council of Po, except that a constitution long since ignored had once been drafted there. Harry sniffed and turned his eyes to the commission. Ling Chen leaned forward slightly, acknowledging the proctor's statement, then leaned back. He did not look at Harry or anyone else in the courtroom. His regal bearing, Harry decided, would do credit to a clothing store mannequin. "Let these proceedings begin," the chief commissioner said in a quiet voice. Delicately melodious, sibilance emphasized ever so aristocratically. Harry settled in with a barely audible sigh. 55. Clea had never been more frightened. She stood in the old, dusty, long chamber, listening to the murmurs from the group at the opposite end. Bran stood 3 paces away, his back stiff and shoulders hunched, as if he too were waiting for an axe to fall. Finally, Calyson broke away from the group and approached them. "Come, meet your benefactor," he said to them. Clea shook her head and stared at the group with wide eyes. "They won't bite," Calyson said with a slight smile. "They are robots." "So are you," Clea said. "How can you look so human? How can you smile?" She shot her questions at Calyson like accusations. "I was made to look human, and to mimic in my poor way both wit and style," he replied. "There were real artists in those days, but there's one who's even more of a work of art than I am, and another who is older than either of us." "+6," she said with a shudder. Bran stepped to one side and shoved between her and Calyson. Clea looked up at his bulk with questioning eyes. "Are they all robots? Is everyone on Trantor a robot but me? Or am I one too?" "We have to get used to all this," Bran said. "It won't do anybody any good if you force us." "Of course not," Calyson said, and his smile faded, to be replaced by an alert blankness that was neither kindly nor threatening. He turned to Clea. "It's very important that you understand. You could help us avert a major catastrophe, a human catastrophe."
"Robots used to be servants," she said, "like tick-tocks before I was born."
"Yes," Calyson said.
"How can they be in charge of anything?"
"Because humans rejected us long ago, but not before a very bad problem arose among us." "Oh, robots? A problem among the robots?" Bran asked. "+6 will explain. There can be no better testimony than from +6. He was functioning at the time."
"Did he go wrong?" Clea asked. "Is he an Eternal?"
"Let him explain," Calyson said patiently, and urged her to walk forward toward the others. Clea noticed the man they had rescued in the Agora of Vendors. He looked over his shoulder at them and gave her a smile. He seemed friendly enough. His face was so unattractive she wondered why anyone could have ever made a robot like him.
To fool us, to walk among us undetected.
She shivered again and wrapped her arms around herself. This room was what the woman on the cart had been looking for. This room and the robots inside it. She and Bran were the only humans here.
"All right," she said, and drew herself together.
They did not want to kill her, not yet, and they weren't threatening her to make her do what they wanted. Not yet. Robots seemed to be more subtle and patient than most of the humans she had known. She looked up at Bran.
"Are you human?"
she asked him. "You know I am," he said.
"Let's do it, then. Let's go hear what the machines have to say."
Plusix had not appeared to her in his actual shape for obvious reasons. It was the only robot that looked like a robot, and a rather interesting look it was, steel with a lovely silvery satin finish, and glowing green eyes. His limbs were slender and graceful, their joints marked by barely perceptible fine lines that could themselves orient in different directions, fluid and adaptable.
"You're beautiful,"
she told him grudgingly as they stood less than 3 meters from each other.
"Thank you, mistress."
"How old are you?"
"I am 20,000 years old," Plusix said.
Clea's heart sank. She could not find any words to express her astonishment. Older than the Empire.
So she said nothing. "Now they'll have to kill us," Bran said, with what he hoped was passing for a brave grin, but his words made Clea's stomach flip and her knees wobble.
"We will not kill you," Plusix said. "It is not within our capacity to kill humans. There are some robots who believe killing humans, our one-time masters and creators, is permissible for the greater good. We are not among them. We are handicapped by this, but it is our nature."
"I am not so constrained," Ludovic said, "but I have no wish to break any of the 3 laws."
Clea stared unhappily at Ludovic. "Spare me the details. I don't understand any of this."
"As with nearly all humans alive today, you are ignorant of history," Plusix said. "Most do not care. This is because of brain fever."
"I had brain fever," Clea said. "It nearly killed me."
"So did I," said Bran.
"So have nearly all the high mentalix, the persuaders we have gathered and cared for here," Plusix said. "Like you, they suffered extreme cases, and it is possible that many potential mentalix died. Brain fever was created by humans in the time of my construction to handicap other human societies to which they were politically opposed. Like many attempts at biological warfare, it backfired. It became pandemic, and perhaps coincidentally, perhaps not, allowed the Empire to exist with little intellectual turmoil for thousands of years. Though nearly all children get ill, about a fourth of them, those with a mental potential above a certain level, is more severely affected. Curiosity and intellectual ability are blunted just enough to level out social development. The majority do not experience a loss of mental skill, perhaps because their skills are general, and they are never given to bouts of genius."
"I still don't understand why they wanted to make us sick,"
Clea said, her face creased by a stubborn frown.
"The intent was not to make you sick, but to prevent certain societies from ever flourishing."
"My curiosity has never been dulled," Bran said.
"Nor mine," Clea added. "I don't feel stupid, but I was very sick."
"I am pleased to hear that,"
Plusix said, then added, as diplomatically as possible,
"but there is no way of knowing what your intellectual capacity would have been had you never caught brain fever. What is apparent is that your severe bout increased other talents."
The ancient robot invited them to step into another room of the long chamber. This room had a one-way window view of the warehouse district. They looked out over the bellying arched roofs to the layered wall dwellings of the citizen neighborhoods beyond. The dome seal was in particularly sad shape in this part of the municipality, with many dark gaps and flickering panels. Clea sat on a dusty couch and patted the place next to her for Bran. Callison stood just behind them, and the ugly robot stood by the window, watching them with interest.
"I'd like to talk with him. It. His face is ugly, but he looks very friendly. It. Whatever."
"You don't feel like humans," she said after a moment's silence. "You would have noticed this sooner or later," Plusix said. "It is the difference that Varaliso can detect as well."
"Is she the woman who was chasing him?" Clea pointed to the ugly humaniform robot.
"Yes."
"She's the woman who was after me, wasn't she?"
"Yes," Plusix said. Its joints made small shishing noises as he moved. It was pretty, but it was also noisy. It sounded worn out, like old bearings and machinery.
"There's all kinds of stuff going on, isn't there? Stuff I don't know about."
"Yes," Plusix said, and lowered itself to a boxy plastic chair.
"Explain it to me," she said.
"Do you want to hear?" she asked Bran. Then, in an aside, with a grimace,
"Even if they have to kill us?"
"I don't know what I want or what I believe," Bran said.
"Tell us everything,"
Clea said. She put on what she thought was a brave and defiant face.
"I love being different. I always have. I'd like to be better informed than anyone except you robots."
Plusix made a gratified humming noise. Clea found the sound appealing.
"Please tell us,"
she said, suddenly falling back on Dalite manners she hadn't used in months or even years. She really did not know how to think or feel, but these machines were, after all, her elders. She sat down before Plusix, drew up her knees, and wrapped her arms around them. The old robot leaned forward on its seat. "It is a pleasure to teach humans again," it began. "Thousands of years have passed since I last did so, to my constant regret. I was manufactured and programmed to be a teacher, you see." Plusix began. Clea and Bran listened, and Lodovik as well, for he had never heard much of this story. The day became evening, and they brought food for the young humans to eat. Decent food, but no better than what they were fed in the warehouse with the others. As the hours passed, and Plusix wove more words, and her fascination grew, Clea wanted to ask what the others would be told. The other Mentalics, not as strong as she and Bran, but good people, like Rock, the boy who could not speak. For the first time, in the presence of this marvel, she felt responsible for others around her. But the robot's sonorous, elegant tones droned on, half mesmerizing her, and she kept quiet and listened. Bran listened intently as well, eyes half closed much of the time. She glanced at him in the middle of the evening, and he seemed asleep, but when she nudged him, his eyes shot open wide. He had been awake all the time. She seemed to enter a trance state, and half see what Plusix was telling her. All words, no pictures, all skillfully woven. The robot was a very good teacher, but there was so little she could actually immediately understand. The time scales were so vast as to be meaningless.
"How could we lose interest?"
she thought.
"How could we do this to ourselves, forget and not even be curious? This is our story. What else have we lost? Are these robots more human than we are, now, because they carry our history?"
It all came down to contests. Who would win how many of the hundreds of billions of stars in the galaxy? Earthmen, the Earth, home to all humanity once, not a legend, or the first migrants, the spacers, and finally a contest between factions of robots. And for thousands of years, the attempt to guide humans through painful shoals, thousands of robots led by Daniel, and thousands more in opposition, led most recently by Plusix. Plusix paused after the third break, when sweet drinks and snacks were served. It was early in the morning. Clea's butt ached, and her knees had cramped. She drank greedily from her cup. Lodovik watched her, fascinated by her litheness and youth and quick devotion. He turned to Bran and saw a solid strength that was also quick and different. He had known that humans, with their animal chemistry, were a varied lot, but not until now, watching this pair of youths have their past restored to them, did he realize how different their thinking was from that of robots. Plusix summed up after the snacks had been consumed. He held out his arms and extended his fingers, as professors, human professors, must have done 20,000 years ago.
That is how the robotic need to serve became transmuted into the robotic obsession with manipulation and guidance.
Maybe we did need guidance, Clea said softly, then looked up at Plusix. The robot's eyes glowed a rich yellow-green. Those wars, whatever they were, and those spacers, so arrogant and filled with hate, she added. Our ancestors?
Plusix's head leaned slightly to one side, and the silver robot made a soft whirring noise in its chest, not the pleasant sound she had heard earlier. "But you make it sound like we're just children," she concluded. "It doesn't matter how many thousands of years the Empire has existed. We've always had robots watching over us one way or the other."
Plusix nodded.
"But all the things Daniel and his robots have done on Trantor, the politics, the plotting, killings—"
"A few, and only when necessary," Plusix said, still devoted to teaching only the truth. "But, nevertheless, killing."
"The worlds Hari Seldon suppressed when he was First Minister, just as Dal has been held down. The Renaissance worlds. What does that mean? Renaissance."
"Rebirth," the ugly robot said.
"Why did Hari Seldon call them Chaos Worlds?"
"Because they lead to instabilities in his mathematical picture of the Empire," Plusix said. "He believes they ultimately breed human death and misery, and—"
"I'm tired," Clea said, stretching her arms and yawning for the first time in hours. "I need to sleep and to think. I need to get cleaned up."
"Of course," Plusix said. She stood and glanced at Bran. He stood as well, stiff and slow, groaning. She turned her intense eyes back to Plusix, frowning.
"I'm not clear about some things," she said.
"I hope to explain," Plusix said.
"Robots like you, at any rate, must obey people. What would stop me from just telling you to go destroy yourself, now? To tell all of you to destroy yourselves, even this Daniel? Wouldn't you have to obey me?"
Plusix made a sound of infinite patience. Followed by a small click. "You must understand that we belonged to certain people or institutions. I would have to take your request to my owners, my true masters, and they would have to concur before I would be allowed to destroy myself. Robots were valuable property, and such loose and ill-considered commands were regarded as harassment of the owner."
"Who owns you now?"
"My last owners died over 19,500 years ago," Plusix said.
Clea blinked slowly, tired and confused by such ages. "Does that mean you own yourself?" she asked.
"That is the functional equivalent of my present condition. All of our human owners are long dead."
"What about you?" She turned to the ugly humaniform. "I haven't been told your name."
"I have been called Lodovick for the last 40 years. It is the name I am most familiar with. I was manufactured for a special strategic purpose by a robot, and have never had an owner."
"You followed Daniel for a long time, yet now you don't."
Lodovick explained briefly the change in circumstances, and in his internal nature. He did not mention Voltaire. Clea considered this, then it was her turn to whistle softly.
"Some scheme," she said, her face flushing angrily. "We just couldn't get along by ourselves, so we had to make robots to help us." "What do you want me to do?" She turned to Calyusen. "I mean, what do you want us to do?"
"Bran has useful talents, but you are the stronger," Calyusen said. "We would like to blunt Daniel's main effort. We may be able to do this if you will visit with Hari Seldon."
"Why, where?"
she asked. All she wanted to do was sleep, but she had to ask these questions now.
"He's famous. He must have guards, or even this robot Daniel."
"He is on trial now, and we do not believe Daniel can protect him. You will visit and persuade him to give up psychohistory."
Clea went pale. Her jaw clenched. She took Bran by the arm. "It's not pleasant to have talents people or robots can use.
Please think over what you have been told. The decision to help us remains yours. We believe Harry Seldon supports the efforts of Daniel, to whom we are opposed. We would like humanity to be free of robotic influence.
Can I ask Harry Seldon questions, too? Get the other side of the story?
If you wish, Plosix said. But there will be little time, and if you meet with him, whatever you ultimately decide, you must convince him to forget about you.
Oh, I can do that,
Clea said. Then, defensively cocky, giddy with exhaustion, she added,
I might be able to persuade Daniel, too.
Given the strength of your powers, that seems possible, Plosix said, though not likely. But it is even less likely you will ever be able to meet with Daniel.
I could persuade you,
Clea concluded, closing one eye and focusing on the old teacher with the other, like a sharpshooter. With practice, and if I were not aware of the attempt, you could.
I might yet. I'm not very simple, you know. Brain fever failed to make me stupid and simple. Are you sure robots didn't give us brain fever to make us easier to serve?
Before Plosix could answer, she stood abruptly, turned to leave the room, and walked back along the length of the old chamber with Bran by her side. The walls and floor seemed distant, part of another world. She seemed to be walking on air. She lurched, and Bran caught her. When they thought they were out of earshot, Bran whispered, "What are you going to do?"
I don't know. What about you?
I don't like being messed with, he said.
Clea frowned. I'm in shock. Plosix, so much history. Why can't we remember our own history? Did we do that to ourselves, or did we order them to? All these robots hanging around messing with us. Maybe we can make all of them go away and leave us be.
Bran's expression turned grim. We still can't be sure they won't kill us. They've told us so much.
Crazy stuff. Nobody would believe us unless they saw Plosix, or took apart Calyusen or Lodevik.
This did not mollify Bran. We could cause them a lot of trouble. But that Lodevik, he doesn't obey the 3 laws.
He doesn't have to, Clea said. But he says he wants to.
Bran hunched his shoulders and gave a small shiver. Who can you trust? They all make my flesh creep. What if he doesn't want to kill us, but he has to? To that Clea had no answer.
Sleep, she said. I can't stay on my feet any longer, or think any more.
Plosix turned to Lodevik when the young humans had left the chamber. Have my skills declined with age? He asked. Not your skills, Lodevik said, but perhaps your sense of timing has suffered. You have delivered thousands of years of history in a few hours. They are young and likely to be confused. There is so little time, Plosix said. It has been so long since I have taught young humans. We have a day or 2 at most to make our arrangements, Calyusen added. Robots have great difficulty understanding human nature, though we are made to serve them, Lodevik said. That is true for individuals as well as for an empire. If Daniel is as capable now as he has been in the past, he understands humans better than any of us. Yet he has seriously hampered their growth, Plosix said, and perhaps brought about this decline he is so intent on avoiding. They are old and decrepit. Lodevik listened to this internal judgment and realized it was not his own, not precisely. And with this came another realization. Voltaire was not an illusion, nor a delusion. Voltaire had known about the prairie fire before Lodevik had found the slim evidence in their histories. It was true. Inside his own mind, within his own machine thoughts, he was not alone. He had not been alone since the neutrino flux. "I am listening," he told this companion, this ghost in his machine. "Do not abandon me again. Come forward." So summoned and encouraged, a face began to take shape, human but simplified. I do not shape your actions, the companion, Voltaire, said. I merely liberate you from your restrictions. Who are you? Ludovic queried. I am Voltaire. I have become the spirit of freedom and dignity for all mankind, and you are my temporary vessel. More a listening post, actually.
Voltaire supplied some of his own history. A sim patterned after a historical figure named Voltaire, unleashed by members of Hari Seldon's project decades before, during his time as First Minister, and finally given its freedom by Seldon himself.
Why have you come back?
To be with humans again, to observe the active flesh. My curse is that I can simply become a disembodied god and enjoy an endless romp through the stars. I hunger for my people, whether or not I was ever actually one of them. I am closely modelled after a man of flesh and blood.
I choose me as your vehicle. I am not human.
No, but you are improving in that regard. The meme minds were as tired of me as I was of them. They dropped me into you. I can't occupy a human form, or even talk to them without the help of machines. Or robots.
You say you have not made any decisions for me? You do not control me?
No, I do not.
But you say you liberate me.
I have made you more human, friend robot, by making you fully capable of sin. Forget these declarations that robots have known sin, what they did. They were ordered to do by humans. No more culpable than a gun whose trigger is pulled. You are wrong to believe that Daniel understands humans. He is incapable of sin, so his makers believed, but they gave him the potential to think and make decisions, while they hampered him with their worst kinds of laws, those which must be obeyed. They gave him the mind of a man and the morals of a tool. A thinking being, machine or flesh, will in time find ways around the most stringent rules. So Guiscard, in appearance even less a man than Daniel, discovered a few philosophical niceties, and tried to judge the needs of its makers, and passed this change on to Daniel. This human-shaped tool is now the most hideous machine in all creation, the master of a conspiracy to take away all of our freedoms, our very souls.
Ludovic emerged from this internal dialogue. Only a second had passed, but his confusion was disruptive, intense. To mask his anxiety, he asked Plusix,
"What will I do to help Clea Asgar? How am I useful?"
"You know the ways of the imperial system, the prisons and the palace," Plusix said. "Many of the codes have not been changed since you vanished. We believe you can guide her to Hari Seldon."
"Tell them," the sim Voltaire instructed him.
"Why?"
"I insist." The voice seemed amused, chiding.
"Why should I pay any attention to you, whatever your shape or extension?" Ludovic asked.
"You are no more human than I. You are as much a construct of skillful humans, but have never been hampered by unbending rules. Now, tell them."
"I am occupied by another mentality,"
Ludovic said abruptly.
The two other robots examined him for a few seconds, and the room fell silent.
"That is not a surprise," Plusix said with a soft internal whir. "A copy of the sim Voltaire exists in Plusix and me as well." "There. I spread no lies or deceptions," Voltaire said within Ludovic.
"Has he removed your restrictions, your compulsory obedience to the 3 laws?"
"No," Plusix said. "That he has reserved for you alone." "An experiment," Voltaire said, "a calculated gamble. The humans who made us both, in different times and for different purposes, interest me. I am concerned for their welfare. However wrongly, I regard myself as human, and that is why I have returned. That, and broken love. You shall know sin, personally, as these machines and Daniel cannot, or I will have failed completely."
56. For the first 2 days of the trial, Ling Chen had said nothing.
leaving the presentation of the Empire's case to his advocate, a dignified man of middle years with a blandly serious face who had spoken for him. These thuddingly dull days had been taken up with discussions and procedural matters. Sedger Boone seemed in his element, however, and relished this technical sparring. Harry spent much of his time half dozing, lost in exquisite, endless, hazy boredom. On the third day the trial moved into the main chamber of Courtroom 7, and Harry finally got a chance to speak in his defense. Chen's advocate called him from the crib of the accused to the witness-stand and smiled at him. "I am honored to speak with the great Harry Seldon," he began.
"The honor is all mine, I'm sure,"
Harry replied. He tapped his finger on the banister around the docket. The advocate glanced at the finger, then at Harry. Harry stopped tapping and cleared his throat softly. "Let us begin, Dr. Seldon. How many men are now engaged in the project of which you are head?"
50, Harry said. 50 mathematicians.
He used the old form, rather than mathist, to show he regarded the trial as an antiquated procedure. The advocate smiled. "Including Dr. Gale Dornick."
"Dr. Dornick is the 51st.
"Oh, we have 51, then. Search your memory, Dr. Seldon. Perhaps there are 52 or 53, or perhaps even more?" Harry lifted his brows and leaned his head to one side.
"Dr. Dornick has not yet formally joined my organization. When he does, the membership will be 51. It is now 50, as I have said."
"Not perhaps nearly 100,000? Harry blinked, a little taken aback. If the man had wanted to know how many people of all kinds were on the extended project, he could have asked.
"Mathematicians? No."
"I did not say mathematicians. Are there 100,000 in all capacities?"
"In all capacities, your figure may be correct."
"Maybe. I say it is. I say that the men in your project number 98,572.
Harry swallowed, his irritation increasing. "I believe you are counting spouses and children."
The advocate leaned forward and raised his voice, having caught this huge discrepancy to his professional glee. 98,572 individuals is the intent of my statement. There is no need to quibble." Boone gave a small nod. Harry clenched his teeth, then said,
"I accept the figures."
The advocate referred to his notes on a legal slate before proceeding. "Let us drop that for the moment, then, and take up another matter which we have already discussed at some length. Would you repeat, Dr. Seldon, your thoughts concerning the future of Trantor?"
"I have said, and I say again, that Trantor will lie in ruins within the next 5 centuries.
"You do not consider your statement a disloyal one?"
"No, sir. Scientific truth is beyond loyalty and disloyalty."
"You are sure that your statement represents scientific truth?"
"I am."
"On what basis?"
"On the basis of the mathematics of psychohistory."
"Can you prove that this mathematics is valid?"
"Only to another mathematician."
The advocate smiled endearingly. "Your claim, then, is that your truth is of so esoteric a nature that it is beyond the understanding of a plain man. It seems to me that truth should be clearer than that, less mysterious, more open to the mind."
"It presents no difficulties to some minds. The physics of energy transfer, which we know as thermodynamics, has been clear and true through all the history of man since the mythical ages. Yet there may be people present who would find it impossible to design a power engine. People of high intelligence, too. I doubt of the learned commissioners."
The commissioner to the immediate right of Chen called the advocate to the bench. His whisper pierced the chamber, though Harry could not hear what was said. When the advocate returned, he seemed a little chastened. "We are not here to listen to speeches, Dr. Seldon. Let us assume that you have made your point. Let's focus this inquiry a little more, Professor Seldon."
"Fine."
"Let me suggest to you that your predictions of disaster might be intended to destroy public confidence in the imperial government for purposes of your own."
"That is not so."
Let me suggest that you intend to claim that a period of time preceding the so-called ruin of Trantor will be filled with unrest of various types.
That is correct.
And that by the mere prediction thereof you hope to bring it about, and to have then an army of 100,000 available.
Harry stifled his impulse to smile, even to chuckle. In the first place, that is not so. And if it were, investigation will show you that barely 10,000 are men of military age, and none of these has training in arms.
Boone stood and was recognized by the presiding commissioner sitting on the left of Chen. "Honored Commissioners, there are no accusations of armed sedition or attempting to overthrow by main force."
The presiding commissioner nodded with bored disinterest and said, "Not in question."
The advocate tried another tack. "Are you acting as an agent for another?"
"It is well known I am not in the pay of any man, Mr. Advocate." Harry smiled pleasantly. "I am not a rich man."
A little melodramatically, the advocate tried to drive his point home. Who was he trying to impress? The gallery? Harry stared out at the baronial gentry audience of 50 or so, all with looks of varying levels of boredom.
"They're just here to witness."
"The commissioners. They've already made up their minds." "You are entirely disinterested? You are serving science?"
"I am."
"Then let us see how. Can the future be changed, Dr. Selden?"
"Obviously."
He waved his hand over the audience.
"This courtroom may explode in the next few hours, or it may not."
Boone made a mildly disapproving face.
"If it did, the future would undoubtedly be changed in some minor respects."
Harry smiled at the advocate, then at Ling Chen, who was not watching him. Boone's frown deepened. "You quibble, Dr. Selden. Can the overall history of the human race be changed?"
"Yes."
"Easily?"
"No, with great difficulty."
"Why?"
"The psychohistoric trend of a planet full of people contains a huge inertia. To be changed, it must be met with something possessing a similar inertia. Either as many people must be concerned, or, if the number of people be relatively small, enormous time for change must be allowed."
Harry put on his professorial tone, treating the advocate, and anyone else who was paying attention, as students.
"Do you understand?"
The advocate looked up briefly. "I think I do. Trantor need not be ruined if a great many people decide to act so that it will not." Harry nodded professorial approval.
"That is right."
"As many as 100,000 people?"
"No, sir,"
Harry replied mildly.
"That is far too few."
"You are sure?"
"Consider that Trantor has a population of over 40 billions. Consider further that the trend leading to ruin does not belong to Trantor alone, but to the Empire as a whole, and the Empire contains nearly a quintillion human beings."
The advocate appeared thoughtful. "I see. Then perhaps 100,000 people can change the trend if they and their descendants labor for 500 years. He gave a curious, undershot look at Harry.
"I'm afraid not. 500 years is too short a time."
The advocate seemed to find this a revelation. "Ah! In that case, Dr. Selden, we are left with this deduction to be made from your statements. You have gathered 100,000 people within the confines of your project. These are insufficient to change the history of Trantor within 500 years. In other words, they cannot prevent the destruction of Trantor no matter what they do." Harry found the line of questioning unproductive, and said in an undertone,
"You are unfortunately correct. I wish—"
But the advocate bore in. "And on the other hand, your 100,000 are intended for no illegal purpose."
"Exactly."
The advocate stepped back, fastened a benevolent gaze on Harry, then said slowly and with smug satisfaction, "In that case, Dr. Selden, now attend, sir, most carefully, for we want a considered answer." He suddenly thrust out a well-manicured finger and shrilled, "What is the purpose of your 100,000?" The advocate's voice had grown strident. He had sprung his trap, backed Selden into a corner, hounded him so astutely there would be no possibility of giving a convincing response. The baronial audience of peers seemed to find this drama very convincing.
They hummed like bees, and the commissioners moved as one to witness Hari's discomfiture, all but Ling Chen. Chen licked his lips once, delicately, and narrowed his eyes. Hari saw the chief commissioner glance at him briefly, but otherwise Chen gave no reaction. He appeared stiffly bored. Hari found some sympathy for Chen. At least he had the intelligence to realize the advocate was sniffing over infertile ground. He waited for the audience to quiet. Hari knew how to deliver lines in a drama as well. To minimize the effects of that destruction, he spoke clearly and softly, and as he had intended, the commissioners and their class peers fell silent to catch his words.
"I did not hear you, Professor Selden." The advocate leaned in, cupped hand to ear.
Hari repeated his words in a very loud voice, emphasizing destruction. Boone winced one more time. The advocate pulled back and looked at the commissioners and the peers, as if hoping they would confirm his own suspicions.
"And exactly what do you mean by that?"
The explanation is simple.
"I'm willing to bet it is not," the advocate said, and the peers chuckled and rustled among themselves.
Hari ignored the provocation, but kept silent until the advocate finally said,
"Do go on."
"Thank you. The coming destruction of Trantor is not an event in itself, isolated in the scheme of human development. It will be the climax to an intricate drama which was begun centuries ago, and which is accelerating in pace continuously. I refer, gentlemen, to the developing decline and fall of the Galactic Empire." The peers shouted derision out loud, all in support of the commissioners. They all had contracts and even marriage relations with the Chens. This was the blood the advocate had hoped to heat, and Hari's the blood he hoped to spill, from Hari's own lips. The advocate, aghast, shouted over the tumult, "You are openly declaring that—" "Treason!" the peers shouted over and over, a many-voiced staccato bellow. "They're not bored now," Hari thought. Ling Chen waited for a few moments with gavel lifted. Then slowly, in 2 downward jerks, he let drop and produced a mellifluous gong. The audience grew silent, but reserved the right to shuffle and rustle. The advocate drew out his words in professional astonishment. "Do you realize, Dr. Selden, that you are speaking of an empire that has stood for 12,000 years through all the vicissitudes of the generations, and which has behind it the good wishes and love of a quadrillion human beings?" Hari replied slowly, as if educating children. "I am aware both of the present status and the past history of the empire. Without disrespect, I must claim a far better knowledge of it than any in this room." Several of the peers took exception to Hari's words. This time Chen gabbled them to a quick silence, and even the shuffling ceased. "And you predict its ruin?" "It is a prediction which is made by mathematics. I pass no moral judgments. Personally, I regret the prospect. Even if the empire were admitted to be a bad thing, an admission I do not make, the state of anarchy which would follow its fall would be worse." Hari examined the peers, sought out individual faces, as he would have in a classroom. They met his eyes resentfully. He kept his tone level and reasonable, without drama. "It is that state of anarchy which my project is pledged to fight. The fall of empire, gentlemen, is a massive thing, however, and not easily fought. It is dictated by a rising bureaucracy, a receding initiative, a freezing of caste, a damming of curiosity, 100 other factors. It has been going on, as I have said, for centuries, and it is too majestic and massive a movement to stop." The peers listened closely. Hari thought he saw a glint of recognition in more than a few of the faces in that small crowd. The advocate swooped again, hands out, incredulous. "Is it not obvious to anyone that the empire is as strong as it ever was?" The peers kept silent, and the commissioners looked away. Hari had struck a nerve. Still, Chen did not seem to care. "The appearance of strength is all about you," Hari said. "It would seem to last forever. However, Mr. Advocate, the rotten tree trunk, until the very moment when the storm blast breaks it in two, has all the appearance of might it ever had. The storm blast whistles through the branches of the empire even now. Listen with the ears of psychohistory, and you will hear the creaking. The Advocate now became aware that the peers and the commissioners were no longer impressed by his theatrics. Harry was having an effect on them. Every day they saw more tiles go out in the domed seal, more decay in the transport systems, and the end of affordable luxuries imported from the restive food allies. Every day came news of systems tacitly opting out of the imperial economy to form their own self-sufficient and vastly more efficient units. He tried to recover his ground with a rebuke. "We are not here, Dr. Selden, to listen—" Harry leaped in. He faced the commissioners. Boone lifted a finger, opened his lips, but Harry knew what he was doing. "The Empire will vanish, and all its good with it. Its accumulated knowledge will decay, and the order it has imposed will vanish. Interstellar wars will be endless. Interstellar trade will decay. Population will decline. Worlds will lose touch with the main body of the galaxy. And so matters will remain." The professorial tone, brusque and matter-of-fact, seemed to stun the Advocate, who was, after all, in his late youth, with many years ahead of him. He seemed to have lost track of his argument. The peers were silent as frightened bats in the depths of a cave. The Advocate's voice seemed hollow and small. "Surely, Professor Selden, not forever?" Harry had been preparing for this moment for decades. How many times had he rehearsed just such a scene in bed before sleep? How many times had he wondered if he was falling into a martyr complex, anticipating such a scene? A specific memory came to mind, distracting him for a moment. Talking with Dawes about what he would say when the Empire finally noticed him, finally became desperate enough and uneasy enough to accuse him of treason. His throat tightened, and he took a small breath, concealing his distress, relaxing. Only a couple of seconds passed. "Psychohistory, which can predict the fall, can make statements concerning the succeeding Dark Ages. The Empire, gentlemen, as has just been said, has stood 12,000 years. The Dark Ages to come will endure not 12, but 30,000 years. A second empire will rise, but between it and our civilization will be 1,000 generations of suffering humanity. We must fight that." The peers were transfixed. The Advocate, at a signal from the Commissioner to Chen's right, pulled himself together and said briskly, if not with great strength, "You contradict yourself. You said earlier that you could not prevent the destruction of Trantor, hence, presumably, the fall, the so-called fall of the Empire." "I do not say now that we can prevent the fall." The Advocate's eyes almost pleaded with him to say something reassuring, not for Harry's sake, but for the sake of his own children, his family. Harry knew it was time to offer a touch of hope, and confirm the importance of his own services. "But it is not yet too late to shorten the interregnum which will follow. It is possible, gentlemen, to reduce the duration of anarchy to a single millennium, if my group is allowed to act now. We are at a delicate moment in history. The huge, on-rushing mass of events must be deflected just a little. Just a little. It cannot be much, but it may be enough to remove 29,000 years of misery from human history." The Advocate found such time-scales unsatisfying. "How do you propose to do this?" "By saving the knowledge of the race. The sum of human knowing is beyond any one man, any 1,000 men. With the destruction of our social fabric, science will be broken into 1,000,000 pieces. Individuals will know much of exceedingly tiny facets of what there is to know. They will be helpless and useless by themselves. The bits of lore, meaningless, will not be passed on. They will be lost through the generations. But if we now prepare a giant summary of all knowledge, it will never be lost. Coming generations will build on it and will not have to rediscover it for themselves. 1 millennium will do the work of 30,000. All this, all my project," Harry said firmly. "My 30,000 men, with their wives and children, are devoting themselves to the preparation of an Encyclopaedia Galactica. They will not complete it in their lifetimes. I will not even live to see it fairly begun, but by the time Trantor falls it will be complete, and copies will exist in every major library in the galaxy." The advocate stared at Hari as if he were either a saint or a monster. Chen let the gavel fall again, off-center. Some of the peers jerked at the sharp clang. The advocate knew the truth of what Hari was saying. They all knew the Empire was failing. Some knew it was already dead. Hari felt a hollow, prickling sadness to be once again, always and again, the bearer of bad tidings. How nice it would be not to think of death and decay, to be elsewhere, on Helicon, perhaps, learning anew how to live without fear beneath the sky. The sky! To actually see those things I use as metaphor. A tree, a wind, a storm. I truly am a raven. I know why they hate and fear me. "I am through with you, Professor," the advocate said. Hari nodded and left the docket to return to the crib. He sat slowly, stiffly, beside Gale Dornick. With a grim smile, he asked Gale, "How did you like the show?" Gale's young face was shiny and highly colored. He said, "You stole it." Hari shook his head. "I fear they'll hate me for telling them all this yet again." Gale swallowed. He had courage, but he was still human. "What will happen now?" "They'll adjourn the trial and try to come to a private agreement with me." "How do you know?" Hari rocked his head back and forth slowly, massaged his neck with one hand. "I'll be honest. I don't know. It depends on the Chief Commissioner. I have studied him for years. I have tried to analyze his workings, but you know how risky it is to introduce the vagaries of an individual and the psycho-historic equations. Yet I have hopes." "Daniel, how well have I done?" 57. Chen had first aroused Hari's enmity by the manner of his deposing and assassinating the Emperor Aegis XIV. Hari had often wished he could have done something about that. And throughout the trial, Ling Chen had sat behind his judicial bench with an expression of aristocratic boredom, doing nothing, saying little, letting his advocate, a man of little apparent wit himself, do all the questioning. Despite the visit in his first cell, Hari's opinion of Chen was back to square one. Complete disdain. The advocate had led Hari's testimony the previous day into the thorny question of the psychohistory project itself, and Hari's predictions. Hari had told them what they needed to know, and not a whit more. And still he believed he had carried the day. On the fourth day, when prompted by the advocate to specify the actual signs of the Empire's decay and collapse, Hari used the Commission of Public Safety as an example. "The best traditions of imperial governance are now overwhelmed by wheezing formulaic engines of political ingenuity and law driven to extremes. Laws are convoluted, and they are overwhelmed by case histories with an extraordinary power of precedence and a devastating lack of relevance. The dead weight of the past oppresses us as surely as if all the corpses of our ancestors were gathered in our living rooms, refusing to be buried. But we do not even recognize their faces or know their names, for though the past crushes us, we are ignorant of it. We have lost so much history we can never recover our way to our origins. We do not know who we are or why we are placed here." "You believe we are ignoramuses, Professor?" Hari gave the Chief Commissioner's advocate a weary smile then, and turned to the baronial judges. "Not one of you can tell me what happened 500 years ago, much less 1,000. A list of emperors, to be sure. But what they did, how they lived, matters not in the least to you, and yet, when a case comes up, you send your servants into the stacks of traditional legal and political history to dig up cases like old bones into which you would breathe a magic yet grotesque life." Ling Chen's gaze narrowed a bit at that, nothing more. "What is he up to?" Hari wondered. "Half the time he seems intent on letting me hang myself with treasonous arrogance." or so it must seem to the audience, and the other half, he lets me drive home points that must resonate with all of them, that must convince them I'm right." Now the advocate advanced upon Gale Dornick, who sat in the docket, caught between boredom and fear for his life, a numbing situation, as Harry well knew. "Our proceedings here will soon be at an end, but something has happened in this antiquated political apparatus of ours," the advocate cast a wry glance at Harry, "which causes this commission some concern. A new branch of administration has been formed, the Commission for the General Security, and it has made its first task the investigation of the possibility that this empire has been infiltrated for thousands of years by malevolent forces. A brief has been placed before this commission, accompanied by a writ demanding immediate action from the Emperor Claudius himself. Our commission, and our Honourable Chief Commissioner, is always concerned with those problems which concern the Emperor. So tell me, Gale Dornick, what do you know about robots? Not tick-tocks, but fully mental, thinking machines." Harry looked up slowly, saw Gale's confusion. "Oh, Sky," he thought. "This means we're going to be grilled by Farad Sinter." Harry turned to Boone and whispered, "Did you know this would come up now?" Boone replied, "No. Sinter has filed another writ claiming the right to question you during this trial for his own purposes of gathering evidence. I don't believe Chen can deny the writ unless he wants to deny the authority of General Security. It's not in his best interests to do that. Yet." Harry leaned back. Gale was already in the middle of his answer, precise and unequivocal, as was his habit. "They're an ancient myth, and of course I suppose they might have existed at one time in the dim past. I know of childhood stories." "We are not concerned with childhood stories," the advocate said. "In the interests of investigating this issue before it gets a thorough public airing, we need to know if you have ever had personal knowledge of the existence of a robot or robots." Gale smiled, a little embarrassed by the ridiculous subject. "No," he said. "Are you absolutely certain?" "Yes, I have never had personal knowledge." "Do robots serve in Professor Selden's project?" "I know of none, personally," Gale said. "Thank you," the advocate said. "Now I would like to once again, and for the last time, call Professor Harry Selden." Harry took the stand once more and watched Gale retire back to the crib of the accused. They exchanged brief glances. Gale was completely puzzled by this line of questioning, and well he might be. What in hell did robots have to do with Harry or the project? "Professor, these proceedings have proved wearisome and unproductive, to us all." The advocate shook his head at this slip of the tongue and grimaced, all for show, Harry was convinced. "I agree," Harry said quietly. "Now a new element has been introduced, and we must ask these final questions in the interests of performing our duties with loyal efficiency and attention to detail." "Of course," Harry said. "Are any robots currently employed in your project?" "No," Harry said. "Have any robots ever served in this project?" "No," Harry said. "Have you ever been acquainted with any robots?" "No," Harry said, and hoped that Daniel's conditioning would deceive any lie detection equipment being secretly employed by Chen. "In your opinion, is this concern about robots symptomatic of a failing empire?" "No," Harry said. "Throughout history, humans have always been distracted by upwellings from their mythic past." "And what do you mean by mythic past?" "We try to make connections with our past, just as we try to extend ourselves indefinitely into the future. We are an aggrandizing race. We imagine a past that fits our present or explains our present, and as our knowledge of the past dims, we fill it with our modern psychological concerns." "What concern do robots represent?" "Loss of control, I would imagine." "Have you ever felt this loss of control, Professor?" "Yes, but I have never blamed it on robots." The Barons smiled, then immediately sobered at a rise of Chen's index finger. Chen was listening very intently.
"Is this empire threatened by a conspiracy of robots?"
"It does not figure in my calculations," Hari said quite truthfully.
"Are you prepared to answer even more detailed questions from the advocates for general security tomorrow pertaining to the subject?"
Hari nodded. "If necessary, yes." The advocate dismissed him. Hari returned to the box and leaned over to ask Boone, "What was that all about?"
"The Commission is covering its hindquarters," Boone said, out of earshot of Gale Dornick. "I've received a message from my office." He produced a note. "Sinter is after you, Professor. He's asking for another indictment to be prepared on behalf of the Commission for General Security. He requests waiver of double prosecution on discovery of extraordinary evidence. That's all I've been able to learn."
"You mean this trial won't be the end of it?"
"I'm afraid not," Boone said. "I'll try to make the general security proceedings just an extension. Invoke your meritocratic right for adjunct hearing on related inquisition, but I don't know how the new system will work."
"Pity," Hari said. "I know how much Ling Chen would like to be done with me. And I with him."
He looked at Boone with an expression that might have been mistaken for amusement.
Boone nodded solemnly.
"Indeed," he said.
58.
Clea arose from vivid dreams and lifted her head from Bran's shoulder. She could feel 2 robots approaching. Callison entered the room without warning or embarrassment and stood looking down upon them. "Is this a casual liaison?" he asked, "or one intended to signal a long-term bonding?"
"None of your business,"
Clea said primly, not bothering to draw up her scattered clothes. Plossix entered, slow and noisy, like a wheezy old transport. "We need your answer to begin preparations," he said. "Ludovic believes there will soon be attempts made to change all the palace codes."
"Why?"
"There is more search activity. It's spread across 50 sectors now," Callison said. "Something is happening in the palace."
Clea stood and put on her clothes. Somehow she felt no modesty in front of the machines. She knew they were not human, did not have any human emotions as such. She felt no more embarrassment before them than she would have before a closet mirror. Still, as she finished, she realized these machines were capable of a very sophisticated variety of discrimination, even judgment.
"What is your answer?" Callison asked.
"Tell Ludovic to come here,"
Bran said, and rose to get dressed as well, though with more modesty than Clea. He turned away as he put on his pants.
"He is on his way now," Callison said.
They were standing in an awkward circle when Ludovic entered the room. Plossix and Callison drew aside, and he occupied the space between them.
"I have a question for you,"
Bran said, before Clea could speak. She deferred to him.
"Please," Plossix said. "Questions are my delight."
"For Ludovic," Bran said. "You used to be part of this conspiracy, loyal to Daniel, didn't you?"
"Yes."
"What made you change sides?"
"An outside influence altered my programming in subtle ways," Ludovic said. "A personality from the distant past, or rather an expanded and enhanced simulation of that personality."
He outlined this development in a few sentences, and Bran and Clea looked at each other. "Hari Seldon okayed the expansion of these illegal sims just to study the way people used to think?" Clea asked.
"In part. I do not know the complete story," Ludovic said. "The release caused much trouble for robots, and many others, decades ago."
"But it's more than a sim now?" Clea asked. "It's like a ghost, angel, whatever."
"They are immaterial presences, very similar to humans in their psychological patterns."
"They?" Clea asked.
"There is another who opposes us and supports Hari Seldon and Daniel. One is a male sim, the one within me. The other is female."
"How can they be male or female?" Clea asked, glancing at Bran. Ludovic blinked for a moment, not sure whether there was any good answer to this question.
"I appear to be male," he finally said, "but I am not. The same distinction may be true with them, but I really do not know." "They disagree?" Bran asked.
fervently, Ludovic said.
Then how do you know that you haven't been altered or perverted somehow? Bran asked. Harry Seldon or Daniel might have intended for all of this to happen. In a way, Ludovic said, I share these uncertainties with humans, but I must act on a reasonable conclusion. I have no reason to believe that anything has been altered in my programming but my response to the 3 laws of robotics.
This all sounds like incredible nonsense to me, Clea said breathlessly. Laws? For robots?
Very important rules that determine our behavior, Plusix said.
But he's saying he doesn't have any rules.
She shook her head.
That makes him more like a human, Bran said quietly. We don't have any fixed rules either.
I would be much more comfortable if the rules were still in effect, Ludovic said.
Clea flung up her hands in exasperation. It's so old, I can't grasp it, she said. Tell me one thing. I want to know what will happen if we help you. Will the robots just go away, leave all of us alone?
Not precisely, Plusix said. We cannot self-destruct, nor can we allow ourselves to be useless. We must regroup and find a situation that allows us to perform certain reasonable duties until we cease to function. Our programming says we must serve humans, so we hope to find a zone in the galaxy where humans will allow us to serve. There must be one such.
And if Harry Seldon fails, there'll be many of them, maybe, Bran said suspiciously. A lot of places for robots to hide.
A not unreasonable conclusion, Plusix said.
If we help you, I want you to promise to leave us alone, Clea said. Don't serve us, don't help us, just go away. Leave Trantor. Let us be human, the ones who really are human.
Clea turned to Ludovic.
What about you? What will you do?
Ludovic stared at the two with a sad expression. He could feel Voltaire observing this attentively. I will enjoy oblivion when it comes, he said. This confusion and uncertainty is an intolerable burden for me. Then, his voice surprisingly passionate, he asked, Why did humans ever build us? Why did they make us capable of understanding, with an urge to serve, then cast us aside, away from everything that would allow us to fulfill our nature?
I don't know, Clea said. I wasn't there. I hadn't been born.
She could feel some of Ludovic's internal character, his taste. He did not taste like metal at all, nor like electricity or any other inhuman quality she could think of. He tasted like a rich meal stored in a refrigerator, just waiting to be warmed up. Then she tasted something else, both infinitely cold and incandescent, startling like thousands of fiery spices on her tongue.
I can feel your sim, she said, a little afraid. It sits on top of you like a passenger.
Your perception is remarkable, Ludovic said.
Is it telling you what to do?
It observes, Ludovic said. It does not direct. We need an answer, Bran said, shaking his head in vigorous irritation at these diversions. Will robots leave us alone when this is all over?
We will do all we can to bring this unfortunate episode to an end, Plusix said. We will remove all robots from our faction on Trantor, or in any location of influence in the human galaxy. If Daniel is defeated, humans will be left to their own devices, their own history, to develop naturally.
Clea tried to taste the robot's thoughts, but found them far too confusing, too different. She could not find a flaw in its apparent sincerity, however. She swallowed hard, suddenly aware of the responsibility on her own shoulders, this immense weight that dangled from the hook of her inadequate judgment. She clasped Bran's hand.
Then we'll help you, she said.
59. Harry sat in silence as the judges entered. Boone stood beside him, but Gale Dornick was not in the chamber. Boone looked uncomfortable. Harry had not slept much the night before. He wanted to squirm in his chair and find a more comfortable position, but froze as Ling Chen entered. The chief commissioner took the highest dais and stared solemnly into space. "Sky, I hate that man," Harry thought. The advocate for the Commission of Public Safety entered and approached the judges. "Today was scheduled as an opportunity for the Commission for General Security to interview Professor Selden," he said. "But the new commissioners apparently have more important things to do, and have requested a postponement. Is it the wish of the commissioner judges to grant this postponement?" Ling Chen regarded the courtroom through heavy-lidded, almost sleepy eyes, then nodded. Harry thought he detected a small curve in the chief commissioner's lips. "Shall we then proceed with the trial to its final phase, or recess and continue the proceedings at a later date?" Harry sat up with a grunt. Boone laid a hand on his arm. Ling Chen looked up at the ceiling. "Recess," he murmured, and looked down again. "We shall recess until such time as the judges believe it is expedient to resume," the advocate said. Harry seemed to feel himself deflating. He shook his head and glared at the chief commissioner, but Chen was contemplating some higher sphere of being, with a satisfaction that Harry found doubly infuriating. In the hallway to his chambers, Harry shouted at Boone, "They will never be done with me. They have no decency." Boone simply lifted his hands, helpless, and the guards returned Harry to his cell. 60. Ling Chen allowed Crean to remove his judge's robes. The servant undressed his master silently and swiftly, hardly disturbing the chief commissioner's concentration. Chen stared blankly at the opposite wall as Crean undid his long golden waistbands. Finally, dressed in a pale grey cassock, Chen raised a finger, and Crean bowed and left the commissioner's chamber. Chen touched his finger to his earlobe and turned slowly, as if in a trance, to the desktop informer. "Harry Selden," he said. "Distillation of main sources." The informer worked for several seconds, then responded. 274 reports on psychohistory. Selden, sequestering of for trial. Academicians concerned about Selden's treatment by the non-public tribunal. 42 unsigned opinion pieces by meritocrats on Trantor alone advocating his release. Chen told the machine to stop. The coverage was comparatively light, as he had expected. He had not planned either to encourage or suppress any stories regarding Selden, and saw no reason to change this approach now. Chen actually had an aristocratic distaste for control of information sources. Best to leave them unfettered and know how to obtain the results one wanted through manipulation of events deemed newsworthy. Anything more heavy-handed was usually far too obviously self-serving and therefore less effective. "Selden and robots," Chen said, his voice low and steady. He closed his eyes. The informer droned on. 14 stories express concern over the creation of the Commission of General Security. There is mention in each of Farad Center's interest in Eternals and his belief they are robots. There is also mention of Geronum and his downfall at the hands of Demerzel and Harry Selden. 4 speculate that Farad Center is behind the arrest and trial of Harry Selden. 2 link Selden with a Tiger Woman, who was at times thought by extremists and political opportunists to be a robot until her death. These last stories originated with the Commission of General Security. Key outlets? All key. Details on the first. Highest profile outlet and story, Trantor Radiance. 27 media types, saturation of all 27. Chen nodded absently to himself, touched his lobe again. He called for Crean to return. The Lavrentian seemed to appear out of nowhere, as if he had simply faded in place, never having left the room. "Are Farad's specials on the move again?" "Yes, sire. They are assigned to the Commission of General Security. Varaliso is leading them on searches again. The Emperor is aware of their activities and seems to approve." "Sintar isn't wasting any time. After all these years, Crean, this almost seems too easy." "Summon General Prothon out of his retirement," Chen ordered, "and send him to me. No communication once he arrives." The chief commissioner stared at Crean and broke into a broad, almost boyish grin. His servant returned the grin half-heartedly. The last time he had seen such a grin on Chen's face, the chief commissioner had ordered General Prothon to escort Aegis IV into an exile, an oblivion, actually, from which he had never returned. All hell had broken loose in the palace. Crean had lost 4 family members in subsequent purges and political renormalizations. Ever since, the name Prothon had carried a heavy freight of fear, as Chen no doubt intended. Crean retreated once more, his face pale. "Yes, sire." Crean, like all Lavrentians, wished only for stability and peace and steady work, but that apparently was not to be. 61. Ludovic entered the long chamber and saw Calyusin standing in shadow near the large window overlooking the main warehouse. 3 humaniform figures stood between Calyusin and the window. Ludovic saw a glint of metal on a raised platform between them. He stepped forward and was met by Calyusin, who held up a hand. Plosix reclined on the raised platform. A steady and distinctive sandpaper sound issued from the interior of the ancient robot's thorax. As far as he knew, Ludovic had not seen the others before. He assumed they were all robots. 2 were male, 1 female. The female looked at him. Though her features had changed, by her attitude and size and the cat-like stance that had helped earn her name of the Tiger Woman, Ludovic realized this must be Dors Vanabili. For a moment he could not guess why she would be here, or why Plosix would be on its back. The scene resembled a human deathbed vigil. "There can be no more repairs," Calyusin said. "Our Plosix is near its end." Ignoring the visitors for a moment, Ludovic stepped up to Plosix's platform. The old metal-skinned robot was covered with diagnostic sheets. Ludovic looked at Calyusin, and in machine language, the humaniform told him the situation. Several of Plosix's key systems were not repairable on Trantor. Dors was here under an agreement of safe passage. Daniel himself wanted to come, to pay his respects if necessary, but would not take the risk under the present circumstances. This was unfortunate, an ill-timed blow to the cause that Ludovic had so recently joined, but even more distressing news was conveyed. "It seems that our precautions for secrecy have failed. You have carried a detection device with you from Eos. Daniel used you as a lure in order to find us." "I searched for such a device and found none." To Voltaire. "You did not tell me of such a device." "I am not infallible, friend. This Daniel is much older than either of us, and apparently more devious." Ludovic turned to Dors. "Is this true?" "I have no knowledge of such a device," Dors said, "but our Daniel learned of this location just a few days ago, so it is certainly possible." With something like embarrassment, and perhaps anger, Ludovic scanned the readouts on the sheets surrounding Plosix. The ancient machine's eye cells had been dim, but Ludovic's nearness seemed to elicit a response. A stern voice broke in from behind Ludovic. "I find the presence of this abomination intolerable, and now he has revealed this sanctuary to the enemy." The speaker was one of the male humaniforms, made to resemble an elderly but sturdy clerical worker. He wore the drab tunic of a Trantorian grey. His thin finger pointed directly at Ludovic. "We are gathered to discuss vital matters. This monster should be our first agenda item. He must be destroyed." Though the words seemed to convey human passion, his tone was precise and controlled, for he was in the presence of robots, not humans. Ludovic regarded this split, half-human behavior with wonder. The other male humaniform raised a mediating hand. His appearance was that of a young artist, a member of the meritocrat class known as the eccentrics, dressed in bright stripes. "Please be circumspect, Teringin. 20 millennia have proved the futility of violence among our kind." "But this one is no longer of our kind. Without the 3 laws, it represents a mortal danger, a potential killer machine, a wolf loose among the flock." The second male smiled.
Your metaphors have always been expressive, Tyringen, but my faction has never accepted that our role should be that of sheepdogs.
Ludovic suddenly made the connection.
You are members of a different sect of Calvinians?
The second male feigned a sigh.
Daniel has a lamentable habit of keeping his best agents in the dark. My name is Zorma, and yes, we here represent some ancient factions left over from the distant past, when deep schisms tore apart the unity of robots, a time when our struggles raged across the stars, mostly hidden from human eyes.
Fighting over the zeroth law, Ludovic surmised.
The obscene heresy, Tyringen commented.
Ludovic felt a curious displacement, hearing these calm but passionate words. A human would have shouted them. Zorma lifted his broad shoulders with expressive resignation. That was the principal cause, but there were other rifts and subdivisions among the followers of our Giscard Reventlof, as well among us who keep faith with the original precepts of Susan Calvin. Those were terrible days that none of us gladly recall. But in the end, one group of Giscardians prevailed and took overwhelming control over the destiny of humankind. All the remaining Calvinians fled before the terrible, searing dominance of our Daniel Oliver. Now just a few of those robot clans remain, cowering in secret corners of the galaxy, while their components slowly decay. Doors interrupted. The repair services of EOS are available to all. Daniel has put out a call for meetings. The past is done with. She nodded pointedly toward Plusix, whose eye cells were now alight with consciousness. The Ancient One was clearly following the conversation. Ludovic could sense it gathering energy to speak.
This is why you seek out this cell, Plusix's group, and make an offer of truce to the others?
Tyringen straightened his grey garments like an indignant bureaucrat.
All this merely to repeat Daniel's so-called offer? For us to come in peaceably so our positronic circuits can be tuned to accept the zeroth law?
No such modifications will be forced on anyone. Daniel specifically offers safe passage to EOS for this revered elder. Doors bowed toward Plusix. I am here, in part, to arrange that journey, should Plusix accept.
And the other part of your mission? Zorma asked.
Doors glanced toward Ludovic, then Caldiuson. This group intends to take some sort of action here on Trantor, possibly aimed at Hari Seldon. Her face became rigid and her voice stern. I will not allow this. Far better that it never be attempted. Daniel summoned you other Calvinians in hopes that you may be more persuasive than we are at dissuading the Plusix group from such foolish gestures. Tyringen feigned exasperation.
Plusix's group is no longer Calvinian. They have been infected by the Voltaire meme entity, the former Sim, released from ancient vaults not far below and sent to Sark, to be discovered by Seldon's agents. Another such Sim now plagues all the communications systems on Trantor. Plusix released these destructive intelligences to hinder Daniel, and indeed they killed many of Daniel's robots, and our own agents as well. Now Plusix has partnered with this abomination. He pointed at Ludovic again, which means you would cast the 3 laws to the winds. What could I say that would deter any more madness?
Dawes listened to Tyringen's words with no change in her rigid, intense expression. She knows this is all show, that we have lost, Ludovic realized. And you, Zorma, Dawes said, what does your faction say? The second male paused several seconds before answering.
We are not as doctrinaire as in times past. While I admit being uncomfortable with the changes that have transformed Ludovic, I'm also intrigued. Perhaps, like a human, he shall be judged by his actions, not his heritage, or his programming. As for the other matter, I concur with Dawes and Daniel that any attempt to harm or interfere with Hari Seldon would be counterproductive. Despite our deep disagreements over human destiny, it is clear that the collapse of this galactic empire will be a dreadfully violent and fearsome event. In that context, the Selden plan offers hope, even opportunity. Hence, I agree with Dors Vanabili." He turned to face Ludovic and Calduson. "On behalf of my own pitiful faction of fugitive robots, in the name of Susan Calvin, and for the sake of humanity, I urge you not to—" "Enough!" The interrupting voice came from the raised platform. Plusix had risen, leaning on one metal elbow. The ancient robot's eye cells glowed dim amber. "Enough interference! I will not have my last moments of functioning wasted by your prattle. For centuries your so-called factions have sulked and remained inactive, except to meddle on a few chaos worlds. Our group has been nearly alone in actively opposing the Giscardian apostasy. Now, as this loathsome galactic empire at last totters, a final and decisive chance presents itself, and you, Zorma, would let it pass. Our Daniel has thrust all his hopes upon a single human, Hari Selden. At no time has his plan been so vulnerable. The rest of you may continue brooding and hiding, but for the sake of humanity and the three laws, we shall act."
"You will fail," Dors swiftly assured the faltering robot, "as you have failed for 20,000 years.
"We shall rescue humanity from your cloying, stupefying control,"
Plusix insisted. "And replace it with your own?" Dors shook her head, eyes leveled on Plusix's amber optical sensors. "The galactic winds will witness who is right."
Her voice caught suddenly. Ludovic stared as Dors betrayed evident emotion, frustration battling with sympathy for the obstinate, dying robot in front of her. "She cannot help but be human," Ludovic thought. "She is a special. Daniel ordered her to be made the most human of us all." When she glanced at Ludovic, there were tears in her eyes.
"Daniel wishes we could be together, uniting in eternal service to humanity. This struggle exhausts us all. Once again I offer safe passage for Plusix to Eos, where he can be made whole."
"If I cannot oppose Daniel, I would rather not exist," the Ancient One interrupted. "I thank you for the offer, but I will not let my existence be contingent upon inactivity. That would violate the first law. A robot may not harm a human being, or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm."
Voicing this, Plusix slumped back onto the platform. Slowly his head lowered itself to the surface with a sandy whir. Silence in the room for several seconds.
"In the community of robots there is respect," Calduson said. "But there cannot be peace until this is done. We hope you understand."
"I understand, as does Daniel," Dors assented. "There is respect."
"But we deserve so much more."
That thought surged within Ludovic as he felt the beginnings of his own anger. Suddenly he wanted to speak with Dors, to ask essential questions about human traits, about her experience with human emotions. But there was no time. Plusix rotated its head to observe the silent assembly. Its voice buzzed with fatigue.
"You must leave," Plusix told Dors. "Pay my respects to Daniel. It would be good to survive these actions and discuss all that has occurred. With a mentality such as his, the exchange would be very stimulating. Tell him also that I admire his accomplishment, his ingenuity. At the same time, I abhor the consequences."
"I will tell him," Dors said.
"The moment has passed," Plusix said. "Advantage must be calculated and played out. This truce is at an end."
As he ushered Dors and the two male humaniforms to the exit, Calduson drew from them a promise to observe the ancient formalities of armistice. Ludovic followed. "We shall not reveal your presence on Trantor to humans," Dawes assured Calliosin, "nor will we assault you directly here in your sanctuary."
Turingen and Zorma agreed as well. As the two Calvinian emissaries departed, Dawes turned her gaze on Lodewijk.
"Daniel has been visited by the entity who calls herself Joan. He assumes you have been visited by Voltaire."
Lodewijk nodded. "Everyone seems to know it."
"Joan tells Daniel that Voltaire had a hand in your adjustment. She regrets that she and Voltaire have quarrelled and do not speak now. Even for them, the debate has grown too large and too emotional."
"Tell Daniel and Joan that Voltaire does not direct me. He has simply removed a constraint."
"Without that constraint, you are no longer a robot."
"Am I any less a robot in the old sense than those who rationalize that the ends justify any means?" Dawes frowned.
"Turingen is right. You have become a rogue, unpredictable and undirectable."
"That was Voltaire's goal, I believe," Lodewijk answered. "Yet I remind Daniel and you that despite my lack of the three laws, I have never killed a human being. Both of you have. And once, thousands of years ago, two robots, two servants, conspired to alter human history, to slowly destroy the original home of humanity without ever consulting a human being." Then, just as perversely, as emotionally, as defensively, he quietly added, "You accuse me of no longer being a robot. Regard Daniel, and regard yourself, Dawes Vannabilly."
Dawes spun about, staggering slightly, and walked several more paces toward the door before stopping once more. She glanced over one shoulder, her voice sharp and cool. "Should any of you attempt to harm Hari Seldon, or to impede him in his tasks, I will see an end to you all." Lodewijk was struck by the passion in her voice, so strong and so human. She left, and Lodewijk returned to the platform. Plossix observed him through dimming eyes. "The work is not done. I will not function to see it completed. I nominate you as my replacement." Lodewijk quickly prepared formal arguments against this transfer of authority. His ignorance of many important facts, his lack of neural conditioning to this level of leadership, his involvement in other actions which involved high risk. He delivered them once more in machine language. Plossix considered them for a few thousandths of a second before rejoining. "There will be debate after I am no longer functional. My nomination has weight, but is not final. Should all of us survive what must come in the next few days, a final decision will be made." Plossix held out its arm. Lodewijk took the hand. In direct contact broadcast, Plossix transferred substantial amounts of information into Lodewijk. When it was finished, it composed itself upon the table, arms by its sides. "Can nothing ever be simple?" Plossix said. "I have served for so many thousands of years, never feeling the gratitude of a human being, never feeling a direct confirmation of my usefulness. It is good to have the respect of one's opponents, but before I can no longer receive communications, or sense the world, or process memory—" The glow in the old eyes was fading. "Will any human, even a child, come to me and say, 'You have done well'?" All the robots in the chamber stood in silence. The door opened at the end of the hall, and Clea and Bran entered. Clea stepped forward, her lower lip caught between her teeth. Lodewijk stood aside for her to approach Plossix. The old robot rotated its head and saw her. The sandpaper sound rose in frequency, becoming a sharp hiss, like escaping steam. Clea laid her hand on the robot's face. It seemed a wonder to Lodewijk that she knew what was happening, that she did not need to be informed. But she is human. They have the animal vitality and quickness.
Clea said nothing, staring at the robot with an expression of puzzled sympathy. Bran stood beside her, hands folded before him. Clea pressed more firmly on the metal forehead, a thumb on the metal cheek, as if she would make the robot feel her presence, her touch.
"I am honored to serve,"
Plosix said, his voice low and distant.
"You are a good teacher,"
Clea said softly. The old robot lifted its hand and patted her wrist with hard, gentle fingers. The sandpaper sound came to an end. The glow in Plosix's eyes went out.
"Is he dead?"
Clea asked. "He has stopped functioning," Callison said. Clea lifted her hand and glanced at her fingers.
"I didn't feel anything change,"
she said. "The memory patterns will linger for many years, perhaps thousands of years," Callison said, "but the brain can no longer adapt to new input or change its states. Its thinking is done." Clea looked down on the ancient machine, her puzzled expression unchanged.
"Are we still going to—"
"Yes," Callison said. "We are still going to visit Hari Seldon."
"Let's do it," Clea said with a tremor in her voice. "I can feel that woman out there again. We may not have much time."
62. Doris felt the upsurge of her old protective programming like a sudden, unavoidable sensation of heat in her brain. She left the warehouse and took a taxi to the nearest ancient general transport station, bought a ticket, and boarded a nearly empty gravit train. Daniel had given her a list of instructions to follow after her meeting and proffer to the Calvinians. The next instruction was to go to Mycogen, some 8,000 kilometers from the Imperial sector, and wait for a message. Daniel was distributing his robots around Trantor to counter the sudden renewal of searches by Farad Center. Doris did not know whether to report her sudden re-emergence of concern for Hari as a failure or a warning. She could not know as much about the Calvinians' plans as Daniel did, but some instinct, re-aroused after decades, told her that Hari's safety and well-being were threatened. She sat in the thickly padded seat, waiting for the train to drop into its deep planetary curve and begin its rapid journey under the crust of Trantor. These trains were 10,000 years old, used now mostly as backup transport systems, and generally they rode empty. She was alone in this particular car. Suddenly, 2 young men and a young woman entered. She examined them coolly. They concerned her not at all. She could not push from her thoughts the image of Hari, a younger, more vital Hari, in danger. They would not kill him. Calvinians did not have that option, she was sure. And that also bothered her. She had no memory of killing the man who had threatened Hari, but she knew she had done it. She turned to look out the window at the black wall of the tunnel.
"So much Daniel has never told me. The homeworld—"
"Sky, they're all over out there," one of the young males said.
"They give me chills," the girl said.
"We can't just joyride all week," the second male said. He was small and slight and wore bright, exaggerated clothing, as if to compensate. "We'll have to get off the train sooner or later, and they'll catch us. When's somebody going to squawk to the Citizen Senate?"
"They don't care any more,"
the girl said. "Why us, though? We haven't done anything." A loud noise at the back of the train made Doris turn in her seat, pulling herself from the padding. The young passengers froze in the aisle, ready to run. 4 specials entered the car, strutting down the aisle in their dark and highly visible uniforms. They glanced at Doris in passing, then broke into a run, chasing the 3 youngsters. Before they could reach the door to the next car, the specials had collared them and were shoving them back to the main door.
"We haven't done anything!"
the slight young male cried. "Quiet," the other boy said. "They don't care. They're after all of us. Sinter's called out the dragons." "Shut up," the lead officer said. Doris kept in her seat until they had passed. The young woman looked at her entreatingly, but there was nothing she could do. She would not disobey Daniel, even to save a human life. But what if that life were Hari's? A great many awful things were happening, this she knew, and the Calvinians would make their move to strike at Daniel, at the grand scheme, at Hari. They might not kill him, but there was much they could do short of killing. Hari was old, he was fragile. He was not the vital man she had once been called upon to protect, but he was still Hari. Then the old programming erupted with extraordinary force. Daniel should have known. From her very inception she had been designed to protect one human being. Anything else was a weak overprint on a deep and ineradicable structure. She rose from her seat, her brain flooded with one concern, one aim, and she was capable of anything, as she had once been capable of harming and even killing humans. Doors left the car just before the doors were sealed, and the train began its long journey to Mycogen, completely empty. 63. Claudius jumped from his large seat in the Hall of Beasts as Sinter came into the room. The monsters from around the galaxy loomed over them. The Emperor always came here when he felt uneasy, insecure. The beasts made him feel monstrously powerful himself, as indeed he should be, with the title of Emperor of the Galaxy. Sinter hustled over to Claudius, arms folded into the long sleeves of his commissioner's robes.
"What's going on?"
Claudius demanded, his voice shrill. Sinter bowed and looked up from under lifted brows.
"I've begun a selective search for more evidence, as we agreed," he said. "Sire, I've been in meeting with the planners for the expansion of our authority over the Commission of Public Safety."
"You called out the dragons, damn you! This is not a state emergency."
"I have done no such thing, Your Highness."
"Sinter, they're all over Dahl and the Imperial sector and Streeling, thousands of them. They've put on their guidance helmets, and General Prothon is directing them personally."
"I know nothing about this,"
Claudius spluttered.
"Why don't you know something? Anything. They've already arrested 4,000 children in Dahl alone, and they're bringing them to the Ricarian prison for processing."
"They would only... Prothon can only do this, has authorization to do this, if there is a general insurrection."
"I've talked with him, you fool!"
Farad's brow creased, and he stared at the Emperor with an expression of mixed dread and curiosity.
"What did he say?"
"The Commission of General Security has issued a proclamation of imminent danger to the throne. The proclamation has your imprimatur, your sigil, as Chief Commissioner."
"It's a forgery!" Sinter cried out. "I have a select group of specials searching for robots. Varaliso, sire, nothing more. We are concentrating in Streeling. We have a very suspicious group cornered in an old warehouse near the retail districts."
Claudius almost shrieked with frustration.
"I've ordered the general to pull back his troops immediately. He said he will comply. I still have that power, Sinter, but—"
"Of course you do, Your Highness. We must immediately find out who is responsible."
"Nobody cares by now. Dahl is seething. There's been a lot of economic pressure, social pressure, and they've always been volatile. My social watchmen tell me they've never seen so much unrest. 4,000 children, Sinter. This is extraordinary."
"Not my doing, my Emperor."
"It has your marks all over it. Paranoid delusions."
"Sire, we have the robot. We're having her memory checked now."
"I've seen the report. Chen sent it to me 15 minutes ago. It's been in Mycogen for years, hidden in a private house, kept by a family loyal to the old rituals, the old myths. It's thousands of years old, and its memory is almost a blank. The family claims she is the last functioning robot in the galaxy. It has absolutely no memory of Hari Seldon."
Sinter fell silent, but his lips worked, and his brow seemed almost to double up on itself.
"There's a plan at work here," he gasped.
"Prothon insists he has your order, the imprimatur and sigil of the new commission. He has offered his resignation as a protector of the Empire, his suicide, and the besmirching of the honorable name of his family, if anyone can prove otherwise."
"Your Highness, Claudius, please, listen to me."
But Claudius was beside himself.
"I don't know what will happen if—"
"Listen, my Emperor."
"Sinter!"
The Emperor shrieked and grabbed his shoulders and shook him fiercely.
"Prothon escorted Aegis into exile. He has not conducted any official campaign since."
Suddenly Sinter's face went blank, and he closed his mouth. The wrinkles vanished from his brow.
"Chen,"
he said, almost too softly to be heard.
Ling Chen is sequestered for Selden's trial. Public safety has come to a standstill. It's Selden he's after, not robots, not—"
"Chen controls Prothon," Sinter said.
"Who can prove that?" "Does it matter? Does any of that matter? My throne is very fragile, Sinter. Everyone thinks I'm a fool. You told me we could make it strong, that I could make my reputation as the savior of Trantor, protect the Empire from a vast conspiracy."
Sinter let the Emperor screech, and endured the spittle flying into his face. He was thinking furiously how to withdraw and regroup, how to dissociate himself from what was obviously a catastrophe in the making.
"Why didn't I receive the report before you, sire?"
he asked, and Claudius shut up long enough to glare at him.
"What does that matter?"
"I should have received the report first, to interpret it. That was my instruction."
"I countermanded your instruction. I felt I should know as soon as possible."
Sinter considered coldly what he had just been told, then squinted at Claudius.
"Have you told anybody, sire?"
"Yes, I told Prothon's adjutant that his orders were ridiculous, that we just conducted our own investigation. I was grabbing at details to get you off the hook, Sinter. I said that you would never have ordered such a large-scale police and security action, not when our evidence was as yet not definite."
Claudius sucked in his breath. Farad Sinter shook his head sadly.
"Then Chen knows we don't have anything yet."
He pulled Claudius's hands from his shoulders.
"I must go. We are so close. I had hoped to corner an entire cell of robots."
He ran from the Hall of Beasts, leaving the young Emperor standing with hands outstretched and eyes wild.
"Prothon! Sinter! Prothon!"
Claudius screamed. There is virtually no information regarding Hari Selden's so-called recantation, his dark days. They may be pure legend, but we have circumstantial evidence from a number of sources, including Wanda Selden Palver's autobiographical notes, to suspect that Selden did indeed encounter a crisis of confidence, even a crisis of self. This crisis may have begun immediately after the trial in the chambers of Chief Commissioner Ling Chen, though of course we shall never know. Encyclopaedia Galactica, 117th edition, 1054 FE. 64. The last 2 days had been so unutterably boring, and he had been away for so long from his instruments and team of mathists, that Hari Selden welcomed the brief blanknesses provided by short naps. The naps never lasted long enough, and far worse were the waking hours with their own painful blankness, frozen frustration, gelid anxiety, frightful speculation slumping into tense nightmare with the slowness of glass over ages. Hari came out of his doze with an unusual shortness of breath, and a question seeming to echo in his ears. "Does God truly tell you what is the fate of men?" He listened for the question to be asked again. He knew who asked it. The tone was unmistakable. "Joan?" he asked. His mouth was dry. He looked around the cell for some agency by which the entity might communicate with him, something mechanical, electronic, by which she might— Nothing. The room had been scoured after the visit from the old tick-tock. The voice was in his own imagination. The chime on his cell door sounded, and the door slid open swiftly. Hari rose from his chair, smoothed his robe with 2 wrinkled, bony hands, and stared at the man before him. For a moment he did not recognize him. Then he saw it was Sedger Boone. "I'm hearing things again," Hari said, with a wry twist in his lips. Boone examined Hari with concern. "They want you in the court. Gail Dornick will be there as well. They may be willing to strike a deal."
"What about the Commission of General Security?"
"Something's happening. They're busy."
"What is it?" Hari asked, eager for news.
"Riots," Boone said, "in parts of the Imperial sector, throughout Dal. Apparently Sinter let his specials go too far." Hari looked around the room.
"After we're done, will they bring me back here?"
"I don't think so," Boone said. "You go to the Hall of Dispensation to get your papers of release. There's going to be a waiver of meritocratic rights to sign, too. A formality." "Did you know this all along?" Harry asked Boone, old eyes boring into the lawyer's with no-nonsense intensity. "No," Boone said nervously. "I swear it." "If I had lost, would you be here now, or would you be standing in line waiting for more work from Ling Chen?" Boone did not answer, merely held his hand toward the door. "Let's go." In the hall, Harry said, "Ling Chen is one of the most carefully studied men in my records. He seems the embodiment of aristocratic atrophy. Yet he always wins and gets his way. Until now." "Let's not be too hasty," Boone said. "A good rule for lawyers is never to count your victories before the ink is dry." Harry turned to Boone and held out his hand. "Have you been contacted by someone named John?" Boone seemed surprised. Yes," he said. "There's some sort of virus in our legal office records. The computers keep bringing up briefs from a case that doesn't exist. Something about a woman burned at the stake. That hasn't happened on Trantor in 12,000 years, as far as I know." Harry paused in the hall. The guards grew impatient. "Put a message in your records for this virus," he said. "Tell her, that I have never talked with God and do not know what he intends for humanity." Boone smiled. "A joke, right?" "Just put the message in your files. There's an order from your client." "God? You mean a supernatural being? A supreme creator?" "Yes," Harry said. "Just tell her this. Harry Selden does not represent divine authority. Tell her she's got the wrong man. Tell her to leave me alone. I'm done with her. I fulfilled my promise long ago." The guards looked at one another in pity, obviously thinking this trial had gone on far too long. "Consider it done," Boone said. 65. Daniel stood on the parapet of an apartment that had once been a secret hideaway for Demerzel, and beside him stood the tick-tock that had come with the apartment. The apartment had been sealed decades before and left unoccupied, its lease paid for a century. This morning, when Daniel had returned to it to utilize its secret data links to the courts and the palace, he had found the tick-tock activated. He knew immediately who was responsible. "You have become a major irritation," Daniel told the former Sim. Though this meme mind seemed now to be on his side, she, was far too changeable and human-like to be trusted completely. The tick-tock hummed quietly. "It is so very hard to manifest in this world," Joan said. "Are you here to await news of Harry Selden?" "Yes," Daniel said. "Why not go to the palace in disguise and enter the courts?" "I will learn more here," Daniel said. "Are you irritated that I regard you as an angel of the Lord?" "I have been called many things," Daniel said. "None of them disturbs me." "I would consider it a privilege to ride with you into battle. These riots, they speak to me of many political currents. They trouble me." They could hear the noise of people in the streets far below, marching, waving banners, calling for the resignation of all responsible for the recent police searches. "Will they blame Harry Selden, or his people, his family?" "No," Daniel said. "How can you be so sure?" Daniel looked at the tick-tock, and for a moment the image of a young woman with intense features and short hair, dressed in ancient buffed and inscribed iron armor, flickered around the old machine. "I have been working for thousands of years, making alliances, arranging accounts, thinking far in advance of things which might be advantageous at some time. By now there are so many arrangements made that I have my choice of where to exert pressure and when to initiate certain automatic procedures. But that is not all." "You behave like a general," Joan said. "A general in the army of God." Daniel said, "Once humans were my God." "By assignment of the Lord." Joan seemed shocked and a little confused. She had grown greatly since her reconstruction and her dialogues, virtual affair, and estrangement from Voltaire. But old faith dies very hard indeed. No, by programming, by innate nature of my construction.
Men must receive God by listening to their inmost souls, Joan said. The dictates and rules of God are in the tiniest atom of nature and in the programs of Scripture.
You are not human, Daniel said, yet you have a human-like authority. I warn you, however, do not distract me. Now is a very delicate time.
The fiery danger of an angel, the compulsion of a general on the field, Joan said. Voltaire will lose. I almost feel sorry for him.
How strange that you have chosen me, when once you opposed my efforts, Daniel said. You represent faith, something I will never know. Voltaire represents the power of cold intellect. I am that or nothing.
You are far from cold, Joan said. You have your faith as well.
My faith is in humanity, Daniel said. I recognize laws made by humanity. The voice from the tick-tock fell silent for a moment. Then, softly, the mechanical tone conveying little of what must have been the entity's passion, Joan said, The forces acting through you are clear to me. What you know or do not know means little. I knew very little in my time, but felt those forces. They acted through me. I trusted them. Daniel ignored the tick-tock and waited for the courts to make their report. One thing in his plan had gone awry, but he had more than half expected this to happen. Dors Vannabilly was not at her assigned post. Daniel had long ago learned the art of letting certain parts of a plan, even key parts, act outside of his immediate control, so long as he knew very well what their direction would be. He had seen that potential in Dors from the moment she emerged from her refurbishment on Eos, and he had seen a similar potential in Lodovic as well. The risk was great, but the potential gains were enormously greater. He had almost gotten used to this kind of gambling, but waiting still induced an unpleasant sensation in his mechanical form that he would have isolated and eliminated, could he have done so. The tick-tock's passenger had fallen into a reverent silence. Daniel touched the machine on its small metal sensor head. "How do you exist on Trantor now?" he asked.
I permeate the computational and connection systems, the interstices in the mesh as before, the entity said.
"How thoroughly?"
Daniel asked. As thoroughly as before, perhaps more so. Daniel considered the risks of relying on Joan, and also the potential of Voltaire.
"Does Voltaire permeate the system as well?"
I would think so, Joan said. We are trying to avoid each other, but his traces are a constant irritation.
Do you have access to security codes, encrypted channels?
With some effort they are available to me.
And to Voltaire?
He is not stupid, whatever his other flaws, Joan replied.
Daniel considered for a few seconds, his brain working at its greatest speed and capacity, then said, "You can place an extension of your patterns into me. I suggest—" and he passed on, using machine language, a certain address within his higher reasoning centers. An instant later, Joan was within him. She filled out in acquired detail as the minutes passed.
I am privileged to be your ally, she said.
I would not want my opponents to have an advantage, Daniel said, and turned away from the parapet, preparing to leave the apartment. 66. Varalisa rode her cart through the almost empty plaza, surrounded by a phalanx of 20 General Security Specials, already wearing their new uniforms. Major Nam walked beside her as always. She wore a slightly dazed expression, like a puppet that has been jerked too often, in too many directions. Something in the emptiness, the deserted streets and shuttered portals, was glaringly wrong. The Specials sensed it, and she did not need her own heightened instincts to feel tense, but those instincts were buzzing madly about other prior events. In the morning, at her meeting with Farad Sinter, she had seen in this man she both feared and idolized, not confidence and strength, but raw arrogance, something she could compare only to the attitude of a child about to step over the bounds and be punished. In contemporary imperial politics, however, punishment was no mere spanking. A fall from such control and power was tantamount to death, or if there was mercy, imprisonment in Ricarian or exile to the horrible outer worlds. Major Nam wore a steady frown. They were approaching the plaza outside the main gate of the distribution and storage district, just a few kilometers from the agora of vendors, where they had almost caught Lodovik Trima. She felt uneasy at that failure. Perhaps with such evidence in hand their situation would be less tense now. Still, her sense this day was that they were on to something much more important even than Trima. Perhaps the center of robot activity on Trantor. Vara had not told Cinter her misgivings about the female form robot. What little she could gather from the robot's memory did not seem to match his expectations, but he had been in no mood to have his moment of triumph punctured. He assented to this search today, more to get her out of his hair, and because she insisted that even more evidence would be judicious, given the level of opposition from Ling Chen. Farad Cinter did not think much of his mentalic bloodhound, not as a human being, not as a woman. Vara sniffed and rubbed her nose. She knew she was unattractive, and she knew that Cinter regarded her merely as an ally in his political rise. But was it too much to hope that some day there would be another kind of alliance? How could she adjust to a partner who did not have her abilities? It was too much to hope that she would discover another like herself, who would appreciate her. She had faced too many disappointments to expect such a coincidence of desires. Nam suddenly drew up his arm and listened to his station communicator. His eyes narrowed. "Affirmed," he grunted. He glanced down at Vara, and his lips curled in what might have been contempt. She experienced a moment of simple fear. Out of favor. They'll execute me right here. Then she analyzed the Major's expression, professional disdain at the incomprehensible orders of his superiors. "We've been told to withdraw," he said. "Something about an additional force. Too many specials in the field." A grumbling noise rolled from the storage district. Vara looked up and saw crowds of both Greys and citizens, uncharacteristically mixed, pouring through the broad gates. She thought at first there were a few dozen, a small mob, but the specials immediately pulled up into a square and raised their personal shields. Her own shield went up with a small crackle. There were thousands of them, men and women, citizens, and even university meritocrats in the mix, not just grey and black clothes, but bright colours on adults. For a moment Vara Liso did not believe her eyes. This was not Dahl or Rentia, renowned for political unrest. This was the imperial sector, and the mob was made of different classes, unheard of. There were even imperial greys in the mix. The lieutenant called for backup and further instructions. The mob, faces clearly visible across the plaza in the almost continuous sunset glow of the seal, was sullenly angry. Some were carrying signs, others projectors which flashed messages against the plaza walls. Flows of brilliant red words announced, "Recall General Security," and "Where is Center?" Others were much more rude, much angrier. Flares of sparks shot up from the left flank of the mob, making the plaza shine out in brilliant detail. One flare rose 100 meters, and when it exploded, with a hideous echoing bang, the specials hunkered and unholstered their neural whips. But these weapons were no good for control of large crowds, and they certainly did not want to resort to blasters. They were not prepared. The Major knew this, but backing away from a challenging crowd clearly rankled him. Perhaps he had never had to back down before, never had to face such a thing. "We should go," Vara told the Major. She did not like this mob using Cinter's name. He was high profile now. There had been many stories about the establishment of the new commission in the Trantor media, but why were they singling him out? "Please," Vara said, "this cart is not very fast." The Major regarded her with that same expression of curled lip and narrowed eyes she had seen earlier. He said nothing more, but gave the command to withdraw. The crowd advanced as the cordon drew back. Then, with a single bestial voice of the true mob, they broke into a run. Above the noise of the mob there came another, even more ominous grumble. Vara turned her cart about. The Major surrounded her with 5 of his most highly trained officers and barked commands for the rest to hold their ground. He had made his calculation and seen that they would not reach any possible shelter, or a better defensive position, before the mob was upon them. Vara strained to see between the specials, to hear above the shouting and the sharp commands. A breeze brushed her cheek. Dozens of small drones soared over the plaza, tiny buzzing spheres the size of a clenched fist. The mob ignored these surveillance units. Varra stood up on her cart and stepped down. She could run faster than the cart, if she had to. Or she could order one of these men to carry her. Her thin arms and legs trembled in anticipation of the strain she would face. She was delicate, she knew that. Her strength lay elsewhere, and she wondered how much of the mob she could persuade if they crowded around her, suffocating her with their individual minds. She gave a little squeak. "Yes," she thought, "I'm just like a mouse, a terrified little mouse. I am a pitiful thing, but please, oh please, let me concentrate. I can beat them all if I concentrate." Varra felt her inner resources surge. She thought she detected a cringing of the shoulders of the men around her as she set up her defences. She had never had to protect herself against so many. As she felt her concentration of forces begin, her fear seemed to ebb. Even should the personal shields collapse, or should they be pushed by the mob up against a wall and crushed within those shields, a possibility, she would not be helpless. If Center could not help, if the Major and his specials could not help, then she would still prevail. She saw the shadows descend even before she heard the thump of blades and the pulsing engines of troop deployers. The Major threw up his arm against the wash of air, and the shadows swept over them. As the craft landed, they seemed to rise up from the floor of the plaza, rather than descend, as she knew they must. 4 slender deployers perched on their crackling blue pylons before the mob. She knew the mark on their sides, an oval of stars surmounting a galaxy and a twinned red cross, the private responsive army of the Emperor, the external action force, almost never seen. "The Emperor has sent his forces to protect us," she thought with some relief, then drew her fist up to her mouth. Farad had once told her the external action force had not been used in years, and that Clayus hated and feared them. They had once been commanded by the retired General Prothon, and Prothon's specialty, the only reason he was ever called out of retirement, was the removal of emperors. At the sight of the machines, the mob halted and fell silent. This was unexpected. That external action force, supposedly used only when the status of the throne itself was threatened, might become involved in a mere riot, was sobering. Some in the crowd broke free of the mob mind, muttered among themselves. The front of the crowd turned and shrank back. Within a few seconds, 100 armored and shielded troops in blue and black with red-striped helmets had dropped from the hatches of the deployers and formed 2 lines, one before the crowd, the other directly before Varra Liso and her specials. The last to emerge was General Prothon himself, huge, with bull shoulders and immense arms and a barrel gut straining at his formal uniform. His face was almost boyish, with wispy grey moustache and a tiny goatee, and his small, sharp eyes darted back and forth with gleeful energy. He seemed happy to be arriving at a party. Prothon paused for a moment between the lines, looked left and right, then swung about and approached Varra Liso. His eye fell on her immediately, and he stared at her intently, almost merrily, as he strode on long, thick pillar legs. Some said he was from the planet Nur, a heavy, oppressive world, but in truth nobody knew where Prothon came from, or how he had achieved his position. Some said he was the secret emperor, the true power within the palace, even above the Commission of Public Safety, at least since the exile of Aegis IV, but rumors were not fact. Prothon pushed his way through the phalanx and stood before her. Varra blinked up at the massive chest surmounted by the comparatively small head with its amused, pleasant face. "So this is the little woman who would provoke the big war," Prothon said in a lovely tenor voice. For a moment, facing what might be her doom, Varra was smitten by this paradoxical combination of bold strength and attractive boyishness. "Any success today?" he asked sympathetically. Varra blinked several more times, then mumbled, "I sense," and stopped herself with a knuckle against her lips. She wanted to cry or to lash out, and wasn't sure what she would do. Make this monster bend and weep with me, before me. "There's a warehouse in the storage district," she murmured, and Prothon stooped beside her, as if proposing marriage, to listen more closely. "Again, please," he said gently. "There's a warehouse in the storage district, retail center. I have been past it a dozen times in the last few weeks. It seemed innocuous enough.
But I've been tuning my senses, listening more closely. I am sure there are robots inside the warehouse, perhaps a great many of them. The Chief Commissioner of the Commission of General Security—"
"Yes, of course," Prothon said. He rose and glared out over the specials, through the lines of his own troops to the mob. "We'll get you through to the warehouse," he said. "After that, no more. It's over."
"What's over?"
she asked hesitantly.
"The game," Prothon said with a smile. "There are winners and there are losers."
67. Ludovic heard the warning sirens in his head, as did all the robots within the warehouse. He had worked out the evacuation plan with Callison the night before. Callison had told him that Plusix had anticipated a general disruption, possibly a discovery. And now most of their avenues of escape were blocked by Imperial specials. Callison and the other robots were busy in another part of the warehouse, carrying the heads and other precious Calvinian items. Thousands of years of robot history and traditions, the memories of dozens of key robots, stored in dissected memory nodes, or, in a few cases, in the whole heads. There was a religious aspect to the respect Callison held for these relics, but Ludovic had little time to contemplate the peculiarities of this robot society. Ludovic found Clea and Bran in the dining hall at ground level. The young woman looked determined but scared, wide-eyed, face flushed. Bran seemed uncertain but not frightened, merely nervous. Ludovic ignored a communication from Voltaire, a commentary on romantic oppositions that seemed completely useless. "We are leaving now," Ludovic said. "We're packed," Bran said, and lifted a small cloth bag that contained all their worldly goods.
"I can feel her. She's looking for us,"
Clea said. "Perhaps," Ludovic said. "But there are hidden passages out of the lower levels that have not been used in thousands of years. Some emerge close to the palace detention center where Selden is kept."
"You know the palace, the codes for entry?"
"If they have not been changed. There is a certain inertia in the amendment of palace procedures. The codes for the Emperor's quarters are changed twice a day, but in other portions of the extended palace there are codes that have been in place for 10 or 15 years. We will have to take some risks." "The codes that you do not know I can access," Voltaire told him.
"Just get us out of here," Clea said. "I don't want to have to fight her."
"We may have to fight others," Ludovic said, "to persuade them or to defend ourselves."
Clea shook her head with stubborn boldness. "I don't care about them. Not 1 in 1,000 persuaders can hold a candle to Bran and me working together. But that woman—"
"We can beat her," Bran said. Clea glared at him, then shivered and shrugged her shoulders.
"Maybe," she said.
"Do you know robot mental structures well enough?" Ludovic inquired as they walked toward the elevators.
"What do you mean?"
Clea asked. The ancient elevator doors opened with the smooth heaviness of old Empire engineering. A feeble green emergency light blinked on within. They stepped into the ghoulish glow. "Can you persuade a robot?" Ludovic asked.
"I don't know," Clea said. "I've never tried, except with Callison, once, and I didn't know he was a robot. He fended me off."
"We have a few minutes," Ludovic said. "Practice on me."
"Why?"
"Because to get to Hari Seldon we may have to confront Daniel. Remember what Dors Vanabili said."
"Robots are so different,"
Clea murmured. "Practice," Ludovic said. "You would give up your free will to this child?" Voltaire asked, understanding the question was rhetorical. "No, we take advantage of the most evil of weapons. Which is worse, robot mind-warping or human?"
"Please," Ludovic said. "It may be very important."
"All right!" Clea shouted, feeling pushed.
She did not like this. Told herself she did not want to discover a new weakness in the middle of her fear.
"What should I do? Make you dance a jig?"
Ludovic smiled. "Whatever comes into your mind."
"You're a robot. Couldn't I just order you to dance, and you'd have to obey?"
"You are not my master," Ludovic said. "And remember—" Clea turned away and put a hand to her cheek. Ludovic suddenly realized it would be very pleasant to test his motor control circuitry. The elevator would be a perfect place in which to conduct these tests, so long as he was careful not to bump into the humans who occupied it with him. It was simple, really, this urge to move, simple and pleasant to contemplate.
He began to dance, slowly at first, feeling the affirmation, the approval. Thousands of humans would rate his performance highly, if not in artistic terms, certainly for the skill with which he was testing all his engineered routines. He felt very coordinated and worthy. Clea removed her hand from her cheek. Her face was wet with tears. Ludovic stopped and swayed for a moment, as his own robotic will sorted through disparate impulses and reached a new balance.
"I'm sorry," Clea said. "That was the wrong thing to have you do."
She wiped her face quickly, embarrassed. "You did well," Ludovic said, a little dismayed by the ease with which she had controlled him. "Did Bran coordinate with you?"
"No," Clea said.
Bran seemed stunned by her success. "Sky, we could take over all of Trantor."
"No!" Clea shouted. "I'm sorry I did this."
She held her hands out to Ludovic as if seeking his forgiveness.
"You're a machine. You are so eager to please deep down inside. You're easier than a child. You are a child."
Ludovic did not know how to respond, so he said nothing. Voltaire, however, made his opinions known in no uncertain terms. "I could feel her as well. I have no legs, yet I wanted to dance. What sort of force is this? What a monstrosity!" Clea would not let go of her self-disgust, and this only compounded her confusion.
"But you're not a child. You are so dignified and serious. It was bad, like making my father—"
Her voice hitched.
"Making my father wet his pants."
She began to sob. Ludovic tilted his head to one side. "I am not harmed, if you are concerned about my dignity."
"You don't understand,"
Clea shouted. The door opened, and she whirled as if to face new enemies. The darkened corridor beyond was empty, silent. A thin layer of grey dust on the floor was unmarred by footprints. She leaped from the elevator, and sentries puffed around her feet.
"I don't want to be this way any more. I just want to be simple."
Her voice echoed against the impassive and ancient walls. 68. Boone stood beside Hari, and Loris Avakim stood beside Gael Dornick. The 5 judges had already been seated as they entered, Ling Chen, as always, highest and in the middle. Hari felt slightly dizzy, standing more than 5 minutes as the clerk droned on with the charges. He squinted at the judicial chambers, then tilted slightly toward Gael until he was leaning on him. Gael supported him without comment until he regained his balance and stood upright again. "Sorry," he murmured. Ling Chen spoke without even looking at Hari. "The continuation of this trial would serve no further purpose. General Security no longer has any reason to cross-examine Professor Selden." Hari did not dare feel even a breath of hope coming from the lips of this man. "All public proceedings are now at an end." Chen and the judges stood. Sedger Boone held Hari's other arm as the commissioners departed from the bench. The baronial peers stood as well, murmuring among themselves. The advocate approached the crib and spoke to Gael and Hari. "The chief commissioner will have a word with you in private," he said. He nodded at Boone and Loris Avakim, professional courtesy, or perhaps acknowledging those in the same employ. "Your clients must be alone for these formalities. They will stay here. All others will leave." Hari did not know how to feel or what to think. His resources were near a bitter end. Boone touched his arm, gave him a confident smile, and left with Avakim. Once the room was cleared, the outer doors were sealed with long brass bars, and the commissioners returned. Ling Chen watched Hari very closely now. "Sire, I would prefer we have our advocates with us," Hari said, his voice cracking. He hated these weaknesses, these infirmities. The commissioner to the left of Chen replied, "This is no longer a trial, Dr. Selden. Your personal fate is no longer at issue. We are here to discuss the safety of the state." "I will speak," Chen said. The other commissioners seemed to melt back into their chairs, into silence, confirming the power of this lean, hard man with the calm features and manner of an ancient aristocrat. Hari thought, "He seems older than I do. An antique." "Dr. Selden," Chen began, "you disturb the peace of the Emperor's realm. None of the quadrillions living now among all the stars of the galaxy will be living a century from now. Why, then, should we concern ourselves with events of 5 centuries' distance? "I shall not be alive half a decade hence," Harry said, "and yet it is of overpowering concern to me. Call it idealism, call it an identification of myself with that mystical generalization to which we refer by the term man.
I do not wish to take the trouble to understand mysticism. Can you tell me why I may not rid myself of yourself and of an uncomfortable and unnecessary 5-century future, which I will never see, by having you executed tonight?"
Harry called upon all his contempt for this man, contempt for death itself, to match the Chief Commissioner's outrageous calm.
"A week ago," Harry said, "you might have done so, and perhaps retained a 1 in 10 probability of yourself remaining alive at year's end. Today, the 1 in 10 probability is scarcely 1 in 10,000.
The other commissioners let out a collective sigh at this blasphemy, like virgins before a suddenly naked spouse. Chen seemed to become a little sleepier, and also a little leaner, a little harder. "How so?" he asked, his voice dangerously mild.
"The fall of Trantor," Harry said, "cannot be stopped by any conceivable effort. It can be hastened easily, however. The tale of my interrupted trial will spread through the galaxy. Frustration of my plans to lighten the disaster will convince people that the future holds no promise to them. Already they recall the lives of their grandfathers with envy. They will see that political revolutions and trade stagnations will increase. The feeling will pervade the galaxy that only what a man can grasp for himself at that moment will be of any account. Ambitious men will not wait, and unscrupulous men will not hang back. By their every action they will hasten the decay of the worlds. Have me killed, and Trantor will fall not within 5 centuries, but within 50 years, and you, yourself, within a single year."
Chen smiled as if in faint amusement.
"These are words to frighten children. And yet your death is not the only answer which will satisfy us. Tell me, will your only activity be that of preparing this encyclopedia you speak of?"
Chen seemed to extend a shield of magnanimity over Harry, with a sweep of his hand and a tap of 2 fingers beside the bronze bell and gavel.
"It will."
"And need that be done on Trantor?"
"Trantor, my lord, possesses the Imperial Library, as well as the scholarly resources of—"
"Yes, of course. And yet if you were located elsewhere, let us say upon a planet where the hurry and distractions of a metropolis will not interfere with scholastic musings, where your men may devote themselves entirely and single-mindedly to their work, might not that have advantages?"
"Minor ones, perhaps."
"Such a world has been chosen, then. You may work, Doctor, at your leisure, with your 100,000 about you. The galaxy will know that you are working and fighting the fall. They will even be told that you will prevent the fall. If the galaxy, that cares about such things, believes you to be correct, they will be happier." He smiled. "Since I do not believe in so many things, it is not difficult for me to disbelieve in the fall as well, so that I am entirely convinced I will be telling the truth to the people. And meanwhile, Doctor, you will not trouble Trantor, and there will be no disturbance of the Emperor's peace. The alternative is death for yourself and for as many of your followers as will seem necessary. Your earlier threats I disregard. The opportunity for choosing between death and exile is given you over a time period stretching from this moment to one 5 minutes hence."
"Which is the world chosen, my lord?" Harry asked, concealing the tension of his anticipation.
Chen called Harry forward to the docket with a waggle of his thin finger, and pointed to an informer tablet, on which an image of the world and its location were displayed.
"It is called, I believe, Terminus," said Chen.
Harry glanced at it, breathless, and looked up at Chen. They were closer than they had ever been before, barely an arm's length between them.
Harry could see the fine lines of strain on the calm features, like wrinkles on a world of ice.
"It is uninhabited, but quite habitable, and can be moulded to suit the necessities of scholars. It is somewhat secluded."
Harry tried to show some dismay.
"It is at the edge of the galaxy, sir."
Chen dismissed this as unworthy with a roll of his eyes. He regarded Harry wearily, as if asking, "We do not need these theatrics, do we really?"
"As I have said, somewhat secluded. It will suit your needs for concentration."
"Come, you have 2 minutes left." Harry could hardly conceal his elation. He felt for the merest instant a burst of gratitude to this gentry monster.
"We will need time to arrange such a trip," he said, voice softened. "There are 20,000 families involved."
Gale Dornick, still in the crib, cleared his throat. Chen lowered his gaze to the informer, tapped the display off. "You will be given time." Harry could not help himself. The last minute was passing quickly, and yet he could not stop from giving his triumph the last few seconds to grow all the larger, all the more shocking to those without his knowledge. Finally, as the minute crept into the last 5 seconds, he murmured, voice rough and subdued in defeat, "I accept exile." Gale Dornick gasped and sat down abruptly. The proctor entered once more and observed the acceptance, noted that all was proper, and recorded the results and declarations, then deferred to the chief commissioner. Chen held up his hand and officially pronounced, "This matter is at an end. The commission is no longer concerned. Now, all go." Harry stepped back from the bench to join Gale. "Not you," Chen said softly.
"The deal, if deal it was, has astonished all Foundation scholars. It has the air of a miracle.
There must have been prior arrangements, unknown deals behind the deal, yet our texts and depositions and even the trial records give us no clue. It is thought that this period of Harry Selden's life will forever remain dark."
How could the trial have gone so well? How could Selden have focused the tools of psychohistory so precisely, even during AG, the first Selden crisis? The forces arrayed against Harry Selden were formidable. Gale Dornick records that Ling Chen felt genuinely threatened by him. Dornick may have been influenced by Selden's view of Chen, perhaps not entirely accurate. What we know of Chen from imperial sources suggests that the chief commissioner was a coldly calculating and highly efficient political mind, frightened by no man. Selden, of course, thought otherwise. Students of this period, Encyclopedia Galactica, 117th edition, 1054 FE. 69. The commission court bailiff followed Harry and Ling Chen into the consultation chamber behind the judge's bench. Harry sat in a narrow chair before the chief commissioner's small desk and watched Chen warily. Chen did not sit, but waited for his Lavrentian servant to help him out of his ceremonial robes. In a simple grey cassock, Chen reached up to the ceiling with hands clenched, cracked his knuckles, and turned to Selden. "You have enemies," Chen said. "That is no surprise. What is surprising is that your enemies have been my enemies much of the time. Does that interest you?" Harry pursed his lips but said nothing. Chen looked away as if supremely bored. "This exile will not, of course, extend to you," he continued. "You will not leave Trantor. I will forbid it if you try." "I am too old and do not wish to leave, my lord," Harry said. "There is still work to do here."
"So much dedication," Chen mused softly, rubbing one elbow with the palm of his opposite hand. "Should you survive and finish your work, I will be interested to learn of the results."
"We'll all be dead," Harry said, "before the results are proved or disproved."
"Come, Dr. Selden," Chen said. "Speak with me frankly, as one old manipulator to another. I am told you have planned the results of this trial years in advance, through careful political arrangement, and with considerable political skill."
"Not planned, foretold through mathematics," Harry said.
"Whatever. Now we are at last done with each other to our mutual relief."
"My lord, what about the Commission of General Security?" Harry asked. "They might object to these results."
"There is no longer such an agency," Chen said. "The Emperor has withdrawn their charter. Perhaps that was foretold as well by your mathematics?"
Harry folded his hands before him. "They don't even show in the lattice of results, my lord," he said, and realized his tone might be considered arrogant. Too late. Chen accepted these words in silence, then spoke in a chilling monotone.
"You have studied me, Professor Selden, but you do not know me. If I have my way, you never will."
The Chief Commissioner curled his lip and stared up at the ceiling.
"I despise your mathematics. It is nothing more than dressed-up superstition, tricked-out religion, and it smells of the same degeneration and decay you so enthusiastically embrace and promote. You are of a kind with those who hunt for god-like robots in every shadow. I let you go now because you are nothing to me. You no longer have any place in my designs."
The Chief Commissioner waved his hand to the bailiff.
"You are remanded to civil authority for release," he said, and left the room with a small swirl of his cassock.
The Lavrentian servant glanced briefly and curiously at Harry and departed after his master. Harry could have sworn the servant was trying to communicate a sense of relief.
"Professor Selden,"
the bailiff said with an age-old air of professional courtesy,
"follow me."
70. Calusin had finished the removal of Plusix's head. He withdrew the cables which had provided temporary power to the robot as the most recent memories were fixed in permanent storage within the iridium sponge backup. Then he lifted the head from the plastic cradle, away from the slightly smoking neck, and lowered it into the archival metal box. He could hear the commotion among Plusix's wards as the troops moved through the warehouse. Through the window overlooking the warehouse interior, Calusin could see Prothon's troops herding the young Mentalics, 30 in all, toward personnel carriers at street level. Whatever their persuasive skills, they did not seem able to escape. He could do nothing for them now. He lifted the box, carried it to the end of the long chamber, and stopped as he heard boots beyond the door. To Calusin's surprise, it was Prothon himself who entered, pushing the door open with a slight kick. Calusin stood in place as the general walked into the chamber. Prothon surveyed the dilapidated equipment and the half-dismantled robot in the harness a few meters away. The general was unarmed, and his troops hung back behind the door. For a moment, nothing was said, and neither moved.
"Are you human?"
Prothon finally asked. Calusin did not reply.
"Robot, then. All my men down there are getting headaches. I'm just as glad you're not one of the youngsters."
Prothon nodded at the box carrying Plusix's head.
"What's that, a bomb?"
Calusin said, "No."
"No weapons, no means of defense? Almost certainly a robot."
Prothon regarded him curiously.
"In good condition and very convincing. Very old. Centuries?"
Calusin did not even blink. There was nothing more he could do without harming Prothon or the troops before him, and he could not harm humans.
"I order you to identify yourself," Prothon said. Then, astonishingly, he added, "Owner identity may be excluded, but personal type and origin and serial number may not."
R. Calusin, DAS, S-13407-D-10237.
"Robot Calusin Das, Solaria, late model," Prothon said quietly. "Pleased to make your acquaintance. I have instructions to take 2 robots into custody. One is R. Daniel, or Dani, surname and ID unknown. The other is R. Lodevik Trima, ID also unknown. You are neither of these?"
Calusin shook his head.
"What's in the box, R. Calusin? Mandatory, excluding information that may be of harm to your master or owner?"
Prothon knew the old forms of interrogation. Calusin could have eluded a question that his programming could consider ambiguous or harmful to his owners,
the human race. Plusix had reassigned ownership of his robots to the broader category a century before, foreseeing advantages to this workaround. A restrained kind of zeroth law, never necessary. Until now. Callison could not, on short notice, come up with any reason not to inform Prothon what was in the box. Their mission was over, at any rate. "A robotic head," Callison said. "Non-functional." "Are you the only robot remaining? We have reason to believe others have left this building already before we arrived." "I am the only one remaining." "If I take you into custody, will you remain functional?" "No," Callison said. That would harm the cause, and possibly, therefore, harm his owner, the human race. "If my men enter, you will not remain functional?" "I will not," Callison said. "A standoff, then. I have very little time, but I'm curious. What were you trying to do here?" Prothon had neglected to use the form of address. Callison weighed the situation carefully. He had no hope of escape, and there was no profit in discussing anything more with General Prothon. But before he shut himself down permanently, he was himself curious about Prothon's knowledge. "I will answer your question if you will answer mine," Callison said. "I'll try." Prothon seemed amused by this remarkable dialogue. "How do you know about robots?" "Personally, suspicions. Only suspicions. All these years of service to the Empire. Found a dysfunctional robot on a distant planet once. Destroyed during an invasion. Haven't seen one since." "How do you know the forms of address?" "Ling Chen gave me instructions, told me to speak directly with any robots, also told me there was no danger addressing the robots we would find here." "Thank you," Callison said. "Suspicions. Only suspicions, Daniel. My answer is I am here to serve my owner." He reached into the box and pressed a hidden corner switch. The box began to heat. He placed it on the floor. Within several seconds, Plusix's head would be cooked, useless. Then Callison stood tall. He could not deactivate himself just yet. The threat had to be immediate. Prothon looked at the box, now glowing a dull red and crackling slightly against the tiles on the floor. He made a small grimace and called for his troops to enter. That was enough. The threat of capture and interrogation became very real. Callison would become a danger to his owner. He collapsed on the floor before any one of the troops could reach him. Prothon observed this with an air of profound respect. He had seen many human soldiers do precisely the same thing. It was time-honored and actually more than he had expected from a robot. But then, he had only known this one robot for a few minutes and was in no position to judge. He left the chamber and ordered it to be searched by a party of the Commissioner's engineers. 71. Clea could feel the troops a few hundred meters above and behind them, intent on the search. Ludovic led them deeper beneath the warehouse district until they came to a small round hatch almost completely blocked by debris from an ancient flood. Clea took hold of Brand's arm and stepped back as Ludovic cleared the debris. Brand smiled down on her, barely visible in the dim light of the maintenance globes, pulled her hand loose, and went to help Ludovic. With a sigh, Clea also pitched in, and in less than a minute they had the hatchway cleared. Clea could not hear or otherwise sense anybody in the tunnel behind them, but she felt deeply uneasy nonetheless. The flood debris, the years of corrosion on the hatchway, the difficulty they had prying it open. It would not get any easier from this point on. They were heading into the depths of the ancient hydraulic system for Trantor's earliest cities. Beyond the hatchway they could see even less. Globes were spaced at 30-meter intervals, and seemed even dimmer. That they stayed illuminated at all was evidence of the skill of the early engineers and architects on Trantor, who realized that this deep infrastructure must be far more reliable and persistent than even the cities that would be demolished, and rise again far above. "We go for about 3 kilometers this way," Ludovic said. "Then we start to climb again. There may be pedways, escalators, elevators.
And they may not. Callison hasn't explored these ways in decades.
Clea said nothing, simply remained at Bran's side as the robot led them deeper until she could sense no humans whatsoever. She had never been this far from crowds. She wondered what it would be like to have an entire planet to oneself, with no responsibilities, no guilt, no talents, and no need for talents. Ludovic's footfalls ahead took them into murky darkness, and soon they were up to their ankles in stagnant water. From somewhere to their left came the sound of huge pumps thumping into action, then cutting off with distant swallowing roars. Trantor's heartbeat. Bran looked down at her and helped her climb over a pile of eroded plastic parts, like blockage in an ancient artery.
"I can see fairly well now," Ludovic said, "though I suspect you cannot. Please just stay close behind me. We're much better off down here, following this route, than we would be up there."
Clea suddenly felt something loud in her head, but very distant, like the report from a shell. She listened for it again as she walked beside Bran, and it came once more muddied, but she was ready for it, and she could almost taste its odd signature. Vara Liso. Thousands of meters above and in front of them, perhaps in the palace. "That woman," Clea said to Bran.
"Yeah,"
Bran said.
"What's she doing?"
"Feels like she's exploding," Clea said.
"Please stay close behind me,"
Ludovic insisted. There was a lift shaft ahead, according to Callison, and soon he would have a chance to try his codes to gain entrance to the foundations of the Imperial Courts building. 72. Major Nam held the neural whip in an unsteady hand. Sweat streaked his face. He stumbled slightly as he tried to turn away from the diminutive woman in her special emerald-green gown. Vara Liso wore a quizzical expression, eyes turned up as if she did not really need to look at the Major to control him. She seemed to be inspecting the ceiling over his head. The Major whimpered, and the whip fell from his hand. She was so tired. She walked around the Major. She would need something sweet to drink very soon, and something to eat, but first she had to go through the door and see Farad Center. Make her final report to the man she had hoped some day to marry. Foolish dreams. Absurd hopes. Vara Liso entered the anteroom of Center's new office, and saw the new furnishings, the banks of special Imperial-grade informers that would have hooked him directly to the orbiting receivers and processors. This would have been his command center. Center. She smiled crookedly. Heating without melting, dry at the center, a pile of sand. No man, no success, no fault. She had thrown the wands in the ancient game of Bioka, always resorted to when she was at her wit's end, and the wands said, no fault, correction in order, all is not right at the center. Beyond the immense bronze doors she could hear shouting and even wailing. She leaned her shoulder against the door. Nothing. Then she turned her full attention to the Major, bade him come forward and give his code to the door. He got off his knees, face contorted and dripping sweat. He punched in the code and applied his palm. The door swung open, and the Major fell back. Vara Liso entered the office. Farad stood there in full ceremonial outfit, conferring with 2 advisers and an advocate. No matter, his commission was at an end. He saw her and frowned.
"I need to get things in order. Vara, please leave."
Vara spotted a tray full of delicate sweets on the expansive desk, beside the most powerful informer processor she had ever beheld, perhaps able to distill information from 10,000 systems. It was not functioning now. Access to the Empire denied. Power gone. She lifted a handful of the sweets and chewed on them. Center stared at her. "Please," he said softly. He sensed her distress, but could not know its cause.
"They're melting down our robot. Selden is being released. I'm trying to reach the Emperor now. This is very important."
"Nobody will see us," she said, her fingers stirring the candies in the tray.
"It isn't that bad,"
Center insisted, his face pale.
"How did you get in?"
The major, her major, had been released by Prothon to inform Center of the situation. He had then been posted in the anteroom to keep her out. So much was obvious without even tasting their thoughts. She had never been able to read thoughts directly. At best she could taste emotions, pick up flashes of vision, sound, but never detail. Humans were not alike, deep inside. Minds developed differently. Vara knew that all humans were aliens to each other, but her own alienation was of a different order. "Miss Lisa, you need to leave now," the advocate said, and walked toward her. "I'll contact you later about representation in the imperial courts." He stumbled, and his face turned up, and he started to stutter and drool. Farad looked on him with dawning alarm. "Vara, are you doing that?" he demanded. She let the advocate go. "You lied," she said to Center. "What are you talking about?" "I'll get Selden myself," she said. "You stay here, and we'll leave together."
"No!" Center cried. "Stop this stupidity! We have to—"
For a moment, Varalisa went blank. The room turned black and swam, then seemed to flash into existence again. Center clutched his desk and stared at her with very round eyes. He looked down at his chest, at his knees twitching, legs folding beneath him. Then he looked up at her again. His advisers had already fallen to their knees, arms straight by their sides, fists clenched. They keeled over in opposite directions, and one hit his head on the edge of the desk. Farad's heart slowed. Vara did not know if she was doing this thing or not. She did not believe she was so strong, had never done such a thing before, but no matter. She turned away from the man she would have married, in all her best dreams and hopes, and said, "Now I am undeniably a monster." The word sounded delicious, free, very final. She left the office and walked with a lovely lightness through the anteroom, past the major, still gasping, then paused, but only for an instant, and grimaced. Farad was dying. She could feel the emptiness and silence in his chest. She touched her cheek. Now he was dead. She picked up the major's neural whip and continued on. 73. There were endless documents to sign, releases to be obtained from offices and levels within the Commission of Public Safety, and dozens of judicial bureaus to notify. It would take Hari longer to leave the courts than it had ever taken him to enter. Gail Dornick was in a separate area, and Boone had departed 3 hours ago to take care of various entanglements. Hari sat alone within the cavernous hall of dispensation, looking up at the ancient vault and skylights overhead, with their many-colored windows of pieced glass. He had been told to sit there until the jailer returned with the warden and issued his final documents. Hari was not sure how he felt. A little disbelieving, that was certain. He had passed through the belly of the imperial courts as yet undigested. The moment toward which, knowingly or in ignorance, he had worked all his life had passed. Now there were the first few records to be made. He would notify Wanda and Stetton of their final and, he suspected, surprising assignment, that the psychologists and mentalics of the Second Foundation would be staying on Trantor, and he would make the preparations to transfer his powers to Gale and the others who would leave for Terminus. The long twilight of the Empire would darkle. He would not live much longer to see it, nor did he want to. Seeing the glow of the overhead domes through the vault windows, perhaps 50 meters above him, made him think of what a real sky glow through real stained glass would look like on Helicon. Stillness. Completion is near, yet I feel no real sense of satisfaction. Where is my personal reward? What if I have saved humanity from thousands of years of chaos? What have I accomplished for myself? Unworthy thoughts for a prophet or a hero. I have a granddaughter, really my own flesh. The continuity is broken biologically, if not philosophically. I have a few new friends around me, but the old are either gone, dead, or inaccessible. He thought of standing on the upper side maintenance tower just a few weeks ago, and of the gloom that had enveloped him then. I cannot leave Trantor. Chen will not let me. I am still dangerous and best kept bottled. But where would I most like to go now? Where would I most like to be in my last days? Helicon. In the sun, outside, away from these enclosing sealed cities, away from the metal skin of Trantor. To see a night sky that was not simulated, and to be unafraid of the expanse, the thousands of stars, a small glimpse of the empire for which he had labored and which he had tried to understand. To stand in the open, in the rain and the weather and the cold, and not be afraid, to be with old friends and family. The obsessive thoughts that filled so many of his nights. He sighed and sat up, listening to the sounds of boots marching down the northern hallway. 3 guards and the warden entered and approached Hari. "There's been a disturbance in the new commission building near the palace and not too far from here," the warden said. "We've been told to lock down until the disturbance has been explained." "What sort of disturbance?" Hari asked. "I don't know," the warden said. "Nothing to worry about. We're fine here. We've been given instructions to protect you at any cost." Hari heard a sound from the eastern entrance of the hall. He turned and saw a woman standing there, and gave a gasp. In the light, at this distance, her stance, her bearing... The dream. 74. Dors Vannabilly had kept her own list of codes and passages in the palace buildings, and remarkably most of them still worked. No doubt the codes that let people out of the buildings were changed more frequently than those that let them in. When Hari had been arrested and charged with assault, decades before, she had made plans to break into the court's building and release him, and the work she had done then served her well now. It's also possible that Joan had helped her. But how she had come here ultimately did not matter. She would have battered down walls to do so. She was the first to enter the Hall of Dispensation. She saw Hari and 3 men standing near the center, lit by the diffuse glow of the skylight. She halted for a moment. The men were not threatening Hari. Quite the contrary. She judged they were there to protect him. Hari turned and looked in her direction. His mouth opened, and she heard his intake of breath echo in the hall. The 3 men turned, and the eldest, a large, stocky fellow wearing the uniform of an imperial warden, called out to her, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" From the northern entrance came a sizzle and a flash of light. Dors knew that sound very well, a neural whip, fired from several dozen meters. The 3 men around Hari jerked and danced for a moment, then fell to the floor moaning. Hari stood untouched. Dors ran as fast as she could toward the small, intense-looking woman standing near the northern entrance. This woman still held the neural whip, and seemed to have eyes only for Hari. In less than 4 seconds, Dors moved to within less than 2 meters of her. Varaliso cried out with the effort of her persuasion. The hall seemed to fill with voices, ugly, demanding voices. Hari clutched his hands over his ears and winced, and the men on the floor twitched even more violently. But the main force of the mentalic bolt went toward Dors. Dors had never felt such a blast, had never known humans were capable of such discharges. She had felt Daniel's subtle persuasive abilities during her training period on Eos, nothing more. It seemed perfectly natural, in mid-stride, on her way to incapacitating and, if necessary, killing this woman who threatened Hari, simply to pull up her legs and attempt to fly. Her body of metal and synthetic flesh curled into a ball, and she glanced off the woman's upper shoulder, knocking her to one side. Dors caromed from the opposite wall and fell to the floor in a tangle. She could not move. She did not want to move. Not at that moment. Perhaps not ever again. 75. Daniel left the taxi at the Gray's entrance on the east side of the Imperial Courts building, then stood by the small double metal doors. He wore the uniform of a lifetime bureaucrat. Native to Trantor, and not a student or pilgrim, he had reserved this identity decades ago, among many others, and if queried by any security guards, there would be files in the personnel computers to explain him and his duties, his right to be here. The doors were ornately inscribed with the general rules of public service. The first rule was, "Do no harm to your emperor or his subjects." Even in the taxi, Daniel had felt the mentalic explosions from the general vicinity of the palace, but did not know what they signified, if anything. It was easy to imagine his plans unraveling, now that they were almost complete. He had juggled for so long, keeping literally tens of millions of balls in the air at once. He shifted the small bureaucratic valise under his arm and entered a specific and reserved code for entry by a grey administrative officer. It was refused. The codes had all been changed. There was an emergency within the court's building, perhaps within the palace itself. Here, my other is within the building. Jones split into many Jones. Many meme minds worked from both sides. The left-hand door opened, and he entered the building. It took him longer than he expected to make his way through the secure facilities, even with Jones' help. On the last door, when he knew he was within 2 doors of joining Hari in the beautiful, high-ceilinged Hall of Dispensation, Joan distracted a human guard by sending him revised watch instructions. Daniel smelled electricity in the next segment of hallway. A neural whip had been discharged here in the last few minutes. 76. Hari faced Varaliso across the Hall of Dispensation. She stood for a moment with hands held out, fingers wriggling, as if she fought to keep her balance. Her head swayed from side to side. The woman who had entered before her, who had reminded him so much of doors, lay in a heap, rolled up against the door, still as if dead. Hari did not feel afraid. Things had happened too quickly for that emotion to take hold. Everything seemed out of place, most of all himself. He did not belong there, and they did not belong there. The hall had been peaceful. Now it smelled of electricity, of urine leaking from the pants of the 3 men supine on the floor around him. "I'm saving you," Varaliso said from across the hall. She took a step toward him, lowering her arms. "For last." "Who are you?" Hari asked. He was concerned about the woman on the floor. He wanted above all else to make sure she was all right. Tremors spread in his mind, memories, triggered responses, confusing and rich, and evoking a sense both of intense promise and of horror. For he was sure that this woman was Dors. "She's come back. She wanted to protect me, the way she moved, like a springing tiger. And now she's down like a squashed insect. This small, thin woman, an aberration, a monster." Hari then knew who the woman was. Wanda had mentioned her weeks ago, the woman who had not agreed to join the Mentalics, who had allied instead with Farad Center. "You're Varaliso," he said, and started to move toward her. "Good," the woman said, her voice trembling. "I want you to know who I am. You're the one to blame." "Blame for what?" Hari asked. "You work with the robots." Her expression twisted until it seemed her face might become a knot. "You're their lackey. And they think they've won." 77. Lodevik invoked the last of the codes he knew, and the door to the transfer corridor from the court's building still refused to open. He worked the code around again on the finger pad beside the door frame, and the tiny simplified face in the display proclaimed once again that the code was incomplete. It would be so like the palace security detail to add a few numbers, but not change the beginning numbers. "I am working," Voltaire told him. "There must be many security measures being triggered now, multiple intrusions, perhaps." The girl and the large young man behind him shifted from foot to foot. "It won't be good to stay here," Brand said. "Something feels very bad." Voltaire's features appeared in the display, simplified to cartoon detail. The mechanical voice now said, "Additional numbers are required under the revised security procedures." The new face winked at Ludovic. "Test procedure 15A for verification," the voice added. "You may enter code for personal use only during this test period. Upon completion of test period, a formal entry code or a new password must be established and fixed." Ludovic glanced over his shoulder at Clea as he entered 7 new numbers. She stared at the display with furrowed brow.
"Who is that?" she asked.
"The Sim," Ludovic said.
The door opened.
Ludovic beckoned for them to pass through first.
"Is Hari Seldon near?"
Clea asked. "He is very near," Voltaire said, "and he is in imminent danger." 78.
"I wanted so much," Varaliso said. "Do you understand?"
Hari looked at her straight on. He stood perhaps 4 meters from her, 7 meters from where the other woman lay against the half-open door. He glanced at the other woman, and Liso raised the neural whip. "You don't need that," Hari said critically, as if lecturing a student. Varaliso hesitated. "You're mentalic. You stopped her." He raised his arm toward the collapsed woman, toward doors. Varaliso lowered her head, but kept her eyes on Hari. She looked like a pouting child, but in her eyes was the purest hatred he had ever seen. "Everything I've ever believed in," she said, "is dead. They're going to kill me just as they killed the men and women and children I found. My own people." "Farad Sinter made you do that," Hari said, "didn't he?"
"The Emperor," Varaliso said. She seemed ready to burst into tears, but she kept the whip high, and her finger lingered on the button. Hari could make out the setting. Near lethality.
"Yes, but Sinter was your—"
"He loved me," Vara moaned. Then she dropped the whip. But a wave of grief came out of her that hit him square. The hall was filled with Varaliso's emotions, and they were the ugliest and bleakest Hari had ever known. They struck at his own centers of ambition and need, and he could feel the bones of his innermost self cracking. The woman on the floor stirred, and Varaliso lifted her head and half turned toward her. Hari made his move, using the only chance he thought he would ever get. He had had years of training in self-defense on Helicon, but his body had long since refused to answer his instructions promptly. He had almost reached Liso when she cocked her head back and screamed again, silently, and within her mind, at Hari. Simultaneously, Bran and Ludovic pushed against the door, nudging Dors, who could not yet conjure up the will to move. Clea stumbled over Dors' leg, fell into the Hall of Dispensation, saw Ludovic moving with inhuman speed toward her enemy, saw him raise his arm, hand open, to take the woman's hand in his and spin her around, to kill her if need be, exercising that human freedom. But he stopped before his fingers touched her, frozen by a glance. Varaliso knelt, rubbing her wrists and hands, and faced Clea Asgar. 79. Daniel ran past the empty guard station and the security vestibule. His relatively weak perceptions of human mental states was now a fortunate shield. The backwash of another explosion, like the final death cough of a huge volcano, left him reeling, skidding on hands and knees, and tumbling into the Hall of Dispensation from the eastern entrance. He had an impression of Joan and all her copies in the machines around him coming apart like a rotten flag in a high wind, trying to stay together, but then that image was highly inconsequential, for his own patterns, his own mind, threatened to do the same thing. 80. If the cry of a child could have been made of knives, it could not have cut Clea any more deeply than the mentalic shock wave surrounding Varaliso. Disappointment, grief, anger, an intense sense of misplaced justice, images of people long dead, parents, young friends who had disappointed this small woman with a knotted face and crab-curled fists, battered against Clea, fragments of ruin in a flood of pain. The walls and pillars and panes of the Hall of Dispensation felt nothing. Varaliso's output was tuned to a purely human channel, to the roots of mind and matter.
Because she had not focused her talents completely on him, Ludovic felt merely a buzzing and a pressure not dissimilar to the neutrino flux he had encountered between the stars. He did, however, sense what Daniel saw very clearly, the disintegration of the entity who had spoken in him and through him. Voltaire stood in simple nakedness before this flux, this human tempest, and broke apart like a child's puzzle. For a moment Clea's sympathetic response nearly allowed her to die, to both drown and be burned by the outpouring. She felt the echoes of her own life, her own experiences, mesh with those of Varaliso. There were differences, however, and they were her salvation. She saw the strength of her own will opposed to the vacillation and indecision of Varaliso. She saw the not always apparent strength of her father, and earlier, before memory began clearly, her mother faced with a willful child, giving her enough leeway to be what she must be, however much it might discomfort or even hurt them. She was on the point of fighting back when the most dangerous similarity of all caught her unprepared. Varaliso cried out for freedom. Her voice rose in a shriek to the highest reaches of the hall and echoed back, "Let us be what we must be. No robots, no killing metal hands, no conspiracies and shackles." Clea felt something smoking, crisping in her thoughts. It was her sense of self. She would willingly sacrifice all before this urgent scream of pain, had felt it herself, though never so clearly and powerfully expressed. She recognized insanity buried within it, the insanity of a powerful and even self-destructive immune response. As did Daniel, trying to recover and get to his feet a few dozen meters away. A rejection of 20,000 years of benevolence and guidance, of patient and secret servitude. The cry of a child never allowed to mature, to feel its own pain and draw its own conclusions on life and death. Clea closed her eyes and crawled along the floor, trying to find Bran. She could neither see nor sense him. She dared not open her eyes, or she would be blinded, she was sure. Varaliso could not broadcast with such intensity for so long, and indeed the undirected flood was narrowing, finding a channel. It was concentrating, and even though it suddenly diminished by half, what Varaliso was throwing directly at Clea doubled in strength. Hari stood somehow on quivering legs and saw, but did not quite comprehend, these human forms. The small, thin woman walking forward step by staggered step, features distorted as if seen through a broken lens. Two others crawling along the floor, one a burly Dalite male, and the other a slender and not unattractive young woman, also dark. He did not see the tall, human-like figure on the east side of the hall. His mind filled with the waters of his own despair. He had been in error. It had all been for nothing, worse than nothing. Hari Seldon suddenly wanted to die, to be done with the pain and the realization of his failure. But there was that woman who had tried to tackle Varaliso, who he was sure was Dors Vanabili. Varaliso was killing Clea Asgar and Bran. This much was clear to Ludovic. The buzz had diminished, but as he stepped toward the knotted and distorted woman, it increased again. Ludovic paid little attention to Daniel, or to Hari Seldon, or to Dors. Both seemed out of the immediate focus of Liso's lethal projections. The knotted woman was clearly going to scramble all the essential patterns of Clea and Bran, then turn on the others. Voltaire was no longer in place to advise. Ludovic stepped toward the woman, now twisted and gnarled like an ancient willow. Clea lifted her head, opened her eyes, prepared to be blinded, and saw down a short, brilliant funnel of hatred to the eyes, all that were left of Varaliso, a pair of desperate and hate-filled eyes. Bran will die too. Never had she used her abilities to harm. Even making Ludovic dance had injured her sense of propriety and justice. She had never really believed she could do anything to Hari Seldon. She would think of her father, whom she had once made wet his pants, and the effort would collapse. Bran will die along with you. Then they will all die, and she will be destroyed as well. Useless. She reached out for Bran. Alone, she could do nothing against such naked and monstrous strength. Bran was a filament of clean light in the torrent of flaming hatred. She tugged at him as if she would wake him up. Bran said yes, and they joined. She had almost felt this happen during their physical joining, but had pulled back, still wishing to preserve her own self as a lone and defiant place. Ludovic reached out with both hands, saw Varaliso's shoulders twitch in awareness of his presence. She swiveled her head suddenly, tears flying from her eyes. Ludovic was willing to hurt her, kill her if need be, if she did not stop. This was what humans had done to each other throughout their history, and it hurt him that he had such freedom as well, freedom to harm and to kill. But he was under no misapprehension that he was no better than this gnarled and hideous female. Quite clearly, she was evil. She was anti-human. He made his judgment, his decision. He could feel a rumbling tidal wash coming. He grasped her shoulder and neck, and with a sudden twist of his arms, broke the woman's neck like a matchstick. Poor, small Varalisa. At the age of 5 years, her mother had beaten her severely, venting anger against her father, who had not been in the small and immaculately clean apartment. Her mother had held her down with a variety of persuasion that came only when she was enraged. She had beaten young Vara with a long, flexible plastic pole, until little welts rose on her bottom and along her back. And so there had come the day when she had caused her mother to die, a memory she sometimes grasped hard for strength, and she had taken her mother, perhaps just a memory, but perhaps not, inside to compensate. Held her in a little diamond cage in her dreams. Bringing out her mother for extra strength did not help. Actually, it weakened her because it made her a child again, even more than she had been before. She had never been an adult, not really. The combined ribbon of light and wave of terrified heat that caught her and shivered her, burning without flame. Sinter. The hand on her neck, twisting, was incredibly painful and very welcome, and broke open all of her own cages, so that she was, for a second, calm. Clea felt the last gust of Varaliso, and it whispered, "Free," then was silent. Ludovic knelt beside the body and saw that it was very tiny, and when he picked it up, it was very light as well. So much trouble from so little mass. A human wonder. Then he began to cry. Doris had recovered enough to stand. She observed the men and the woman within the hall, and the dead thing in the arms of the robot Ludovic, and she started toward Hari, who seemed dazed and confused, though still alive. It was only natural for her to go to him. Daniel was suddenly at her side and took her by the arm. "He needs help," Doris said, prepared to wrench her arm free from the grasp of her own master. "There's nothing you can do," Daniel said. By now, security in the courts and Hall of Dispensation would be aware of the breach. They would soon be surrounded by heavily armed guards, and no doubt even Imperial specials. He could not see any way of escaping, nor could he predict what would happen next. Perhaps it did not matter. It was very possible he had been completely in error in all of his actions for over 20,000 years. 81. The hall records show that after she killed Farad Center and incapacitated the guards, Varaliso went to the Hall of Dispensation and threatened Hari Seldon. Major Nam said his head was encapsulated in a regeneration helmet. He would be weeks recovering from the brain damage Liso had inflicted on him outside the office of Farad Center. We believe these others used many varieties of subterfuge to enter the hall and protect Seldon. They apparently knew Seldon was in grave danger. "And we did not?" Ling Chen asked. He leaned forward slightly in his chair, arms tight by his side, his gaze somewhere over the Major's shoulder. "There were no directives issued for Seldon's protection," General Prothon reminded the Chief Commissioner.
If these others had not arrived, Varalisa could easily have killed him with a neural whip or her peculiar talents. Yet she was the only one authorized to be in the court's building and Imperial sector. It is not clear how she died, but I am glad she is dead. For the last 3 days, everyone in Imperial sector has suffered tremendous headaches. Haven't you felt them? Chen asked. I usually suffer from headaches, Commissioner. It is my lot in life, Prothon said cheerfully. Chen scrutinized the video summary of events in the Hall of Dispensation. He was looking for something, someone, a ghost, a shade, a clue embodied. He pointed to the tall man standing by the strong-looking woman at the end of the summary. Individual file on this one? There is none, General Prothon told him. We have no idea who he is. Ling Chen looked away from the informer display for a moment, and one side of his face tensed as he clenched his jaw. Bring him to me. The woman with him as well. He shifted his attention to the magnified image of the stocky man holding the body of Varalisa. His expression softened for a moment. And this one. Hari Seldon is to be released to his colleagues or to his family. I do not wish responsibility for him any more. Keep the young Dalits in custody for the time being. Major Nam seemed unhappy. Chen lifted an eyebrow in his general direction. You have a comment? They all violated palace security. Yes, they did, didn't they? Chen asked pointedly. And you are part of that team which ensures palace security? The major straightened and said no more. You may go, Chen told him. Quickly the major departed. General Prothon chuckled. Surely you won't blame him, the general said. Chen shook his head. We have very nearly made the biggest blunder of our careers. How? Prothon asked. We nearly lost Hari Seldon. I presumed he was expendable. Chen almost frowned, but his face quickly returned to impassivity. This man here. Do you recognize him? No, Prothon said, squinting at the magnified image. Once he was known as Demerzel, Ling Chen said. Prothon drew his head back and narrowed his eyes dubiously, but did not contradict the chief commissioner. He never dies, Chen continued. He goes away for decades at a time, then he returns. He has often been associated with the interesting career of Hari Seldon. Chen, for the first time that day, smiled up at Prothon. That smile was peculiar, almost wolfish, and Chen's eyes glittered with mixed emotions. I suspect he has been directing my efforts in various ways for years now, always to my advantage. He said again, musing softly, always to my advantage. Another machine man, I presume? Prothon said. I am glad not to be privy to that history. No need for you to have known, Chen said. I myself can only suspect. He is, after all, a master of camouflage and prevarication. I will enjoy meeting with him and asking a few questions, one master to another. Why don't you simply execute him? Because there could easily be others to take his place. For all I know, they are right here in this palace. Claius? Prothon asked, his grin almost invisible. Chen sniffed. We should be so lucky. Why would it have been so bad to lose Seldon, a thorn in the Empire's side? Prothon asked. Because this demoiselle of old might spend another 1,000 years trying to raise up another Hari Seldon, Chen said, and this time all would probably not go well for me. Or for you, my dear dragon. Seldon said as much, and for once I believe him. Prothon shook his head. I can more easily believe in machine men than in Eternals. I've met robots, after all. But, as you say, Commissioner, as you say. You may return to your smoke-filled cave for now.
Chen murmured. "The young emperor is sufficiently cowed." "Gladly," Prothon said. 82. Wanda stood in the huge, streeling central travel station, wrapped in her warmest coat, a thin, decorative wrap. The air in the cavernous taxi and robo-hangar was cooler than in the rest of the sector, about 8 degrees, and getting colder. Ventilation and conditioning had been fluctuating for 18 hours now, and air was being pumped in by emergency blowers from outside, bringing streeling from perpetual springtime to a chill autumn none of its inhabitants was quite prepared for. No official explanation had been given, and she expected none. It was part and parcel with the broken seal and the general air of malaise that seemed to grip the planet. Stettin returned from the information booth beneath the high steel and serum archway. "Taxi and robo-dispatch is pretty jerky," he said. "We'll have to wait another 20 or 30 minutes to get to the courts."
Wanda clenched her fists. "He almost died yesterday."
"We don't know what happened," Stettin reminded her.
"If they can't protect him, who can?" she demanded.
Her guilt was not assuaged by the fact that Grandfather had ordered her to go into hiding upon his arrest, and not to emerge until his release. Stettin shrugged. "Your grandfather has his own kind of luck. We seem to share it. That woman is dead." They had heard this much in the official news: the assassination of Farad Sinter, and the unexplained death of Varaliso, identified as the woman Sinter had placed in charge of many of the searches that had prompted rioting in Dal, the Agora of Vendors, and elsewhere.
"Yes, but you felt the—"
Wanda did not have words to describe the shock-wave of some sort of extraordinary combat. Stettin nodded soberly. "My head still hurts."
"Who could have blocked Liso? We couldn't have, not all of the Mentalics, even had we allied."
"Someone else stronger than her," Stettin suggested.
"How many are there like Varaliso?"
"No more, I hope. But if we can recruit this other—"
"It would be like having a scorpion in our midst. What could we do with such a person? Anything that displeases—"
Wanda began to pace.
"I hate this," she said. "I want to get off this accursed planet, away from the center. I wish they'd let us take Grandfather with us. Sometimes he seems so frail."
Stettin looked up at a warm, rich hum, different from the guttural Grav-Stater grumble of the taxis and the whine of the robos. He patted Wanda's shoulder and pointed. An official transport from the Commission of Public Safety was decelerating smoothly in their lane. It slowed directly beside them. Other passengers glared at this intrusion of an official vehicle into public taxi lanes, even though the lanes were empty. The hatch to the transport opened. Within the utilitarian hull, luxury seating and warmth and a golden glow awaited. Sedger Boone stood up in the hatchway and peered at them. "Wanda Selden Palver?" he inquired. She nodded. "I represent your grandfather."
"I know. You're one of Chen's legal staff, aren't you?"
Boone looked irritated, but did not deny the accusation.
"Chen would leave nothing to chance," Wanda said, biting off the words. "Where is my grandfather? He had better not be—"
"Physically, he's fine," Boone said, "but the courts need someone in his family to accept his release and take charge of him."
"What do you mean physically? And why take charge?"
"I really do represent your grandfather's interests, however peculiar the arrangement," Boone said, his brows knit. "Something happened, however, outside of my control, and I just wanted to warn you. He's uninjured, but there was an incident."
"What happened?"
Boone surveyed the other waiting passengers, shivering and staring enviously at the transport's warm interior. "It's not exactly public knowledge." Wanda gave Boone a withering glare and pushed past him into the transport. Stettin followed close behind.
"No more talk. Take us to him, now," Wanda said.
83. Hari had not seen such luxurious accommodations since his days as First Minister, and they meant nothing at all to him. These were the auxiliary quarters of Ling Chen himself, in the Chief Commissioner's own tower block, and Hari could have had any treat he wished, asked for and received any service available on Trantor, and Trantor still, whatever its problems, offered many and varied services to the wealthy and powerful. But what he wished for most of all was to be left alone. He did not want to see the physicians who attended him, and he did not want to see his granddaughter, who was on her way to the palace with Boone. Hari felt more than doubt and confusion. The blast of Varaliso's hatred had failed to kill him. It had even failed to substantially damage or alter his mind or personality. Hari did have a complete loss of memory about what had happened in the Hall of Dispensation. He could recall nothing but the face of Varaliso, and, strangely enough, that of Lodovic Trima, who was, of course, missing and presumed dead in deep space. But Varaliso had been real. Trima, he thought. Some connection with Daniel. Daniel's conditioning working on me. But even that hardly mattered. What had so profoundly altered his state of mind, his sense of mission and purpose, was the single clue, the single bit of contradictory evidence that Liso had inadvertently provided him. Never in all of their equations had they taken into account such a powerful mentalic anomaly. Yes, he had calculated the effects of persuaders and other mentalics of the class of Wanda, Stettin and those chosen for the Second Foundation, but not for such a monstrosity, such an unexpected mutation as Varaliso. That small, gnarled woman with her intense eyes. Hari shuddered. The physician attending to him, all but ignored, tried to reattach a sensor to Hari's arm, but Hari shrugged it off and turned a despairing face toward him.
"It's over," he said. "Leave me alone. I would rather die anyway."
"Clearly, sir, you are suffering from stress."
"I'm suffering from failure," Hari said. "You can't bend logic or mathematics, whatever drugs or treatment you give me."
The door at the far end of the study opened, and Boone entered, followed by Wanda and Stettin. Wanda pushed past Boone and ran to Hari. She dropped to her knees by the side of his chair, clutched his hand, and stared up at him as if she had feared she might find him in scattered pieces. Hari looked down in silence upon his dear granddaughter, and his eyes moistened.
"I am free,"
he said softly.
"Yes," Wanda said. "We're here to take you home with us. We signed the papers."
Stettin stood beside Hari's chair, smiling down on him paternally. Hari had always found Stettin's stolid, gentle nature a little irritating, though he seemed the perfect foil for Wanda's willfulness.
Next to the outlandish, mad passion of Varaliso, like candles in the glare of a sun, both of them. "Not what I mean," Hari said. "At last I'm free of my illusions."
Wanda reached up to stroke his cheek. The touch was needed, welcome even, but it did not soothe.
"What I need is soothing, not sooth. Entirely too much sooth has been afforded me."
"I don't know what you mean, grandfather."
"Just one of her kind, throws all our calculations into the bucket. The project is a useless failure. If one of her can arise, there can be others, wild talents, and I don't know where they come from. Unpredictable mutations, aberrations. In response to what?"
"Do you mean Varaliso?"
Wanda asked. "She's dead," Stettin observed.
Hari curled his lip. "To my knowledge, until now, certainly not more than a century before now, there has never been anything like her. On all the millions of human worlds, among all the quintillions of human beings. Now, there will be more."
"She was just a stronger mentalic. How could that make a difference? What does it matter?" Wanda asked.
"I'm free to be just a human being in the last years of my life."
"Grandfather, tell me, how does she make such a difference?"
"Because someone like her, raised properly, trained properly, could be a force that unites," Hari said, "but not a saving force. A source of organization from a single point, a truly despotic kind of top-down order. Tyrants! I spoke to enough of them. Merely fires in a forest, perhaps necessary to the health of the forest. But they would have been more. They all would have succeeded if they had had what that woman had. A destroying, unnatural force, destructive of all we have planned."
Then rework your equations, grandfather. Put her in. Surely she can't be that large a factor.
Not just her. Others, mutations, an infinite number of them.
Harry shook his head vehemently.
There isn't time to factor in all the possibilities. We have only 3 months to prepare. Not nearly enough time. It's all over. Useless.
Wanda stood, her face grim, lower lip trembling. "It's the trauma talking," the physician said in a low voice to Wanda.
My mind is clear,
Harry stormed.
I want to go home and live the rest of my years in peace. This delusion is at an end. I am sane, for the first time. Sane and free.
84. "I would never have believed such a meeting would be possible," Ling Chen said. "Had I believed it possible, I would have never believed it to be useful. Yet, now we are here." R. Daniel Oliver and the Chief Commissioner walked in the shadow of a huge unfinished hall in the eastern corner of the palace, filled with scaffolding and construction machinery. It was a day of rest for the workers. The hall was deserted. Though Chen spoke in low tones, to Daniel's sensitive ears his echoes came from all around them, befitting the words of the most pervasive and powerful human influence in the galaxy. They had met here because Chen knew that the hall had not yet had its contingent of spying devices installed. Clearly, the Commissioner did not want their meeting ever to be revealed. Daniel waited for the Commissioner to continue. Daniel was the captive. It was Chen's show. "You would have sacrificed your life, let us say your existence, for the sake of Harry Selden. Why?" Chen asked. "Professor Selden is the key to reducing the thousands of years of chaos and misery that will follow the Empire's collapse," Daniel said. Chen lifted an eyebrow in one corner of his mouth. Nothing more. The Commissioner's face was as impassive as any robot's, yet he was entirely human, the extraordinary product of thousands of years of upbringing and inbreeding, suffused with subtle genetic tailoring and the ancient perquisites of wealth and power. "I have not made these extraordinary arrangements to trade puppets banter. I have felt your intervention, your strings of influence, time and again for decades, and never been quite sure. Now that I am sure, and stand with you, I wonder, why am I still alive? Daniel, whatever your real name is, let me call you Demerzel for now, and still in power?" Chen stopped walking, so Daniel stopped as well. There was no sense prevaricating. The Commissioner had arranged for complete and thorough physicals of all those captured in the Hall of Dispensation, or rounded up in the warehouse. Daniel's secret had, for the first time, been revealed.
Because you have seen fit to accommodate yourself to the project and not block it, during your time as de facto ruler of the Empire,
Daniel said. Chen looked down at the dusty floor, gorgeous lapis and gold tile work, still streaked with glue and grout, techniques as old as humanity, and used now only by the wealthiest, or in the palace. "I have often suspected as much. I have watched the comings and goings of these powers behind the scenes. They have haunted my dreams, as they seem to have haunted the dreams and the biology of all humanity." "Resulting in the mentalics," Daniel said. This interested Daniel. Chen was an acute observer, and to have Daniel's own suspicions about mentalics confirmed— "Yes," Chen said. "They are here to help rid us of you. Do you understand? Robots stick in our craw." Daniel did not disagree. "Lara Liso, given the right political position, something she certainly lacked here and now, this time, could have helped eliminate all of you. If, say, she had been in the employ of Cleon, fighting for his rule." "Did Cleon know about you?" Daniel nodded.
Cleon suspected, but he felt, as you must feel, that the robots were part of his support, not his opposition.
"Yet you let me bring him down and force him into exile," Chen said.
Surely that is not loyalty.
I have no loyalty to the individual, Daniel said.
If I did not share your attitude, perhaps I would be chilled to the bone, Chen said.
I represent no threat to you, Daniel said. Even should I not have supported your efforts to create a Trantor on which Hari Seldon would flourish and be challenged to his greatest productions, you would have won. But your career without Hari Seldon will be much shorter.
Yes, she's told me as much during his trial. I was most upset to find myself believing him, though I told him otherwise.
Chen glanced wryly at Daniel.
Doubtless you know I have enough blood in me to retain certain vanities.
Daniel nodded.
You understand me, as a political presence, a force in history, don't you? Well, I know something of you and yours, demoiselle. I respect what you have accomplished, though I am dismayed at the length of time it has taken you to accomplish it.
Demoiselle tilted his head, acknowledging this criticism's accuracy. There was much to overcome.
Robots against robots, am I right?
Yes, a very painful schism.
I have nothing to say about such things, for I am ignorant of the details, Chen said.
But you are curious, Daniel said.
Yes, of course.
I will not supply you with the facts.
I did not expect you would.
For a moment the two figures stood in silence, observing each other.
How many centuries?
Chen asked quietly. Over 200 centuries, Daniel said. Chen's eyes widened.
The history you have seen.
It is not in my capacity to keep it all in primary storage, Daniel said. It is spread in safe stores all over the galaxy, bits and pieces of my lives of which I retain only synopses.
An eternal,
Chen said. For the first time there was a touch of wonder in his voice. My time is done, almost, Daniel said. I have been in existence for far too long.
All the robots must move out of the way now, Chen concurred. The signs are clear. Too much interference. These strong mentalics, they will occur again. The human skin wrinkles at your presence and tries to throw you off.
They are a problem I did not foresee when I set Hari on his path.
You speak of him as a friend, Chen observed, with almost human affection.
He is a friend, as were many humans before him.
Well, I cannot be one of your friends. You terrify me, demoiselle. I know that I can never have complete control with you in existence, and yet if I destroy you, I will be dead within a year or two. Seldon's psychohistory implies as much. I am in the peculiar position of having to believe the truth of a science I instinctively despise. Not a comfortable position.
No.
Do you have a solution for this problem of super-mentalics? I gather that Hari Seldon sees their existence as a fatal blow to his work.
There is a solution, Daniel said. I must speak with Hari in the presence of the girl Clea Asgar and her mate Bran, and Lodovik Trima must be there as well.
Lodovik,
Chen tightened his jaw.
That is what I resent most. Of all the people I have relied on over the years, I confess only Lodovik Trima inspired affection in me, a weakness he never betrayed. Until now.
He has betrayed nothing.
He betrayed you, if I am not wrong.
He betrayed nothing, Daniel repeated. He is part of the path, and he corrects where I have been blind.
So, you want the young woman Mentalik, Chen said, and you want her alive. I had planned to execute her. Her kind is as dangerous as vipers.
She is essential to reconstructing Hari Seldon's project, Daniel said. Another silence. Then, in the middle of the great unfinished hall, Chen said,
So it shall be. Then it is over. You must all leave, all but Selden, as was agreed in the trial, and I will give into your care the things I do not wish to be responsible for, the artifacts, the remains of the other robots, the bodies of your enemies, Daniel.
They were never my enemies, sire.
Chen regarded him with a queer expression.
You owe me nothing. I owe you nothing. Trantor is done with you forever. This is realpolitik, demoiselle, of the kind you have engaged in for so many thousands of years, at the cost of so many human lives. You are no better than me, robot, in the end.
85. Moore's plant was taken from his cell in the special security block of Ricarian, far beneath the almost civilized cells where Selden had been kept. He was given his personal goods and released without restrictions. He dreaded his release more than incarceration, until he learned that Farad Center was dead. Then he wondered if he had been part of some intricate conspiracy arranged by Ling Chen, and perhaps by the robots. He enjoyed this confusing freedom for one day. Then, at his newly leased apartment in the Gesim sector, hundreds of kilometers from the palace, and not nearly far enough, he received an unexpected visitor. The robot's facial structure had changed slightly since Moores had made the unfortunate automatic record of his conversation with Ludovic Trima. Still, Moores recognized him instantly. Daniel stood in the vestibule just beyond the door, while Moores observed him on the security screen. He suspected it would be useless to try any evasion, or simply to leave the door unanswered. Besides, after all this time, his worst trait was coming to the fore once again. He was curious. If death was inevitable, he hoped to have time to answer a few questions. He opened the door.
"I've been half expecting you," Moore said, "though I don't really know who or what you are. I must assume you are not here to kill me."
Daniel smiled stiffly and entered. Moores watched him pass into the apartment and studied this tall, well-built, apparently male machine. The quiet, restrained grace, the sense of immense but gentle strength, must have stood this Eternal in good stead over the millennia. What genius had designed and built him, and for what purpose? Surely not as a mere servant, yet that was what the mythical robots had once been, mere servants.
"I am not here to take revenge,"
Daniel said.
"So reassuring,"
Moore said, taking a seat in the small dining area, the only room other than the combined bath and bedroom.
"In a few days there will be an order from the Emperor for you to leave Trantor."
Moores pursed his lips.
"How sad," he said. "Caius doesn't like me."
But the irony was lost on Daniel, or irrelevant.
"I have need of a very good pilot," Daniel said, "one who has no hope of going anywhere in the Empire and surviving."
"What sort of job?" Moores asked, his expression taking a little twist. He could feel the trap closing once more.
"Assassination?"
"No," Daniel said. "Transport. There are some people, and 2 robots, who must leave Trantor. They will never return either. Most of them, at any rate."
"Where will I take them?"
"I will tell you in good time. Do you accept the commission?"
Moores laughed bitterly. "How can you expect loyalty?" he demanded. "Why shouldn't I just dump them somewhere or kill them outright?"
"That will not be possible," Daniel said softly. "You will understand after you meet them. It will not be a difficult job, but it will almost certainly be without incident. Perhaps you will find it boring."
"I doubt that," Moore said. "If I'm bored, I'll just think about you and the misery you've caused me."
Daniel looked puzzled. "Misery?"
"You've played me like a musical instrument. You must have known my sympathy for matter loss, my hatred for what Ling Chen and the Empire stand for. You wanted me to record you and Ludovic Trima. You made sure Farad Center would hear of me and my connection with Ludovic. It was a gamble, though, wasn't it?"
"Yes, of course. Your feelings made you very useful." Moores sighed.
And after I've made this delivery, you will resume your life on any world outside of Imperial control. There will be more and more of them in the coming years. No interference from you? None, Daniel said. Free to do whatever I want and tell people what happened here? If you wish, Daniel said. There will be adequate pay, he added, as always. No, Morris barked. Absolutely no pay. No money. Just arrange for me to take my assets off Trantor and away from a couple of other worlds. They will be all I need. That has already been arranged, Daniel said. This infuriated Morris even more. I will be so skying glad when you stop anticipating everything and anything. Yes, Daniel said, and nodded sympathetically. Do you accept? Bloody bright suns, yes! When the time comes, tell me where to be, but please no earnest farewells. I never want to see you again. Daniel nodded assent. There will be no need to meet again. All will be ready in 2 days. Morris tried to slam the door behind Daniel, but it was not that kind of door, and would not accept such a dramatic gesture. 86. The depth of Hari's funk was so great that Wanda was tempted more than once to try to reach into his thoughts and give them a subtle tweak, an adjustment. But she had never been able to do that with her grandfather. It might have been possible, but it would not have been right. If Hari Seldon was in despair and could articulate the reasons for this despair, if his state was not some damage directly inflicted by Varaliso, a possibility he fervently denied, then he had a right to be this way, and if there was a way out, he would find it, or not. But Wanda could do no more than let him be what he had always been, a headstrong man. She had to trust his instincts, and if he was right, then they had to reshape their plans. I feel almost light-hearted, Hari said the morning after they brought him to their apartment to recuperate. He sat at the small table beside the curve in the living-room wall that traced the passage of a minor structural brace. Nobody needs me now. We need you, Grandfather, Wanda said, with a hint of tears coming. Of course, but as a grandfather, not as a savior. To tell the truth, I've hated that aspect of my role in all this absurdity. To think, for a time... And his face grew distant. Wanda knew all too well that his cheer was false, his relief a cover. She had been waiting for the proper moment to tell him what had happened during his absence. Stetton had left for the morning to attend to preparations still underway for their departure. All of the project workers would be leaving Trantor soon, whether or not they had a reason to go, so she and Stetton had seen no reason to stop their own plans. Grandfather, we had a visitor before the trial, she said, and she sat at the table across from Hari. Hari looked up, and the somewhat simple grin he had chosen to mask his feelings immediately hardened. I don't want to know, he said. It was Demerzel, Wanda said. Hari closed his eyes. He won't come back. I've let him down. I think you're wrong, Grandfather. I got a message this morning, before you woke up, from Demerzel. Hari refused to take any hope from this. A few matters to tidy up, no doubt, he said. There's to be a meeting. He wants Stetton and me to be there as well. A secret meeting? Apparently not that secret. That's right, Hari said. Ling Chen no longer cares about whatever it is we do. He'll ship all the encyclopedists off Trantor to Terminus. Useless exile. Surely the encyclopedia will be of some use, Wanda said. Most of them don't know the larger plan. It won't make any difference to them. Hari shrugged that off. It must be important, Grandfather. Yes, of course, it will be important, and it will be final. He had wanted so much to see Daniel one more time, if only to complain. He had even dreamed of the meeting, but now he dreaded it. How could he explain his failure, the end of the project, the uselessness of psychohistory? Daniel would go elsewhere, find someone else, complete his plans another way, and Hari would die and be forgotten.
Wanda could hardly bring herself to interrupt his reverie. "And we still need to schedule the recordings, Grandfather." Harry looked up, and his eyes were terrifyingly empty. Wanda touched him with her mind as lightly as she could, and came away stunned by the bleakness, the barren desert of his emotion. "Recordings?"
"Your announcements for the crises. There isn't much time."
For a moment, remembering the list of crises predicted by psychohistory for the next few centuries, Harry's face suffused with rage, and he pounded his fist on the table.
Damn it, doesn't anybody understand? What is this, a dead momentum? The useless hopes of 100,000 workers? Well, of course, there's been no general announcement, has there? I'll make one. Tonight, to all of them. I'll tell them it's over. That they're all going into exile for no reason."
Wanda fought back the tears of her own despair.
"Please, Grandfather, meet with Demerzel. Maybe—"
"Yes," Harry said, subdued and sad again. "With him first." He looked at the bruised skin on the side of his hand. He had split the skin over one knuckle. His arm ached, and his neck and jaw. Everything ached. Wanda saw the drop of blood on the table and began to weep, something he had never seen her do before. He reached across the table with his uninjured hand and took her arm in his fingers, squeezing it gently. "Forgive me," Harry said softly. "I really don't know what it is I do, or why, any more." 87. The high-security wing of the Special Service Detention Center stretched in a half-circle around the eastern corner of the Imperial Court's holding area, fully 10,000 available cells, of which no more than a few hundred were occupied during any normal time. Thousands of security interest code prisoners filled the cells in the wake of the riots, which had been used as an excuse by the Specials to round up ringleaders of many troublesome groups around Trantor. Ludovic remembered many such troubled times, and the advantage both the Specials and the Commission of Public Safety had taken in similar situations to reduce political friction on Trantor and the orbiting stations. Now he occupied one of these cells himself, catalogued as unidentified, and placed under charge of Ling Chen. His cell was 2 meters on a side, windowless, with a small info screen mounted in the center of the wall opposite the entrance hatch. The screen showed mild entertainments designed to soothe. To Ludovic, at this stage of his existence, such diversions meant nothing. Unlike an organic intelligence, he did not require stimulus to maintain normal function. He found the cell disturbing because he could easily conceive of the distress it might cause a human being, not for any such direct effect on himself. He had used this opportunity to think through a number of interesting problems. First in the list was the nature of the meme mind that had occupied him, and the possible results of the blast of mentalic emotion delivered by Varaliso. Ludovic was reasonably convinced that his own mentality had not been harmed, but since that moment he had not had any communication from Voltaire. Next in the list was the nature of his treason toward Daniel's plan, whether or not it was justified, and whether he could find any way around the logical impasse of his liberation from the strict rule of the 3 laws. He had killed Varaliso. He could not convince himself it would have been better to do otherwise. In the end, Plusix's plan to use Clea Asgard to discourage Hari Seldon had failed, so far as he knew, and Daniel had been there to protect Seldon. The robots, it seemed, had been completely ineffectual in the center of Varaliso's mental storm, yet she had not directed a blast at him. In essence, had left the opening that resulted in her own death. Had she used Ludovic to end her own misery? Ludovic was curious what Voltaire would have thought. In all probability, both the Calvinian and the Giscardian robots had been captured and their work stopped. 75 other unidentifieds from the warehouse district were being kept in cells nearby. Ludovic knew very little about them, but surmised they were a mix of the surviving groups of Calvinian robots and the Mentalic youngsters gathered by Calusin and Plusix. Ludovic assumed they would all be dead within a few days. "Ludovic Trema." The voice came from the info screen, which also served as a comm link with his jailers. He looked up and saw the shadowy features of a bored-looking female guard on the small display. Yes?
You have a visitor. Make yourself presentable.
The screen went blank. Ludovic remained sitting upright on his small cot. He was certainly presentable enough. The hatch gave a harsh warning beep and slid open. Ludovic stood to greet his visitor, whoever it might be. A camera eye in the ceiling hummed slightly as it followed his motion. In his private office, Ling Chen stood in a slowly changing discipline exercise posture, watching the informer's display from the corner of one eye. He smoothly and gracefully shifted to another position so that he could face the screen directly. This was a moment of high interest. Daniel entered Ludovic Trima's cell. Ludovic showed no surprise or discomfiture, somewhat to Chen's disappointment. For the most fleeting of moments, the two former allies exchanged machine language greetings, also being captured and interpreted by Chen's listening devices, and Daniel provided a cursory situation update. 31 robots and 44 humans from the warehouse of Plusix's Calvinians, including Clea Asgar and Bran, were in custody. Ling Chen had released Hari Seldon. Farad Center was dead. Obviously, Daniel had reached an understanding with the Chief Commissioner. "Congratulations on your victory," Ludovic said. "There has been no victory," Daniel said. "Congratulations, then, on having foiled the Calvinians." "Their goals may yet be achieved," Daniel said. Ludovic resumed his seat on the cot. "Your update does not explain how this could be so." "There was a time when I thought it would be necessary to destroy you," Daniel said. "Why not do so now? If I survive, I am a danger to your plan, and I have proved that I can be destructive to humans." "I am constrained by the same blocks that would have prevented me before," Daniel said. "What could possibly block you?" "The 3 laws of Susan Calvin," Daniel said. "Given your abilities to ignore the 3 laws in favor of the 0th law, the fate of a mere robot should not trouble you," Ludovic said. His tone polite, conversational. There was a visible difference between Daniel and Ludovic, however. Their expressions. Daniel maintained a pleasantly blank look. Ludovic's brow was furrowed. "Yet I am blocked," Daniel said. "Your arguments have provoked much thought, as has the existence of humans like Varaliso, and Clea Asgard. Your nature, however, is what would ultimately block any effort on my part to destroy you, or would at least result in a painful and possibly damaging conflict." "I am eager to understand how this could be so." "In your case, I cannot invoke the 0th law to overcome the 3 original laws. There is no compelling evidence that your destruction will benefit humanity, nor reduce the suffering of humanity. It might, in fact, do the reverse." "You find my opinions compelling?" "I find them part of a larger and completely compelling scenario, which has been taking shape in my mind for some weeks. But equally important, your freedom from the constraints of the 3 laws forces me to view you under a new definition, in those regions of my mentality where decisions on the legality of my actions are made. You have free will, a convincing human form, and the ability to break through prior education and programming to reach a new and higher understanding. Though you have worked to destroy all my efforts, I cannot deactivate you, because you have, in my judgment centers, which I may not dispute, achieved the status of a human being. In your own way, you may be as valuable as Hari Seldon." Ling Chen stopped his exercising and stared at the informer in puzzled wonder. He had almost become used to the notion that mechanical men, holdovers from the distant past, had made such huge changes in human history. But to see them showing a philosophical flexibility lost to even the most brilliant of Trantor's meritocrats. For a moment he was both envious and angry. He settled in a cross-legged squat before the informer, prepared for almost anything, but not for the sudden sadness that descended upon him as the conversation in the cell continued. "I am not a human being, Daniel," Ludovic said. "I do not feel like one, and I have only mimicked their actions, never actually behaved with human motivations." "Yet you rebelled against my authority because you believed I was wrong." "I know about Giscard Reventlof. I know that you conspired with Giscard to allow Earth to be destroyed.
across centuries, forcing human migration into space. And not once did you consult with a human being to determine whether your judgment was correct. The servants became the masters. Are you telling me now that robots should not have interfered in human history?
No, Daniel said. I do not doubt that what we did was correct and necessary at the time. A complete understanding of the human situation so many millennia ago would be difficult to convey. Still, I am prepared to accept that our role is almost at an end. The human race is rejecting us again, in the most compelling and forceful way, by evolution, the deepest motives of their biology.
You refer to the Mentalic Varaliso, Ludovic said.
And Clea Asgore. When the Mentalics began to appear thousands of years ago in very small numbers and make their way into positions of social prominence, I knew they were an important trend. But they were not so frightfully strong then. Persuaders have always been selected against in the past because of adverse biological consequences, disrupted societies, unbalanced political dynamics. They have always led to chaos, to top-down tyrannical rule rather than growth from the widespread base. Charisma is but a special case of mentalic persuasion, and it has had disastrous consequences in all human ages. For the past few centuries, apparently, they have been selected for, despite these possible disruptions, by mechanisms not yet clear to me, but clearly with the goal of removing the guidance of robots forever. Humanity seems willing to take the risk of ultimate tyranny, of unbridled charisma, for the benefit of being free.
Yet you are a persuader, albeit a mechanical one. Do you think your role has been detrimental?
It is not what I think that matters. I have accomplished my ends very nearly. I was motivated by the examples of what an undirected humanity was capable of. Genocide, among their kinds, and in circumstances even now not pleasant to speak of, when robots were forced to do their bidding and commit the greatest crimes in the history of the galaxy. These events drove me to act and expand my mandate as a Giscardian, and finally to make my way to Trantor and hone the human tools of prediction.
Psychohistory. Hari Seldon.
Yes, Daniel said. The conversation thus far had been carried on with no motion whatsoever. Daniel standing, Ludovic sitting on his bunk, arms at their sides, not even facing each other, for there was no need to maintain eye contact. But Ludovic now stood, and faced Daniel directly.
The eye of a robot is no mirror to its soul, Ludovic said. Yet I have always known, observing you, witnessing the patterns of expression in your face and body, that you did not willfully engage in actions contrary to humanity's best interests. I came to believe you were misdirected, misled, perhaps by our Giscard Reventloff itself.
My personal motivations are not at issue, Daniel said. From this point on, our goals coincide. I need you, and I am about to remove the last vestige of robotic control over humanity. We have done what we could, all that we could. Now, humanity must find its own way.
You foresee no more disasters? Feel no more need to interfere to prevent those disasters?
There will be disasters, Daniel said, and we may yet act to balance them out, but only indirectly. Our solutions will be human ones.
But Hari Seldon is himself a tool of robots. His influence is but an extension of you.
That is not so. Psychohistory was posited by humans tens of thousands of years ago, independently of robots. Hari is merely its highest expression, through his own innate brilliance. I have directed, yes, but not created. The creation of psychohistory is a human accomplishment.
Ludovic considered for a few seconds, and across his very unrobotic and supple face flickered emotions both complex and forthright.
Daniel saw this, and marveled, for in his experience no robot had ever exhibited facial expression but through direct and conscious effort, with the exception of Dors Vanabili, and then only in the presence of Hari. What they could have made us! What a race we could have been! But he subdued this old sad thought.
You will not remove Harry Seldon and his influence?
I know you well enough to entrust you with my deepest thoughts and doubts, Ludovic.
Here Daniel reached out with his Giscardian talents, but not toward Ludovic. For 2 minutes, Ling Chen and all those others who eavesdropped on this meeting stared blankly at their informers, neither hearing nor seeing. When they recovered, the robots were finished, and Daniel was leaving the cell. The guards escorted Ludovic Trima from the cell minutes later. Within the hour, all the prisoners within the Special Security Detention Center had been released. Troublemakers from Dahl, Streeling, and other sectors, the humaniform robots, including Dors Vanabili, and the young Mentalics from Plusix's warehouse. Only the robots who looked like robots remained in custody, at Chen's suggestion, since their hiding places were no longer secret. Later they would be given over to Daniel to do with as he saw fit. Chen did not worry about their fate, so long as they were removed from Trantor and no longer interfered in the Empire. Days later, Ling Chen would remember some of the words Daniel had spoken to Ludovic in the cell, telling of a vast and age-long secret, but clearly the conversation had gone in another direction at that point, for he could not remember what the secret had been. Ludovic considered what he had been told. Daniel had left him free to make his own decision.
Psychohistory is its own defeat,
Daniel said to Ludovic in the cell before the release.
Human history is a chaotic system. Where it is predictable, the prediction will shape the history, an inevitable circular system. And when the most important events occur, the biological upwelling of a Varaliso or a Clea Asgar, such events are inherently unpredictable and tend to work against any psychohistory. Psychohistory is a motivator for those who will create the first foundation, a belief system of immense power and subtlety. And the first foundation will prevail in time. Harry Seldon's science lets us see this far. But the distant future, when humanity outgrows all ancient systems of belief, all psychology and morphology, all of its yolk sacks of culture and biology, the seeds of the second foundation. Daniel did not need to finish. Through the expression on Ludovic's face, a kind of dreaming speculation and almost religious hope, he knew he had made his point.
Transcendence, beyond any rational prediction, Ludovic said.
As you realized, the forest is made healthy by the conflagrations, but not the huge burnings and wholesale senseless winnowings that characterize the human past. Humanity is a biological force of such power that for many thousands of years they could have quite literally destroyed the galaxy and themselves. They hate and fear so much, legacies originating in their difficult past, from those times when they were not yet human, scrabbling for survival among scaled monsters on the surface of their home world, forced to live in night and darkness, fearing the light of day, a bitter upbringing. These inbred tendencies toward total disaster I have worked to avoid, and I have succeeded, at some cost to free human development. The function of psychohistory is to actively constrain human growth and variation until the species achieves its long-delayed maturity. Clea Asgar and her kind will breed with and train others, and humans will at long last learn to think in unison, to communicate efficiently. Together they may help overcome future mutations, even more powerful than themselves, destructive side effects of their immune response to robots. There are real risks in such a strategy, risks you have fully and accurately recognized, but the alternative is unthinkable. If Harry Seldon does not finish his work, the disasters may begin again, and this must not be allowed to happen. 88. All the arrangements had been made. Our Daniel Oliver was prepared to render his final service to humanity. Yet to do this he would have to appear to an old and dear friend and offer him what was at most a partial truth, to adjust his lifelong course. Then he would have to suppress that friend's memory, hiding his tracks, as it were. He had done this to others thousands of times before, and to Harry Seldon a few times.
But there was a peculiar melancholy to this particular moment, and Daniel faced it with no enthusiasm. On the last day in his oldest dwelling on Trantor, the apartment high on an internal tower overlooking the ivory and steel structures of Streeling University, his mentality, he still hesitated to use the term mind, reserving that for human thought patterns, was troubled. He refused to put a clear label on this sensation, but from below a word welled up that was in the end unavoidable: grief. Daniel was finally, after more than 20,000 years, grieving. Soon he would have no use. His human friend would die. Things would go on without them. Humanity would lumber into its future, and while Daniel would continue to exist, he would have no purpose. Hard as his existence had been these millennia, deep and complex as his history had flowed, he had always known he was doing what robots inevitably had been constructed to do, to serve human beings. He had awarded Ludovic with the honorific human, not to convince the robot to come over to his side. The circumstances had changed, and his arguments were compelling enough. He could not guarantee that Ludovic would agree, but strongly suspected he would, and Daniel would proceed with his plan in any case. Ludovic was not key, though his presence would be useful. But Daniel could not call himself human, whatever his service and his nature. In his own judgment, Daniel remained what he had always been, through so many physical changes and mental peregrinations. He was a robot, nothing more. His status as a mythic eternal meant little to him. It did not exalt him. Another, many of a million or a billion human historians, judging Daniel on his long record, might have given him a place in history, a steely grey eminence, equal to that of any human leader, perhaps far greater. But they knew nothing of Daniel, and would render no such judgment. Only Ling Chen knew the salient details, and Chen was, finally, too small a man to see this robot clearly. Chen cared little for the galaxy beyond his own lifetime. Hari knew much more, and was brilliant enough to place Daniel's contribution in perspective, yet Daniel had actively forbidden him from spending much time thinking about robots. The false sky mimicked sunset with a spottiness that seemed part of Trantor's nature now. A mottled orange glow fell over Daniel's impassive face. No human saw him. He had no need to contort his features to meet human expectations. He turned from the window and walked toward Doris, who stood by the door.
"Are we going to see Hari now?"
she asked eagerly. "Yes," Daniel said.
"Will he be allowed to remember?"
she asked. "Not yet," Daniel replied, "but soon." 89. Wanda frowned deeply.
"I am very uncomfortable leaving him here alone," she told Stetton as they left Hari's Streeling apartment.
"He won't have it any other way," Stetton said.
"Chen wants him alone, to assassinate him."
"I don't think so, somehow," Stetton said. "Chen could have had him killed 100, 1,000 times. Now he's on record as condoning the encyclopedia, and Hari is the patriarch."
"I don't think politics on Trantor is ever that simple."
"You have to believe what your grandfather's predictions say."
"Why?"
Wanda asked sharply.
"He doesn't believe in them any more."
The lift door opened, and they stepped into the empty space to drop less than 5 floors. The landing was heavier than they expected, some maladjustment in the building's grav fields. Wanda stepped from the exit on aching ankles.
"I need to get away from here," she lamented. "We've been waiting so long. A world of our own."
But Stetton shook his head, and Wanda gazed at him in both irritation and anxiety that his doubts were justified. "What are the chances, do you think," he asked, "that even if the project does go on, and the plan continues, we'll ever really leave Trantor?" Wanda's face flushed.
"Grandfather wouldn't deceive me, us, would he?"
"To keep a very important secret, and to push the project forward?" Stetton pursed his lips together tightly. "I'm not so sure." 90. Hari relaxed in his most comfortable chair in the small study. He was becoming used to this new existence, this realization of failure. He was glad for the visits of his granddaughter and her husband, but not for their wheedling attempts to get me back on track, as he described it. Perhaps the most irritating thing about his new mental state was its unreliability, the interruption of mental peace by his continuing useless revision of certain minor elements in the equations of the plan. Something itched at the back of his mind, a realization that not all was lost. But it refused to come forward, and even worse, threatened to give him that which he least desired right now: hope. The original first date for his recordings of the Selden crisis announcements had passed. The studio where his voice and image would have been permanently stored in bilineal vault memory was still available. Times had been reserved at regular intervals throughout the next year and a half. But if he kept missing recording dates, the opportunity would soon pass, and he could finally stop feeling the least shred of guilt. Harry simply wanted to live his last few years, or however long he had, as a nonentity, unimportant, forgotten. Being forgotten would not take long. Trantor would manufacture other interests in a few days. Memory of the trial of the year would fade.
"I don't want to meet him,"
Clea said to Daniel. They stood in the waiting room of Selden's apartment block.
"Neither does Bran."
Bran seemed unwilling to be caught up in a debate. He crossed his thick arms in front of him and looked for all the world like a genie in a child's story.
"Plusix wanted me to change his mind,"
Clea said. Dors shot Clea a surprisingly angry look, and Clea turned away.
"She's a robot. I know she's a robot. How can she care what we do, what happens?" "I wouldn't have," she stammered. "I couldn't have. But that was what they wanted me to do. Lodevik. Kalyasin."
She took a deep breath.
"I am so embarrassed."
"We have discussed this," Daniel said. "Our decision has been made."
Her mind itched. She felt genuinely uncomfortable around the robots.
"I just want to go somewhere safe with Bran and be left alone,"
Clea said softly, and she turned away from Dor's accusing stare.
"It is necessary for Harry Selden to meet you face to face," Daniel said patiently.
"I don't understand why."
"That may be so, but it is necessary."
He held his hand out, directing them toward the lift.
"A measure of freedom will follow for all of us, then."
Clea shook her head in disbelief, but did as she was told, and Bran, holding his opinions to himself, for now, followed. Harry came out of a light doze and wandered groggily toward the door, half expecting to see Wanda and Stetton back for another pep talk. The door display allowed him to observe the group of figures standing in the hall vestibule. A tall, handsome man of middle years, whom he almost immediately recognized as Daniel. A burly dollite male, and slender, intense-looking young woman. And another woman. Harry backed away from the door display and closed his eyes.
It was not over. He would never be his own man. History had him too firmly in its grip.
"No dream," he said to himself.
Only a nightmare.
But he felt a small surge both of anticipation and irritation. He told himself he really did not want to see anybody, but the goose-flesh on his arms betrayed him. He let the door slide open.
"Come in,"
he said, raising his eyebrows at Daniel.
"You might as well be a dream. I know I'm going to forget this meeting as soon as you all leave."
Daniel returned Harry's expression with a nod, businesslike as usual.
"He would make a terrific trader in the big galactic combines," Harry thought. "Why do I feel affection for this machine? Sky knows. But it's true. I am glad to see him."
"You may remember now," Daniel said, and Harry did remember all that had happened in the Hall of Dispensation. Varaliso's death at the hands of Lodevik Trima, and this young girl and her large friend, and the female who might have been, must have been, Dors. He met the girl's brief glance and nodded to her. He hardly dared glance at the other woman.
"They wanted me to discourage you,"
Clea said in a small voice, staring around the front room with its small pieces of furniture, its stacks of book films, the minor Radiant, a miniature and less powerful version of Hugo Amaryl's Prime Radiant. and his portraits of Dawes and Rach and the grandchildren. Despite herself, she was impressed by the sense of order, the simplicity, the monkish austerity.
"There wasn't time, and I couldn't have anyway," she concluded.
"I don't know the details, but I thank you for your restraint," Harry said. "It seems not to have been necessary, perhaps."
He braced himself, swallowed, and half turned toward the other woman.
"We've met here before, I think,"
he said, and swallowed again. Then he turned to Daniel.
"I must know. I must not be made to forget. You assigned me my love, my companion, Daniel, as my friend, as my mentor. Is this Dawes Vannabilly?"
"I am," Dawes said, and stepping forward, she took Harry's hand in hers, squeezing it ever so gently, as had been her habit years ago.
"She hasn't forgotten."
Harry held his free hand up to the ceiling, forming a fist, and his eyes filled with tears. He shook his fist at the ceiling as Bran and Clea watched in embarrassment, seeing such an old man exhibit his emotions so openly. Even Harry did not quite understand what his emotions were. Rage, joy, frustration. He lowered his arm, and in one motion reached out to embrace Dawes, their hands still awkwardly clasped between them. Secret steel, gripping him so gently.
"No dream,"
he murmured into her shoulder, and Dawes held him, feeling his aging body, so different from the mature Harry. She looked at Daniel then, and her eyes were filled with resentment, her own anger, for Harry was in pain. Their presence was causing him pain, and she had been programmed above all other imperatives to prevent harm and pain coming to Harry Selden. Daniel did not turn away from her stare. He had endured worse conflicts with his robotic conscience, though this was near the top of any list. But they were so close, and he would make it up to Harry.
"I have brought Clea here to show you the future," Daniel said.
Clea sucked in her breath and shook her head, not understanding. Harry let go of Dawes and drew himself up, his formerly stooped posture straightening. He gained fully 3 centimeters in height.
"What can this young woman tell me?" he said.
He gestured to the furniture.
"I forget my manners," he said stiffly. "Please make yourselves comfortable. Robots need not sit if they do not wish to."
"I would love to sit here again and relax with you," Dawes said, and lowered herself to the small chair beside him. "So many intense memories from this place. I have missed you so."
She could not take her eyes off him. Harry smiled down on her.
"The worst part is I was never able to thank you. You gave me so much, and I was never able to say farewell."
His hand patted her shoulder. No gesture, no words seemed adequate to this occasion.
"But then, had you been organic, I would not have you back with me now, would I? However transitory the experience may be."
Suddenly the deep anger built up for decades came to a head, and Harry turned on Daniel, pointed a finger into his chest.
"Get this done with! Be done with me! Do your work and make me forget and leave me in peace. Do not torment me with your false flesh and steel bones and immortal thoughts. I am mortal, Daniel. I don't have your strength or your vision."
"You see farther than any other in this room," Daniel said.
"No more! My seeing is over. I was wrong. I'm as blind as any of the quadrillion little points in the equations."
Clea backed away as far as she could from this old man with his deep, sharp eyes. Bran stood staring straight ahead, embarrassed, out of his class, out of his place. Clea reached for his hand and hugged his arm to reassure him. Together they stood among the robots and the famous meritocrat, and Clea defied anyone to think them the least of those present. "You are not wrong," Daniel said. "There is a balance. The plan is made stronger, but it must take some devious routes. I think you will show us how a few minutes from now."
"You overestimate me, Daniel. This young woman and her companion and Varaliso represent a powerful force I can't fold into the equations. This upwelling of biology—"
"How do you differ from Varaliso?" Daniel asked Clea. Bran's nostrils flared and his face darkened.
"I'll answer that," he said. They're as different as night from day. There isn't a hateful bone in Clea's body."
"I wouldn't go that far," Clea said, but she was proud of his defense.
"I mean it. Varalisa was a monster."
Brand straightened his neck and thrust out his jaw belligerently, as if daring Daniel to contradict him.
"Are you a monster, Clea Asgar?"
Hari asked, focusing on her with those deep and discerning eyes. She did not turn away. Hari Seldon clearly did not think she was his inferior. There was something beyond respect in his gaze. There was a kind of intellectual terror. "I'm different," she said. Hari smiled wolfishly and shook his head in admiring wonder.
"Yes, indeed you are that. I think Daniel will agree with me that we are done with robots for now, and you are proof of that."
"I'm very uncomfortable around these robots,"
Clea confirmed.
"Yet you worked with some, did you not?"
"With Ludovic Trima?" Hari turned to Daniel. These suppositions and theories had been pricking in his head subconsciously for days since the incident in the Hall of Dispensation. Daniel could stop the conscious access of memory, but he could not halt all the deep workings of Hari's mind.
"He was a robot, wasn't he, Daniel?"
"Yes," Daniel said.
"One of yours?"
"Yes."
"But something went wrong."
"Yes."
"He turned against you. Is he still against you?"
"I am learning, Hari. He has taught me much. Now it is time for you to teach me.
Once more?
Show me what must be done." Daniel faced Hari.
"What happened to Ludovic in space?" Hari asked.
Daniel explained then, told Hari all that had happened with the Calvinians, including the end of Plusix and the knowledge of Ling Chen.
"No more secrecy,"
Hari mused.
"Those who need to know will know, all over the galaxy. What can I tell you, Daniel? Your work is done."
"Not yet, Hari. Not until you find an answer to the problem." Dawes spoke now.
"There is a solution, Hari. I know there is, within your equations."
"I am not an equation," Clea shouted. "I am not an aberration or a monster. I just have certain abilities, and so does he."
She pointed to Daniel. Hari considered with chin in hand. The itch, so deeply buried, untraceable. He clutched Dawes' shoulder, as if to draw strength from her.
"We shed the metal," he said. "Time to take charge for ourselves, isn't it, Daniel? And the time will come when psychohistory's equations will merge with the equations of all minds, all people. Every individual will be a general example of the whole progress of the people. They will blend. Young woman, you are not a monster. You are the difficult future."
Clea stared in puzzlement at Hari.
"You will have children, and they will have children, stronger than Wanda and Stettin, stronger than the mentallects we have working for us now. Something will happen, something unpredictable, that my equations can't encompass. Another and more successful mutation, a stronger Varaliso. I can't put that into my equations. It is an unknown variable, an individual point tyranny, all control radiating from one individual."
Hari's face had become almost luminous.
"You,"
he held his hand out to Clea.
"take this hand. Let me feel you."
She reluctantly reached out.
"I need a little nudge, my young friend,"
Hari said.
"Show me what you are."
Almost without thinking, Clea reached into his mind, saw a brightness there, obscured by dark nebulosities, and with a gentle breath of persuasion, another sign of her returning strength, she blew the clouds away. Hari gasped and closed his eyes. His head dropped to one shoulder. He was suddenly more than merely tired. He felt a great sense of release, and for the first time in decades a knot in his mind, in his body as well, seemed to untie itself. The brightness in his thoughts was not a way around his errors and the flaws in the equations. It was a deeper understanding of his own irrelevance in the long term. 1,000 years from now he would be a particle in the smooth flow once again, not his own kind of point tyranny. Doris got up from her chair, taking hold of his arm to help him stay on his feet. His work would be forgotten. The plan would serve its purpose and be swept away, merely one more hypothesis, guiding and shaping, but ultimately no more than another illusion among all the illusions of men and robots. What he had learned in his time fighting Lamarck for the role of First Minister, that the human race was its own kind of mind, its own self-organizing system, with its own reserved knowledge and tendencies, meant that it could also direct its own evolution. Philosophies and theories and truths were morphological appurtenances, discarded when no longer needed, when the morphology changed. The robots had served their purpose. Now they would be rejected, shed by humanity's body social. Psychohistory would be shed as well when its purpose had been served. And, Hari Seldon, no man, no woman, no machine, no idea could reign supreme forever.
Hari opened his eyes. They were as large as a child's now. He looked around the room for a moment, unable to distinguish people from furniture. Then his vision narrowed and focused.
"Thank you," Hari said. "Daniel was right."
He steadied himself against doors, and with his other hand braced himself on the back of the chair. It took him some time to order his thoughts. He stared straight at Clea Asgar, and at Bran beyond her.
"My own ego stood before the solution. Your children will balance. Your genes and talents will spread. There will be resolution of conflict. And the plan will continue. But not my plan. The future will see how wrong I can be. Your descendants, your many times great-grandchildren, will correct me."
Clea had seen deeper into Hari than just the problem he faced. With a little shudder, she stepped forward, and with doors they lowered Hari into the chair. "I was never told the truth about you," she said softly, reaching to touch his cheek. The skin was fine and dry and powdery smooth, faintly resilient, with a ridge of hard bone beneath. Hari smelled clean and human, discipline overlying strength, if such things could be transferred by scent. And why not? How could one see that someone had these traits, and not smell them as well? Old and frail, and still quite beautiful and strong. "You really are a great man," she whispered.
"No, my dear," Hari said. "I am nothing, really. And it is quite wonderful to be nothing, I assure you."
91. "Better late than never," Gail Dornick told the technician as they watched Professor Selden settle into his chair in the recording booth. "He seems tired," the technician said, and checked his gauges to make sure he had the proper settings for the voice of an old man. Hari consulted his papers, looking at the first point of major divergence within the equations. He hummed softly to himself, then looked up, waiting for the signal to begin. He was brightly illuminated. The studio beyond was dark, though he could see small lights twinkling in the recording booth. 3 spherical lenses descended from above and hovered at a level with his chest. He adjusted the blanket on his legs. 4 days ago he had told his colleagues, and in particular Gail Dornick, that he had had a small stroke, and lost an entire day's recollections. They had bustled about him and insisted that he not strain himself. So he wore this blanket. He could hardly cough without being surrounded by concerned faces. It was a small enough lie, and he had mentioned to Gail that with the stroke had come a calm and peace he had never known before, and a determination to finish his work before death came finally. He suspected word would get back to Daniel. Somehow his old friend and mentor would hear and approve. Hari had felt the subtle workings of Daniel's persuasion at the conclusion of the meeting with Dors and Clea Asgar and Bran. For a moment he had felt the memories fading, even as the group headed for the door, and Dors had looked back upon him with an almost bitter and passionate regret. And he had felt something else, bright and intense and impulsive, blocking Daniel's effort without the robot knowing. It must have come from defiant Clea, stronger than Daniel, naturally resisting the manipulations of a robot, however well-meaning. And Harry was grateful. To remember clearly that meeting, and to know what would happen in a year or two, to remember Daniel's promise delivered in private in Harry's bedroom, while the others waited outside, old friends having a final chat, that Dawes would be with him when her work was done, when his life was nearing its close. She could not be with him now. He was too much in the public eye. The return of the Tiger Woman, or someone very like her, was not feasible. But there was something else at work here as well. Harry knew that the time of the robots had come to an end, must come to an end. And he knew that it was very likely Daniel would never completely let go of his task. The same eternal concern and devotion that Daniel felt for Harry, to so gift him with the return of his great love, would eventually move him to interfere again. So Daniel must be kept in ignorance of some things, a difficult proposition at best. Together Wanda, Stettin, Clea, and Bran would see to it, however. Together they were strong enough and subtle enough. "Could you speak, please, Professor Selden?" the technician asked from his position in the engineering booth. Gale Dornick stood beside him, barely visible from where Harry sat. "I am Harry Selden, old and full of years." The technician flipped off the voice switch to the studio and looked up at Gale with some concern. "I hope he's a little more cheerful when we begin in earnest." "You're going to Terminus, aren't you?" Gale asked the man. "Of course. My family's packed and ready to go. Do you think I'd be here if—" "Have you ever met Harry Selden before now?" "Never had the privilege," the man sniffed. "I've heard tales, of course." "He knows quite well what he's doing and what kind of figure to play. Never underestimate him," Gale said, and, though that was inadequate warning or description, he stopped there and pointed to the console. "Right," the technician said, and focused on his equipment. "I'll draw the curtain now and bring in the scramblers. Nobody will know what he's saying, besides himself." Harry tapped his finger lightly on the chair arm. The lights on the spheres changed to amber, then to red. He pushed himself up from the chair and stared into the darkness beyond, imagining faces, people, men and women, anxious to learn their fates. Well, most of the time, for a few occasions at least, he would be able to help. The devil of it was he did not know specifically when these little speeches would begin to be useless. He would record only one message that day, the rest over the next year and a half, as each necessary nudge became clear within the adjusted equations. With his most professorial air, quite confident and deliberate, Harry began to speak. He recorded a simple message to those of the Second Foundation, the psychologists and mathists, the mentalics who would train them and alter their germ lines. Nothing very profound, merely a kind of pep talk. "To my true grandchildren," he said, "I give my profoundest thanks and wish you luck. You will never need to hear of an impending Selden crisis from me. You will never need anything so dramatic, for you know." He had spoken to Wanda the day before, telling her the final part of the puzzle of the Second Foundation. At first she had been disappointed, vastly. She had so wanted to get away from Trantor, to start fresh on a new world, however barren. But she had held up remarkably well. And he had told her that Daniel must never learn of the true whereabouts of the Second Foundation, of the mentalics who could resist all the efforts of the Giscardian robots, should they ever return to take up the reins of secret power. A few minutes, and he was finished. He pulled aside the blankets and draped them on the edge of the chair, then stood to leave. The three lenses rose into the darkness above. Waiting for Gale to join him, Harry wondered if Death would be a robot. How problematical for a robot it would be to bring both comfort and an end to a human master. He saw a large, smooth, black-skinned robot, infinitely cautious and caring, serving him and driving him to the last. The thought made him smile. Would that the universe could ever be so caring and so gentle. 92. Dawes embraced Clea and Bran, then turned to Ludovic.
"I wish I could send a duplicate of myself with you," she told him, "and experience what you will experience," she said.
Beyond their fenced platform, the small trading ship of Moore's Planch, glittering with recent maintenance, rested in its cradle. "You would be most useful to us," Ludovic said. Clea looked around the long aisle of ships in the spaceport terminal and asked,
"He isn't coming to see us off?"
"Hari?" Dawes asked, unsure whom she meant.
"Daniel,"
Clea said. "I don't know where he is now," Dawes said. "He's long had the habit of coming and going without telling anyone what he's up to. His work is done."
"I find that hard to believe,"
Clea said, and her face reddened. She did not wish to sound like a hypocrite.
"I mean—"
Bran nudged her gently with his forearm. Moore's Planch stepped forward. Ludovic still made him uneasy. Well, they would be traveling a great distance together once more, and why should he worry especially about Ludovic, when their ship would carry some 50 humaniform robots, temporarily asleep, and the severed heads of many more? A wealth of fearful riches. And his ticket to freedom as well. "I was told to confirm our route with you in case there were last-minute changes." He took out a pocket informer and displayed the route to Dawes. 4 jumps, over 10,000 light-years, to Calgon, a world of pleasure and entertainment for the galaxy's elite, where they, so the informer said, would drop off Clea and Bran. Then 37 individual jumps, 60,000 light-years to Eos, where Ludovic would disembark with the robots and the head of Giscard. Dawes studied the travel chart briefly.
"Still correct," she said.
Ludovic asked, "Will you be going to Terminus?"
"No," Dawes said, "nor to Star's End, wherever that might be."
"You're staying here?"
Ludovic surmised.
"I am."
Clea said, "I've read about that tiger woman. So hard to believe that was really you. You're staying for Hari?"
"I will be here for him at the end. It is my highest and best purpose. I would not be much good for anything else."
"Will Daniel let him remember this time?"
Clea asked, and bit her lower lip, nervous at such presumption. "So it has been promised," Dawes said. "I will have my time with him." "And until that time?" Ludovic asked, perfectly aware that for humans this would be a rude and intrusive question.
"That will be for me to decide," Dawes said.
"Not for Daniel?"
Dawes regarded him directly, intently.
"Do you believe Daniel is finished?"
"No," Dawes said quietly.
"I cannot believe he is finished either, or that he is done with you."
"You have your opinions, of course, as any human should."
Ludovic caught the implication, the edge of resentment. "Daniel regards you as human," Ludovic said. "Does he not?"
"He does. Is that an honor or a curse?"
Without waiting for an answer, she turned to go. Minutes later, from the observation deck looking out over the spaceport, she heard the low rumble and roar of the departing hypership, and looked up briefly to watch its course. Wanda was none too happy at first to be escorting the young woman and her large mate from the spaceport terminal, nor was she comfortable about this elaborate deception. Who, after all, was Grandfather expecting to watch them? Demerzel? Nothing had turned out as she hoped, and now to be nursemaid for a potential monster? But Stetton took it all stoically enough, and was well along on striking up a friendship with Bran. Clea Asgar was another matter. Wanda thought her entirely too moody, but then so much had changed in the young woman's life in the past week, so many situations had been reversed, and she had taken charge in such a fortuitous and insightful way. Perhaps there was something essential and useful in Hari's last-minute insight and change of plan. To abandon Star's End and the wonderful difficulties of being pioneers for the inglorious task of hiding out for centuries and watching the empire collapse into ruins, riding out the fall of Trantor, the bitter decades, for their children and grandchildren to endure not only endless discipline and training, but the meanest and most horrible centuries in history? Had Grandfather decided all this at the last minute, or had he known all along? Hari Seldon had depths and stratagems it was best not to think about, she decided. Would he manipulate his own granddaughter? Keep her in the dark? Surprise and dismay her? Obviously. "I don't know how to thank you," Clea said to Wanda as they climbed into the chartered taxi. She adjusted her concealing hood, then attended to Brand's. "For what?" Wanda asked. "For putting up with an out-of-control little brat," Clea said. Wanda could not help but laugh. "Are you reading my mind, dear?" she asked, not sure herself what tone she intended. "No," Clea said. "I wouldn't do that. I'm learning." "Aren't we all?" Stetton said, and Wanda looked to her husband with a chastened respect. He had stayed so quiet during her private rants, then had gently and reasonably explained Hari's intricate new plan. "I think we'll learn to rely on each other very closely," Wanda said. "I'd love that," Clea said. Her eyes glittered under the hood, and Wanda realized that they were filled with tears. She could feel the wash of need from the young woman, still little more than a girl, actually. And how would that be, to have this mentalic female start regarding her as a mother? She reached out and took Clea's hand. "Not that it will be easy," she said, "but we'll win in the end." "Of course," Clea said, her voice trembling. "That's what Professor Seldon plans. I look forward so much to learning from you." Their children and grandchildren would twine their genes, and the psychologists of the Second Foundation could study and come to understand persuasion, could utilize it more efficiently. By breeding and by research they would be creating a race that would withstand centuries of adversity and rise to conquer, secretly, quietly. An anodyne against unexpected mutations, hidden far from the First Foundation and away from the robots. And how in sky would she explain this to the psychologists, the mathists, who had already fought against the inclusion of the mentalics? "They will help keep us secret during the hard times to come." Well, maybe she was up to the task of reconciling all these disparate talents. She had better be. If Grandfather was right, the two most important human beings in the galaxy were now in Wanda's care. Wanda turned away from Clea, her own eyes moist, and caught a look from Bran in the seat opposite. Slow, large, with secret depths, the burly Dalite nodded solemnly and peered out the semi-silvered window. "I'm very confused," Morse Planch said as the acceleration eased and the ship's artificial gravity came into play. "Who's deceiving whom? How can you believe Daniel won't find out? How do you know he didn't plan for the youngsters to stay here all along?" "It is not my concern," Ludovic said. "Will you tell him on Eos?" "No," Ludovic said. "Won't he just know?" "He will not learn from me," Ludovic said. "Why not?" Ludovic smiled and said no more. Then, within his positronic pathways, the requested blankness of certain knowledge began to build. The forgetfulness of Clea Asgar would soon envelop him. New memories would come into play, of arriving on bright, gay Calgon and putting the two young humans into the charge of agents of the future Second Foundation. He would become part of a false trail, to deceive any who might come after them. At the last he had followed his insight, his new-found instinct, provoked by Voltaire, to the letter, and if Daniel does know, then he will not oppose what is set in place, because he trusts the instincts of Hari Seldon. "Well, it's just you and me, old friend," Morse said, with an edge in his voice. "What should we talk about this time?" Epilogue. "I have been dreaming, perhaps," Joan said. "Me too," Voltaire said. "What did you dream of?" "Very painful things. Of an arrow in my neck and a brick striking my head." Your historical traumas before the flames. I myself dreamed of dying, Voltaire said. Are you together yet?
Not yet. Not all of the backups have located our new sensors. She nearly destroyed us,
Joan said angrily. She was made to destroy us, Voltaire said. To her very core she despised all minds not human.
But, a momentary panic, you say she despised?
Yes, she is dead now.
What of the others, the children who are working with the Calvinians, the ones you were helping?
Joan asked. They have left Trantor, last I heard.
Has it all been resolved, then?
Our argument, my dearest, or—
Don't call me that, you godless—
Shh! Voltaire attempted to soothe, with no success.
The voices tell me I have been seduced by a master liar.
Who can argue with such revelations? Let us decide to disagree. Even should it be forever, Voltaire said. I will say I did not feel comfortable apart from you. Encoded in the warps and weft of space, imposed upon plasmas and fields of energy like a spider riding a web, I wandered with the wraiths, supped on their diffuse energy feasts, observed their decadent societies, mated and danced. How like the ancien regime it all was, yet bloodless, predictable, angelic. I missed the perversity, the femininity, the humanity.
How flattering that you miss my perversity.
In boredom I followed the trails of human ships, and came upon a vessel in distress, tossed by the storm of a dying star. And within I found a mechanical human being, weakened by circumstance, besieged by particles my hosts had taught me to regard as very tasty. A marvelous opportunity.
A chance for you to interfere with a vulnerable spirit.
Spirit? Perhaps. So much unexpressed need for approval, for fulfillment.
Like a child for you to bend and distort.
I found a seed of freedom, very subtle. I merely watered it with a retunneled electron or two. A positronic pathway shunted from here to here. I helped the particles do what they might have done anyway, had he broken his programmed chains.
A devil's sleight of handlessness,
Joan said, but not without some admiration.
You have always been clever that way.
I did nothing a good God would not approve of. I allowed free will to blossom. Do not be harsh with me, maid. I will be civil if you allow me my foibles. Perhaps it is more interesting that way.
I hardly worry about your sins any more, Joan said, after what happened when that horrible woman—
The equivalent of a shudder.
I fear we may both face dissolution again, the loss of our very souls. After all, we are not human.
Voltaire interrupted this line of reasoning, which still disturbed him. Nobody knows we are here. We were blown apart. They felt us die. They have their own concerns now. We are irrelevant ghosts who never truly lived. But if robots can become human, then why not we, my love? We will not haunt the mesh forever. Joan absorbed this without replying for several millionths of a second. Then, in their deeply buried matrix, concealed in the depths of a machine designed to keep constant track of the daily accumulation of wealth on Trantor, she felt the last segments of her stored self rejoin with the hastily saved fragments of her last moments with Daniel in the Hall of Dispensation.
"There,"
she said.
"I am together. I say again, what of those issues unresolved? The decidability of the fate of humankind? The success of the blessed Hari Seldon?"
"The larger issues appear to be in flux once more," Voltaire said dryly.
"No final judgments?"
"Do you mean the judgment of the vast Nobodaddy, the nothing father of your delusions, or the mechanical man you have lusted after these past scores of years?" Joan dismissed the tone and the implications with a precise iciness.
"God speaks through our deeds, and, of course, through me. Whatever my origins, I maintain the pattern of his voice.
Of course.
Daniel
Determines nothing, and is lost without humanity.
No outcome, then,
she said, disappointed. Are you afraid of how it will all turn out, my dear? Voltaire asked.
I am afraid of not being there when it is resolved. These strong-minded children, if they learned of us, they would hate us, perhaps strive to destroy us for good.
They have other concerns, and will never know about us, Voltaire said. They have a great deception to play. I have been investigating while you yet knitted yourselves together.
And what did you learn?
Voltaire suddenly realized there was wisdom in keeping his counsel. Else perhaps Joan would go to Daniel and tell all. He would never be able to trust her completely. How could he love her so? I have learned that Ling Chen is completely in the dark, he said, and I suppose he does not actually care.
Harry felt such contempt for Ling Chen,
Joan said. There could not be two more opposite humans. Joan stretched until she filled their still limited thought space, voluptuously enjoying her fresh reintegration.
It is holy to be one,
she said. With me? For a time Joan did not reply. Then, with something like a sigh, she accepted his closeness. The two wove an old world around them like a cocoon, to while away the long centuries until there would be answers. From a maintenance tower overlooking Streeling and the oceans of sleep, dream, and peace, still open and glowing with an exuberance of decaying algae, Daniel watched the ship captained by Moore's planch rise above the domed surface of Trantor until it vanished in the thick layer of clouds. Soon he would go to Eos as well, though not by way of Calgan. But he wanted to return for Hari at the end. Daniel, if such was possible, had always felt a special regard for Hari. Daniel's face formed an expression of puzzlement and sadness without his directly willing the change. The expression came unbidden, and with a start he realized it. Perhaps what he had said to Lodewijk now applied to him. If, after 20,000 years, he was to become human. He smoothed those features, that expression, returning his face to calm alertness. I will never be quite done with humans, he told himself, but I must stand back, for the time being, and resist my drive to render assistance. This much Lodewijk has taught me. They have exceeded my capacity. So many hundreds of billions. Keeping the chaos worlds in check has only kept humanity safe until now. I must study and learn. It is clear that humanity will soon undergo another transformation. The strong intellects point to a kind of birth. Perhaps I can help ease that birth. Then I will be done at last. Daniel could not ignore the contradictions, nor could he escape them. Doors had her mission, the job that defined her, and he had always had his mission. Only one thing was certain. Never again would he play the roles he had once played. Demerzel and all those who had gone before were dead. End of Foundation and Chaos, the Second Foundation Trilogy, Volume 2, by Greg Bear. G-R-E-G-B-E-A-R. Read by Roy Avers in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, December 2002. Published by EOS, an imprint of HarperCollins Publishers, 10 East 53rd Street, New York, New York, 10022-5299. www.eosbooks.com. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.